of the Gateway to Arabic. I specialize in teaching Arabic to non-Arabic speakers in a non-Arabic environment, and that is why I'm with you today. My intention is to run a course which is going to be based upon one of my publications entitled Arabic from the Beginning, Part 1. The course is going to be divided into 18 lessons. Each lesson runs approximately for 30 minutes. In addition to that, I will be teaching you some useful phrases, initially using Latin script transliteration, which inshallah will be converted into Arabic text later in the series. By the end of the course, I hope and I have confidence inshallah that you will be able to read and write Arabic with a degree of expertise, inshallah. So we're about to start lesson number 1 shortly, and be with me. Right, here we are. This is the Arabic from the Beginning Part 1, on which I'm going to base the lesson, inshallah. You will need a copy of this book so that we can learn together throughout this program. Okay? Right, let's have a go now, and we start. This is page 3 of the Arabic from the Beginning book. On it you will see the Arabic alphabet in its total from the beginning to the end, and each letter is carrying the transliteration which will help you to master the name of the letter. So in a moment, as you will see that explained to you comprehensively on the board, but if you forget any letter's name, you can refer back to page 3 of the Arabic from the Beginning, so that might be helpful. So now, analysis of the alphabet from Alif to the end. You'll find there are 28 letters there, and Arabics, of course, you need to know that it's written from right to left across the page. From right to left across the page. That's the first thing you need to know. Right, let's start. The first alphabet or letter in the alphabet is very straightforward, and that is we call it Alif. Just a straight line carrying from top down. You start from top and go down. That's your Alif. It's called Alif. That's simple. Inshallah, that's Alif. Alif. Next, I'm going to write the next 3 letters after the Alif. The reason being, these 3, they are the same shape, and the shape is like a boat. So we're going to agree to call them like a boat family. There are 3 of them. So the first one, you draw, remember, from right to left across the page. Right, let's start. You go, that's the first one. So they are the same. The second and the third. So they're the same. They're supposed to be the same. Let's pretend they are the same family, boat family. Now in Arabic, when you have the same shape, maybe repeated twice or 3 times, as is the case in this one, we use dots to differentiate between them. So some of them may have 1 dot, some may have 2, some may have 3. 3 is the maximum dots in the Arabic alphabet, and some will be on top, some may be below. Let's have a look. So the first one in the family, boat family, which you have now the picture of this shape in your mind. So we put 1 dot here, which is below. 1 dot below this family. So below. That's hopefully will trigger the name of the letter. Ba. So think of boat family and think of dot below, one dot, ba. Now, my name is Dr. Imran Hamza Alawiye, the author of The Gateway to Arabic. I specialize in teaching Arabic to non-Arabic speakers in a non-Arabic environment. And that is why I'm with you today. My intention is to run a course which is going to be based upon one of my publications entitled Arabic from the Beginning, Part 1. The course is going to be divided into 18 lessons. Each lesson runs approximately for 30 minutes. In addition to that, I will be teaching you some useful phrases, initially using Latin script transliteration, which inshallah will be converted into Arabic text later in the series. By the end of the course, I hope and I have confidence inshallah that you will be able to read and write Arabic with a degree of expertise, inshallah. So we're about to start lesson number 1 shortly, and be with me. Right, here we are. This is the Arabic from the Beginning Part 1, on which I'm going to base the lesson, inshallah. You will need a copy of this book so that we can learn together throughout this program. Okay? Right, let's have a go now, and we start. This is page 3 of the Arabic from the Beginning book. On it you will see the Arabic alphabet in its total from the beginning to the end, And each letter is carrying the transliteration, which will help you to, master the name of the letter. So in a moment, as you will see that explained to you comprehensively on the board, but if you forget any letter's name, you can refer back to page 3 of the Arabic from the beginning. So that might be helpful. So now, analysis of the alphabet from alif to the end. You find there are 28 letters there. And Arabics, of course, you need to know that it's written from right to left across the page. From right to left across the page. That's the first thing you need to know. Right, let's start. The first alphabet or letter in the alphabet is very straightforward, and that is we call it alif. It's just a straight line carrying from top down. You start from top and go down. That's your alif. It's called alif. That's simple. Inshallah, that's alif. Alif. Next, I'm going to write the next 3 letters after the alif. The reason being, these 3, they are the same shape. And the shape is like a boat. So we're going to agree to call them like a boat family. There are 3 of them. So the first one, you draw, remember, from right to left across the page. Right, let's start. Go, that's the first one. So they are the same. The second and the third. So they are the same. They're supposed to be the same. Let's pretend they are the same family, both family. Now in Arabic, when you have the same shape, maybe repeated twice or 3 times, as is the case in this one, we use dots to differentiate between them. So some of them may have 1 dot, some may have 2, some may have 3. 3 is the maximum dots in the Arabic alphabet. And some will be on top, some may be below. Let's have a look. So the first one in the family, both family, which you have now the picture of this shape in your mind. So we put 1 dot here, which is below. 1 dot below this family. So below. That's hopefully will trigger the name of the letter. Ba. Ba. So think of both family and think of dot below. 1 dot, ba. Now let's put 2 dots here above second of the family. So the same shape, which is the both family, we have 2 dots. I want the 2 dots to trigger again the name of the letter ta. So we have 1 below ba, 2 above ta. Let's put 3 dots, 3 dots, that's tha. So the both family, 1 dot below ba, 2 above ta, 3 tha. If I test you now, I say, oh, okay, write ta for me. All you have to do is remember the shape and try to remember the dots to trigger the ta. So you will remember that you have the both family and you have 2 dots. That's ta. What about if I say write ba for me? The same both family. You write that the shape, and let me write that shape again. And you put 1 dot below. 1 dot below. That's 1 dot below. Tha. Write the same family and then put 3 dots above. So alif, ba, ta, and tha. Well done. 4 letters is gone already. You know how to write it. You know how to read it. Well done. Easy. So the next family, also there are 3 in that family as well. Yeah, okay, let's write them here. Same family. Just look at the way I'm writing the line. In this case, writing the line and then like a capital C. Line, capital C, line, capital C. I want you to write them in one go though, so when you're writing them, make sure you have smooth writing. So you do line, yep, like this, yep, and so have a look at that for me. How do you describe that shape? Can you describe it for me? Okay, I think number. That's like if you have it upside down, that's number 2 upside down. So now you have the picture of the shape now, number 2 upside down. Let's do something with it, with dots again, to differentiate between these two upside down 2. So there are 3 of them, so you need to, have that in your mind. Now, I will tell you the story about these 3. Now, they are actually in the gymnasium, in the gym. That's essential. They are in the number 2 upside down. They are in the gymnasium. Let's put a dot here underneath the first one. Because they are in the gymnasium, I will say that's gym. Gym. The first one in that family is gym. Their location should give the name away. Gymnasium, gym. The dot is below. Now, I'm going to put dots on top of the third one on his head. It's like having a pain on his head and it's making horrible kind of noise. Clearing. Wow. So, and that's his name. His name is Kha. Kha. The one in the middle, not impressed. Say, I'm not going to really adopt any dot at all. He said, what that noise you are making? I don't like that noise. It's chasing him around, just running and running, chasing this around. And of course, this was faster than him. He was very tired and panted away. And that's his name. His name is Ha. So we have Jim. He was expelling the air out. You see, that will cause your throat to be dry. And the noise clearing the throat. So Jim, Ha, and Ha. Now, 7 letters is gone. 1 is on his own, watching everybody, towering on top of them. That's Alif. Because at the beginning, proud to be there first. So standing tall, no interference. And the second family, they are both family, as if they want to go on the journey. The first of the family below, 2 dot ta and 3 dot tha. The number 2 upside down family, they are in the gymnasium. The first one has a dot, that's gym, and the second one is Mr. Panting. And you have the Kha, Kha, Kha. So Alif, Ba, Ta, Tha, Jim, Ha, Kha. There we are. You have done 7 letters. Now, from here, the next few letters now, there are only 2 in the family. 2 of them. So we start with 1 in the family. We now second at 3 in the family. The third, 3 in the families. The next one, only 2 in the family. Right, and they, like this. Sitting pretty on the line. Now, in this case, when you have 2 in the family, one of them has to have a dot. You know, if one had 2, the second one may have more, or, and so on. This one, number 1, usually, the first one will have less dot or no dot at all. If you have 2 in the family, usually the first one no dot or have a lesser dot than the second one. Let's have a look. In this case, number 1 has no dot, and that's del. Simple D, da, like a daddy, dal. And the second one has a 1 dot above, and thel. So the first one is del, and the second one with one dot is thel. Del, thel. Note how the tongue is flat and is a little bit out, a little bit, pressure at thel. Del, thel. The next family also, they have two in the family. The next is two as well. And it's similar, but they start right on top and they just drop it like this. So they start and drop. The first one, no dot. The second one, surprise, surprise, one dot. So ra, the first one is ra, the second one is zain or za. Ra, zain. So we have dal, vel, ra, zain or za. Dal, val, ra, zain. Next family also, only two in the family. What's this family? This family is like a number 3 looking up and with tail. So looking up with tail. The first one, no dots. The second one, 3 dots. So you have seen. I can see. Seen. Seen is to believe. Seen. Seen. The second one, sheen. So seen, sheen. Seen, 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 look at movement. Seen, sheen. Dal, val, ra, za or zain, sin, shin. Alif, ba, ta, fa, jim, ha, kha. Dal, val, ra, zain, sin, shin. Next family, also 2 in the family. You know, first one probably no dot. The second one probably 1 dot. Right, you're right. Now watch the way I'm going to write the next family. I'm going to see my hand movement. It's going to be clockwise. It's going to go this direction. So you start this, you complete, and then do your tail. One more time, the second in the family, clockwise, do the tails. Now, you can see before the tails, I have this angle here, this little corner there. From there, the tail. Now, the first one, no dot. Second one, 1 dot. As patterns now emerging. What's the name of this? This one is, as a whistling, sword. Sword. Look. Seen. Sheen. Sword. Like a seesaw. Sword. Dod. You see, dal. Dod. Yeah? Sword. Dod. Well done. Right. Next family. The next family, also there are 2 in this family. They love 2 in the family, huh? So the base of this next family is the same base as this one, starting from. Let's see what's happened. Right. Look at this, clockwise. That's the base. But in this family, no tails. Instead, we have line coming from top down. Next one in the family, the same shape. See? And then down. You can see the base of this. The base and the base and the base, they're the same. So once you have this base, you can form from that base 4 letters. You can form sword. You can form Dod. You can form this. And that is to, to. Let's compare that. This is ta. The both family ta. But this one is thicker. To. You put in emphasis. You are pressing your tongue. To. Tall man. To. To. Ta. To. And this one dot here, this family, and that's it. Tho. Tho. Now you are the tongue is rolling forward. Tho. Whereas here is that the tongue is flat. Thel. Tho. To. Tho. Right. It's Arabic. Pronunciation of Arabic is essential. Otherwise, you got to make a really terrible boo-boo. Believe me, if you don't let your letter comes out properly, you may turn the meaning upside down. Something you don't mean to say, you will say terrible things. So, but that's why I'm really taking my time to go through this with you to see how the tongue and mouth and throat is working to produce proper pronunciation. So you need to really be with me on this one. So speaking Arabic requires work, not laziness. You have to work all the part of your face and body and so on. So we have to, tho. Right. Next family. Just get the rubber out for you. Right. Next family. Also there are two in the family. Let's see what. This is slightly challenging letter, this one. Right, the first one is like a small c on top of the line and capital C coming down. So that is in one go and you are there. First one, no dots. That's not a surprise. The second one, one dot. So this letter, are you ready? This is very unfamiliar sound in Arabic, this particular family. Right, it's like a strangulation here. Ein. 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 And rain. Ein. Rain. As if when you put the liquid down your throat and it gargle, you combine that with the ein. Ein, ein, rain. Come on, have it go. Ein, rain. Well done. So, to, tho, ein, rain. Right. Now we're going to calm down now. The rest of them, very gentle, soft kind of things. Right, the next family now is very easy. Now we are now coming down. So I would better relax. It's soft letter and so on. Right, the next letter, two in the family as well. So we have this one dots. That's a fa, 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 fa. That's very simple. Fa, like F-A, yeah, fa. The next in the family, slightly deeper than the fa, so you have two dots on top of it, and that's a cough, like in the coffee, coming back from the when you say it like a mouth slightly open, cough. So fa, that's easy, and then cough. Next, this is lonely one now. One in the family, this one's coming on its own. Poor things. Fa, and then you have ka, and then here, straight line down, stretch, spread it, and curve it slightly, and put a small c with the tail inside it. That's a calf. K-A-F. K-A-A-A-K-A-A-F. Calf. Ka. Now let's see between this and this. This one is cough. Cough. is coming from your throat here. Qaf. But this one is very flat. Kaf. Like a kaki. Huh? Ka, ka, ka. Huh? Ka. Qa. 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 Ka. Look at the movement, the mouth. Qa. Ka. Qa. Ka. Well done. So the next letter, only one as well in the family, and it's very simple to write and to pronounce. It's like a, your walking stick, really upside down. Okay, let's have a look. Straight line, going through the line of paper and come back up again and stop. That's lam. Lam. So qaf, kaf, lam. Yeah. Now the next one, which is meme, I want you to pay attention the way I'm going to draw it, the way I'm going to write it. Yeah. So you go to the right clockwise, slightly round, slightly, and then come back and drop. So the last movement is this drop. Except that you are starting from the top. You are doing the head first. One more time. The right is here for you. You go right clockwise and drop. And that's your meme. 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 That's like a M-E-E-M. Meme. So that's meme. We have lam, meme. Next is noon. One also in the family. Noon. Noon. Yeah, noon. One dot there. The corner. It's not like a boat family because it's deeper and have a dot there. So noon. Like a N-O-O-N. Noon. Noon. So meme, noon, lam, meme, noon. Now is ha. Let's see how we got that ha. Now, that's ha. It's like a combination of this dal, and then you go inside. That's your ha. I'm going to do it again and then show you another one. So ha. Now, in isolate format, you will see that later on. You write it this way. So we write like just round, like that, like an O. No dots, nothing, just staying there pretty. Later on you will see, you will come across it like this, but I will explain it to you then. Yeah? So let's write it like this. So, ha. Now this is ha. Compare this to the panting one. That's a harsh. Because you're panting. Whereas this one is just relaxation. Take the air in and then let it go. Relief. But this one is hard. That's why you will hear Muhammad, Ahmad. That's this one. But this is we will know words that's coming with that later on. It's as if you are going through, you nearly finished the alphabet, you are relaxing. Now, the next letter, also single, is wow. Wow. Imagine this one. It's like a Ra and Zain having a head. You're going clockwise this way, and then just drop it. And that's your wow. As if you are nearly finished your letters. So, wow, we nearly finished. Wow, God, wow. And the last letter in the alphabet, imagine you finish now. You finish? Yeah, we finish already. Yeah, well done, well done. I like this. So, yeah, let's write it down. That's it, the yeah. Simple writing with 2 dots below. Yeah, Wow, we nearly finished? Yeah, we finished. Well done, everybody. Now, if we count it, there will be 28 letters in the alphabet. Let's go through them. And you have them on your page 3 of the book. Yeah? Now, together, let's read it. Alif, Ba, Ta, Tha. Jim, Ha, Kha. Dal, Zal, Ra, Zain. Sin, Shin. Sod, Dod. To, Dha, Ain, Ghain. Fa, Qaf, Kaf, Lam, Mim, Noon, Ha, Waw, Ya. Well done. You see, I told you that inshallah we're going to make it as simple as possible. Don't listen to anybody telling you that Arabic is very hard to learn. No, Arabic is a mathematical language. Arabic is very easy to learn. It's very logical, full of nice rules and structure. So you can hang on to it. Wonderful language. Together, we are going to master this language, inshallah, God willing. That's it. Greetings. Most popular greeting in Arabic is Assalamu alaikum. Let's analyze Assalamu alaikum. Here we say Assalamu alaikum. Now you later on when we learn alphabet, you will know why we have this double S to put emphasis. Assalamu alaikum. Now the sound you're hearing, that's an ain. Later on as well, we go through the alphabet and that will be identified for you. But for now, let's just practice the phrase. Assalamu alaikum. Try it for me. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you. Response. Wa alaikum assalam. Wa, and that means and in Arabic. Your first vocabulary. Wa, that means and. Alaykum assalam. And upon you be peace. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaykum assalam. One more time. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaykum assalam. You've learned your first greeting in Arabic. And this is one of the most important phrases of greeting in Arabic. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaykum assalam. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. Reply. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Now today inshallah, having just finished the overview, an overview of the alphabet, all 28 letters of the Arabic alphabet. The next stage is to dissect them, to look at them more deeply, analyze it. Now, let's have a look. The actual shape that we are dealing with in the Arabic alphabet, how many? It's actually 17. How? Bear with me. So the first shape, the alif shape, that's one. The second shape is the boat family, if you remember, 3 of them there. So we're going to write the shape. Just that shape. Yep. The third shape is, you know, the one with the upside down, number 2 upside down? Right. So that's the third shape. Number 4, after that is this shape, which is dal shape. Number 5, ra and za shape. Number 6, this shape, which is sin. And number 7 is this. Number 8 is the to and tho. Number 9, the ayn shape. Number 9, 10 is this shape. I count that as one shape and curve. And number 10, that's yep, that's number 11. 12, 13, that's mim. 14, 15, 16, and yeah, 1. Now, these are 17 shapes on which Arabic alphabets are based. So, alif on its own, this shape, you make ba, you make ta, you make tha. And this shape, you make ha, jim, ha, and kha. This one you make dal and dhal, ra and zain, sin and shin, sod and dod, to and dho, ain and ghain, fa and qaf, kaf, lam, mim, noon, ha, waw, and ya. These are your original base shapes. So if you know them, you just question to know how many dots, or where to put them, and so on. Next, let's look at another area of alphabet. How many of those alphabets of the 28 letters, how many with no dots at all? Let's have a look. Okay, another analysis. So I'm going to remove this and then we'll look at those only with no dots. Among these lots, alif has no dot, ba and ta and tha, they have dots. This one, ha, no dot, dal, no dot, ra, no dot, sin, no dot, sod, no dot, to, ain, stop there, kaf, no dot, lam, mim, noon, ha, waw, ya has dot. So these are the one with, they have no dots. Alif, ha, dal, ra, sin, sod, to, ain, kaf, lam, mim, ha, waw. How many of them? واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة 1 2 3 4 5 6 سبعة ثمانية تسعة سبعة so 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 with no dots. The question now is how many of them in the alphabet with one dot, and that's one dot above. Let's investigate. So let's remove those with no dots at all. So no dots. Now we're going to hunt for a letter with one dot above. First one, so we say alif, ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha. That's the first one. Kha, one dot above. Dal, val, val with one dot. Ra, zain, zain with one dot. Sin, shin, sod, dot, dot with one dot. Above. To, tho, tho. Ain, ghain, fa. Ain, ghain, fa. So you have one dot. Qaf, kaf, lam, mim, noon. It's one dot. Noon, ha, waw, ya. So we have 8 letters with one dot above. And they are, read with me please. Kha, dhal, za or zain, dod, dha, ghain, fa, noon. Right. The next now is how many letters in the alphabet with one dot but below. Below. Let's hunt for them. Right. We're looking now for a letter with one dot, but that dot is underneath, below. Number one, the obvious one is ba. Ba. One dot below. So alif, ba, ta, tha, jim. Jim is also one dot, and it's below. Ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha, dal, dhal, ra, sin, ra, zain, sin, shin, sod, dod, to, dha, ain, ghain, fa, qaf, kaf, lam, mim, noon, ha, waw, ya. Okay, we have only 2 with one dot below. Now let's move on one. Okay, let's now look at how many letters with 2 dots above. 2 dots above. Let's have a look at them. Let's hunt for them. I think there are only 2, but let's have a look. Alif, ba, ta. Ta is the first one. Aha. There are 2 dots. Now I need to actually take this opportunity now to tell you about another shape of ta. You will see, we call it ta marbuta, yani tied up ta. This is an open ta, ta maftuha, ta marbuta. Ta marbuta, right. It's like the ha, if you remember, ha towards the end of the alphabet, but if the ta, you need 2 dots above it. It can also, you will see sometimes written like this, you will know that later on, that ta as well. So one letter with 2 dots above is, one of them is ta, open ta, and tied up ta, and the ta usually come at the end. You will see that later on. So that ta, and that's ta, and that's ta, 2 dots. Okay, alif, ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha, dhal, dal, dhal, ra, zain, sin, shin, sod, dod, to, dha, ain, ghain, fa, qaf. That's two dots above. 2 dots. Here we are. Qaf, also with 2 dots. Kaf, lam, mim, noon, ha, waw, ya. So there are only 2 letters in the Arabic alphabet with 2 dots above the letter. Now let's look at 2 dots below. Right, how many? I'm sure that would be only 1 I can think of. Alif, ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha, dal, dhal, ra, zain, sin, shin, sod, dod, to, dha, ain, ghain, fa, qaf, kaf, lam, mim, noon, ha, waw, ya. Okay, that's the only one. Last letter of the alphabet is the only one with 2 dots below it. So we finished the 2 dots above and 2 dots below. How about 3 dots? 3 dots above? Let's see, how many? I think there are 2 only. If I can remember, 2 of them. And that will be alif, ba, ta, tha. Tha. Both family with 3 dots, so that's tha. So tha, tha, and, okay, let's hunt for them. Alif, ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha, dal, dhal, ra, zain, sin, sheen. Sheen. It's also 3 dots. There we are. That's only 2 letters in the Arabic alphabet with 3 dots above. Now, what about 3 dots below? No chance. None of them have 3 dots below. Now, here we have page 4 of the Arabic from the Beginning, Part 1 book. I will tell you what I explained earlier on regarding the shape. These are the 17 shapes of the alphabet. You can see that Alif and the shape which is Ba and Ha, the Dal shape, the Ra, the Sin, the Sod, Ta, Ain, the Fa, Kaf, Lam, Mim, Nun, Ha, Waw, and Ya shape. Now on the same page, page 4, you see they are color coded here according to the number of dots and whether it's below or above the letter. As I mentioned on the board earlier, these are the letters which carries no dots at all, with no dots. One of them is Alif, as you can see, the Ha, the Dal, the Ra, Sin, Sod. Now what you need to do on this page, page 5, is to study the letter and write them on the lines provided. And please ensure that you position them according to what you can see in relation to the line on the page. There is the arrow there giving you the direction, the hand movement. So pay attention to that. If I were you, I would trace the letter itself first, a couple of times to train your hands, and then write it following the same rules and direction on the line provided. So make sure that you write across the page from right to left across the page. All the helps is there for you. Arrow is there. Even the arrows are numbers. Exactly, they are numbered. How you should start and what's next. Right, let's now go to page 6. Page 6 is a continuation of those letters with no dots. Here we have Ta, Ain, Kaf, Lam, Mim, Ha, Waw. Again, complete them by, copy them on the line provided, and pay attention to the direction from right to left, and the arrow is telling you exactly your hands movement in sequence. Now on page 7, now we are moving now to the letters, those letters with 1 dot only, and that dot is above the letter itself. We have Kha, Dhal, Zain, Dod, Dha, and Ghain. The same thing you need to be aware of. Make sure that you write them properly. The dots, you will notice the last thing you do. You formulate your letter correctly and completely first, and then you go back and put your dots where it's necessary. Those are 1 dot above. Let's move to page 8 of the book and see what is the next one. Will be again continuation of a letter with 1 dot above. That's Fa and Nun. 1 dot above. Again, copy them on the lines, please. 1 dot below, there are 2 of them, Ba and Jim. Again, you need to copy them correctly. And the 2 dots below, so only 1 letter in the alphabet, and that's Ya, 2 dots below. Okay, now we have 2 dots above. That's Ta, that's your Ta marbuto, the tied up Ta, Ta and Ta marbuto. And Qaf, Qaf on also 2 dots above. Then you have 3 dots above. One is Tha, and the second one is Sheen. So those are the one with 3 dots and 2 dots, 1 dot above and 1 dot below. So you need to really take out time for me to exercise your writing, because I really want you to have a beautiful handwriting, better than mine, at the end of this exercise, inshallah. So we're going to go to the next page shortly, and I will, before this page, which is page 10, I need to explain a couple of things to you on the board, and that's about the similar sounding letters. Okay. Now we have just finished all the analysis of dots below, dots above, 1 dot, 2 dots. Let's also have a look at those letters were similar sounding letters, so that we can differentiate, or try to train you to say them with difference, yeah? Like a ta and to. Okay, we have ta and we have to. The ta, look at the mouth movement. Ta, ta, to, ta, to, ta, to. Next one will be like a dal and dod. You see dal, da, da, do. Dal, dod, dal, dod. Ta, to, dal, dod. Let's look at the val and tho. Val and tho. First one, that's a val, flat, val. Even tho, tho. Ta, to, dal, dod, val, tho. Sin, sod, sin, sod, sin, sod. Ha, ra, ha, ha, ra, ha, that's ra, ra, and ha, rain, ha, rain. Okay, the next we can try is ha and ha. Remember this ha, that's expelling the air, that's very tired, panting. Ha, 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 ha. But this one is relief. Ha, 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 ha. Well done. Now we need to do cough, cough, and calf. Cough, 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 calf, cough, ca, co, ca, co, ca, cough, calf. Okay, and ha, ra, rain, rain. Last one we need to try is fa. And let's write that fa, stay above. Fa, 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 no, fa. But this one is fa and fa. So you need to watch us. We will be, revisiting this, of course, all the way through the book. But it's essential we start on that now, to start differentiate between similar sounding letters, so we don't make any terrible mistake when we are finally putting letters together to make words, because they can mean different things. Okay, well done. Progress. Okay, having just discussed and analyzed the similar sounding letters on the board, now let me, before we move to the next stage, which is about vowel, the short vowels, let's once more, just to ensure that you are now in control of the alphabets properly. On page 10 and page 11, you see on top of this page 10, that's the whole alphabets for you there, mixed up completely. So, and for you is to arrange it by doing this exercise just below that. That's on page 10. So have a look at it, and you read the letter in the Latin script and copy in front of them the appropriate Arabic alphabet letter, and that's the idea. Will reassure me that you know your alphabet now thoroughly. The same thing on page 11, on top, the box at the top is for you to actually copy. Everything is in order there. Alphabet is from Alif to Ya is there. You need to again once more exercise your hands by copying them out properly on that one. Then you go to the next exercise just below that. You look at the letter. What you need to do there is there are some missing letters in each of the following 5 letter sequences. What you need to do is to complete what is examples given for you here. They say tha, jim, followed by ha, kha, dal. Then you look at the next one, shin, sod. You need to write the next 3 letters after the sod, and so on. So the instruction is there on the page. Please do that patiently and properly so that we don't leave any gap behind. As I said, we really need to do this thoroughly. At the end of the book, inshallah, you want to be very fluent in your reading and writing, inshallah. Ma, that's mean what. Ismu here, that's mean name. Ka, identify the person I'm speaking to. In this case, it's one singular male. Masmuka, what's your name? Ma, smuka. Masmuka, what's your name? You may hear people say ma ismuka. The best way to say it is say masmuka. You merge it, masmuka. And if you address this same question to a female, singular, you say masmuki. Note that the beginning is the same. Ma and ma, what, is the same. Ismu here is the same, name. But the ending, ki, is for female, when you are addressing to a female. And ka is when you are addressing it to a male. So I will say to you, masmuka, if you are a male. If you are a female, I'll say to you, masmuki. Now, the response, ismi, my name is, ismi. This has no gender. Now, the speaker in Arabic, which is first person, there's no gender involved. So a man will reply by saying, ismi, my name is. A lady also will reply saying the same thing, ismi, my name is, followed by your name. Let's try it out. I'm now talking to you as a man. I'm talking to you, you are a man. Masmuka, what's your reply? Ismi, my name is. Let's say your name is Faisal. You say, my name is Faisal. Now I'm talking to you now, you as a female, Masmuki. The reply, Ismi, and then your name. In this case, like a Zainab, Fatima, Khadija, Nadia, Ismi, and then your name. So Masmuka, Masmuki, Ismi. Let's sing it. Masmuka, Masmuki, Masmuka, Masmuki, Ismi. Masmuka, Masmuki, Ismi. That's good. Masmuka, Masmuki, Ismi. Ask me the question. Masmuka, okay, I can hear. Ismi Imran. Ismi Imran. Shukran. Thank you. Wa. Can you remember what wa means at the beginning? Wa as mean and. Wa anta masmuka. Now, I hope you remember masmuka. Masmuka means what's your name? I'm asking Iman. Now, anta means you. Again, direct at a male, singular. Wa anta, and you. Masmuka, what's your name? Now, if I'm saying the same thing to a woman, I will say wa, which is the same, and anti, and you. Note that anta becomes anti, the ending for you male, anta, and that is detached pronoun. Anti, you, and that's a detached pronoun for the female. Masmuki. The ka and ki is attached pronoun. Wa anta masmuka, wa anti masmuki. Together, wa anta masmuka, wa anti masmuki. The reply, response, ismi. My name is. There's no gender involved here. So, assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. Masmuka. Ismi Imran. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. Masmuki. You say Ismi Zainab. Ismi Khadija. Wa anta, and you. Masmuka. Wa anti. Masmuki. Ismi. So we've done 3 also phrases now. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Today, inshallah, we're going to move forward now. We have now mastered the alphabets in its isolate form and the names of them from alif to ya. The next now is to introduce the vowel, short vowels. There are 3 short vowels in Arabic: Fatha, Kasra, Dhamma. Fatha is a symbol put on the place on the letter above the letter. That symbol is Fatha, and it sounds a. Fatha, a. The same symbol, if it's put below a letter, is called Kasra. Kasra sounds e. And this symbol on top of a letter is u sound, Dhamma, and is u, Dhamma. So we have Fatha, a, Kasra, e, Dhamma, u. Together. Fatha, a, Kasra, e, Dhamma, u. Fatha sounds a, Kasra sounds e, Dhamma sounds u. A, e, u. U, e, a. E, a, u. Let's try and implement this and apply it. I'll give you a letter. Tell me this letter, and then we will try the... If I put this letter, for instance, tell me. What's that? That's sin. No hesitation. That's sin. Let's put e sounds, kasra, below that sin, becomes si. So you take the sound, you marry it with the beginning of the name itself, of the letter. So sin, e, si. If I put fatha on top of it, you will say sa, sa. If I put dhamma, which is u sound, on top of it, you say su. So si, sa, su. Sa, si, su. Su, sa, si. Another letter. Let's try jim, for instance. That's letter jim. Put u on jim, becomes, tell me, jim with u, ju, ju. Jim with fatha, ja. Good. Jim with Kesra, G. So we have Ju, Ja, G. Well done. Let's try a couple of more letters, such as Lam. That's Lam. Let's try Lam 3 times. Lam, La, Li, Lu. Or we can change it to say Li, Lu, La. Li, Lu, La. One more letter, and then we try all the alphabet in a minute. So another letter, give me a letter, such as maybe Ya, last letter in the alphabet. So we have Yi, Ya, Yu. Yi, Ya, Yu. Yu, Ya, Yi. Ya, Yi, Yu. And so on. So that's your 3 short vowels. Remember their name? Fatha, A, Kesra, I, Dhamma, U. And we're going to have a look at that in the, I refer you to the book. It's in the book, and that's page 12 and page 13. Shortly, I'll be putting poster on the board for you so that we can practice the short vowels, the 3 short vowels, A, I, U. But in the meantime, I like to call your attention to a particular shape that you may notice on Alif or below the Alif. Now before that as well, I need to call your attention into the fact that Alif itself, there is no sound for Alif. Just look at the vowel that it carries and you deal with that vowel. Now this is a symbol of Hamza, like a C with a tail. On top of Alif, for instance, so you have A. You may have it on top of Alif together with the U sound, or below the Alif and E sound. So please note that the Alif itself, there's no particular sound for it, but you deal with the vowel that it carries, above or below. In this case, you have that A, Fatha, on top of Hamza, you say A. The U on top of Hamza, you say U. And E, because we have this Hamza underneath the Alif, and it's carrying the E sound. So Hamza itself is a glottal stop. Yeah, glottal stop, which is just like that. So A, U, E. Now let's go straight now to the poster so we can see all the letters in the alphabet carrying one short vowel, Fatha, Kesra, Dhamma. Right, here we have the poster, A1 size poster, and that is the Arabic alphabet with the short vowels. And this is one copy, or one of the 6 posters in the Gateway to Arabic poster pack number 2. الحروف العربية مع الحركات القصيرة. The Arabic alphabet with the short vowels. On top, you have the alphabet written out from beginning to the end. To the left, you have Fatha, A, Dhamma, U, Kasra, E. That is your short vowels. Now we are going to concentrate now, zoom in a little bit, to actually read the alphabet from Alif to Ya with short vowels, 3 short vowels, A, I, U. Let's now zoom in. If we start with the Alif, Alif is now carrying Hamza, and on top of that Hamza we have U, Dhamma. So Alif, Hamza, U. That's U, and then Alif, with the Hamza below and is carrying Kasra, E. The third one is Alif, carrying Hamza on top, and Fatha, A, on top of the Hamza. U, I, A. U, I, A. Ba, Kasra, B. Ba, Dhamma, Bu. Ba, Fatha, Ba. B, Bu, Ba. B, Bu, Ba. Ta, Fatha, Ta. Ta, Kasra, Ti. Ta, Dhamma, Tu. Ta, Ti, Tu. Tha, Dhamma, Thu. Tha, Fatha, Tha. Tha, Kasra, Thi. Thu, Tha, Thi. Jim, Fatha, Ja. Jim, Dhamma, Ju. Jim, Kasra, Ji. Ja, Ju, Ji. Ha, Kasra, Hi. Ha, Dhamma, Hu. Ha, Fatha, Ha. Hi, Hu, Ha. Kha, Dhamma, Khu. Kha, Kasra, Khi. Kha, Fatha, Kha. Khu, Khi, Kha. Dal, Fatha, Da. Dal, Kasra, Di. Dal, Dhamma, Du. Da, Di, Du. Dhal, Dhamma, Dhu. Dhal, Kasra, Dhi. Dhal, Fatha, Dha. Dhu, Dhi, Dha. Ra, Fatha, Ra. Ra, Dhamma, Ru. Ra, Kasra, Ri. Ra, Ru, Ri. Zain, Kasra, Zi. Zain, Dhamma, Zu. Zain, Fatha, Za. Zi, Zu, Za. Sin, Dhamma, Su. Sin, Kasra, Si. Sin, Fatha, Sa. Su, Si, Sa. Shin, Fatha, Sha. Shin, Kasra, Shi. Shin, Dhamma, Shu. Sha, Shi, Shu. Sod, Kasra, Si. Sod, Fatha, So. Sod, Dhamma, Su. Si, So, Su. Dod, Fatha, Do. Dod, Dhamma, Du. Dod, Kasra, Di. Do, Du, Di. To, Kasra, Ti. To, Fatha, To. To, Dhamma, Tu. Ti, To, Tu. Dha, Kasra, Dhi. Dha, Fatha, Dha. Dha, Dhamma, Dhu. Dhi, Dha, Dhu. Ain, Fatha, A. Ain, Dhamma, U. Ain, Kasra, I. A, U, I. Ghain, Dhamma, Ghu. Ghain, Kasra, Ghi. Ghain, Fatha, Gha. Ghu, Ghi, Gha. Fa, Kasra, Fi. fa, dhamma, fu, fa, fatha, fa, fi, fu, fa, qaf, kasra, qi, qaf, fatha, qa, qaf, dhamma, qu, qi, qa, qu, kaf, fatha, ka, kaf, kasra, ki, kaf, dhamma, ku, ka, ki, ku, lam, dhamma, lu, lam, fatha, la, lam, kasra, li, lu, la, li, mim, fatha, ma, mim, kasra, mi, mim, dhamma, mu, ma, mi, mu, nun, fatha, na, nun, dhamma, nu, nun, kasra, ni, na, nu, ni, ha, kasra, hi, ha, fatha, ha, ha, dhamma, hu, hi, ha, hu, waw, dhamma, wu, waw, kasra, wi, waw, fatha, wa, wu, wi, wa, ya, kasra, yi, ya, dhamma, yu, ya, fatha, ya, yi, yu, ya. Now, let's repeat the same exercise now with a little bit of speed. And join me, please. U, I, a. Bi, bu, ba. Ta, ti, tu. Fu, fa, fi. Ja, ju, ji. Hi, hu, ha. Khu, khi, kha. Da, di, du. Dhu, vi, tha. Ra, ru, ri. Zi, zu, za. Su, si, sa. Sha, shi, shu. Sui, so, su. Do, du, di. Ti, ta, tu. Ri, dha, dhu. A, u, i. Ru, ri, ra. Fi, fu, fa. Qi, qa, qu. Ka, ki, ku. Lu, la, li. Ma, mi, mu. Na, nu, ni. Hi, ha, hu. Wu, wi, wa. Yi, yu, ya. One more time. Final one. U, I, a. Bi, bu, ba. Ta, ti, tu. Thu, tha, fi. Ja, ju, ji. Hi, hu, ha. Khu, khi, kha. Da, di, du. Dhu, ri, da. Ra, ru, ri. Zi, zu, za. Su, si, sa. Sha, shi, shu. Sui, so, su. Do, du, di. Ti, to, tu. Ri, vo, vu. A, u, i. Ru, ri, ra. Fi, fu, fa. Qi, qa, qu. Ka, ki, ku. Lu, la, li. Ma, mi, mu. Na, nu, ni. Hi, ha, hu. Wu, wi, wa. Yi, yu, ya. Well done. You can see that vowels are mixed up. There's no pattern going on there, because when you are reading Arabic, it will be distributed in that kind of format. You can have U first, E second, or R first, U second, and so on. Hence, you need to learn it in this way to become second nature, and that will give you the key to reading ability, to reading skill. Well done. We are making progress. Right, on page 12 and page 13 of the Arabic from the beginning part 1 book, you will find more analysis on your short vowels, the A, I, U, as well as Hamza as well. And it's a chance for you to do copying out as well. That's always better to reinforce your knowledge. So page 12 and page 13 in the book, you have your exercise there. Good luck. Now, we're now on page 14. This is for reading practice with the short vowel. Let's do it together, slowly and nicely, please. Ain with fatha, a. Lam with kasra, li. Mim with fatha, ma. A, li, ma. Alima. Jim with fatha, ja. Ha with kasra, hi. Lam with fatha, la. Ja, hi, la. Jahila. Noon with fatha, na. Jim with fatha, ja. Ha with fatha, ha. Na, ja, ha. Najaha. To with fatha, to. Lam with fatha, la. Ain with fatha, a. To, la, a. Tola'a. Ra with fatha, ra. Sin with fatha, sa. Ba with fatha, ba. Ra, sa, ba. Rasaba. Qaf with fatha, qa. Ba with dhamma, bu. Ha with fatha, ha. Qa, bu, ha. Qabuha. Kha with fatha, kha. Ra with kasra, ri. Sin with fatha, sa. Kha, ri, sa. Kharisa. Sod with fatha, so. Ghain with dhamma, ghu. Ra with fatha, ra. So, ghu, ra. Saghura. Ha with fatha, ha. Sin with dhamma, su. Noon with fatha, na. Ha, su, na. Hasuna. Lam with fatha, la. Fa with fatha, fa. Dho with fatha, dho. La, fa, dho. La, fa, dho. Fa with fatha, fa. Qaf with fatha, qa. Da with fatha, da. Fa, qa, da. Faqada. Noon with fatha, na. Tha with fatha, tha. Ra with fatha, ra. Na, tha, ra. Nathara. Waw with fatha, wa. Jim with fatha, ja. Dal with fatha, da. Wa, ja, da. Wajada. Alif with fatha, a. Kaf with fatha, ka. Lam with fatha, la. A, ka, la. Akala. Shim, shin with fatha, sha. Ra with kasra, ri. Ba with fatha, ba. Sha, ri, ba. Shariba. Ha with fatha, ha. Dod with fatha, da. Mim with fatha, ma. Ha, da, ma. Hadama. Ha with dhamma, hu. Dal with kasra, di. Mim with fatha, ma. Hu, di, ma. Hudima. Ba with dhamma, bu. Noon with kasra, ni. Ya with fatha, ya. Bu, ni, ya. Buniya. Dhal with fatha, dha. Ha with fatha, ha. Ba with fatha, ba. Dha, ha, ba. Dhahaba. Tha with fatha, tha. Qaf with dhamma, qu. Lam with fatha, la. Tha, qu, la. Thaqula. Ra with fatha, ra. Jim with fatha ja, ayn with fatha a, ra, ja, a, raja'a, lam with fatha la, ba with kasra b, sin with fatha sa, la, bi, sa, labisa, kaf with dhamma ku, ta with kasra t, ba with fatha ba, ku, ti, ba, kutiba, dod with fatha do, ghain with fatha gha, to with fatha to, do, gha, to, ضغط, dal with fatha dal, kha with fatha kha, lam with fatha la, da, kha, la, dakhala, kha with fatha kha, ra with fatha ra, jim with fatha ja, kha, ra, ja, kharaja, kha with fatha kha, lam with fatha la, ayn with fatha a, kha, la, a, khala'a, za with fatha za, ha with fatha ha, fa with fatha fa, za, ha, fa, zahafa, alif with fatha a, kha with fatha kha, ذال with fatha ذا, a, kha, ذا, أخذ, ta with fatha ta, ayn with kasra ay, ba with fatha ba, ta, ay, ba, ta'iba, kha with dhamma khu, lam with kasra li, qaf with fatha qa, khu, li, kha, khuliqa, khu, li, qa, khuliqa, ba with fatha ba, dal with fatha da, alif with fatha a, ba, da, a, bada'a. We're now on page 15. This time I want you to do more. So we've gone through the fatha, kasra, dhamma thoroughly. Now let's do page 15. Qara'a, qara'a, taraka, taraka, yabisa, yabisa, sami'a, sami'a, ruziqa, ruziqa, rufi'a, rufi'a, zaliqa, zaliqa, sa'ala, sa'ala, fahima, fahima, nafatha, nafatha, nadima, nadima, sato'a, sato'a, ba'atha, ba'atha, dhukira, dhukira, shabi'a, shabi'a, tora'a, tora'a, umira, umira, wada'a, wada'a, ضحك, ضحك, بحث، بحث، جلس، جلس، سبق، سبق، غفر، غفر، منع، منع، ملأ، أ ملأ غضب غضب حمل حمل عمل عمل ظلم ظلم زرع زرع ظهر ظهر دأب دأب تبع تبع أمن أمن ثبت ثبت صنع صنع. That's mean welcome. أهلا وسهلا. So you can stop there. You say أهلا وسهلا. That's very neutral. But if you want to tailor make to direct it directly to one single male, you say bika. أهلا وسهلا بك. To a female, أهلا وسهلا بك. So note the ending, the attached pronoun again, ka and ki. أهلا وسهلا بك. أهلا وسهلا بك. Now, ya vocative, you can use that to call attention of somebody before you call their name. You say, Ya Imran. Ahlan wa sahlan bika ya Muhammad. Ahlan wa sahlan biki ya Zainab. So note all these elements. Ahlan wa sahlan phrase is the same when directed at a man or a woman. But if you want to personalize it, you will say bika or biki, depending on the gender. Ya, if you want to mention their name, you can use the vocative particle. Ya, and then a name. So, ahlan wa sahlan bik. Let's try this out. Masmuka? Ismi Imran. Ahlan wa sahlan bika ya Imran. Ahlan wa sahlan bika ya Faisal. Talking to a female now. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. Masmuki. Ismi Zainab. Ahlan wa sahlan biki ya Zainab. Next, to a man or a woman, you can just use a very neutral phrase. Fursa Sa'ida. Fursa Sa'ida. Pleased to meet you. Although this phrase is used to mean pleased to meet you, let's analyze the individual vocabulary words. Fursa is an opportunity. Fursa. Sa'ida, that's mean happy. It's like a happy opportunity. So that phrase is used for pleased to meet you. Fursa Sa'ida. And it's neutral. We are not personalizing it to anybody. So that's why we are not identify the gender. You can use to anybody. Fursa Sa'ida. Response. Tasharrafna. Emphasis. Tasharrafna. We are honored. Tasharrafna. Now, the response. Fursa Sa'ida. Tasharrafna. From the beginning, for instance, if I meet you, I will say Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam will be your response. Masmuka. Ismi Faisal. Ahlan wa sahlan bika ya Faisal. Ahlan wa sahlan bika ya Imran. Fursa Sa'ida. Tasharrafna. Now, to a female now, I will say Assalamu alaikum wa alaikum assalam. Masmuki. You say Ismi Zainab. Ahlan wa sahlan ya Zainab. Ahlan wa sahlan bika ya Imran. Fursa Sa'ida. Tasharrafna. Okay, how we have now the poster in front of you is about the Arabic letters in their joined forms. Arabic, of course, is not written in isolate format. It's written in joined form, coming from right to the left across the page. Having thoroughly studied your alphabet from Alif to Ya in isolate format, this will introduce you to how the letters are joined. You can see at the beginning you will see the Alif. You see the gap between them, which means it cannot be joined to the left. The same thing can be said for the Dal. You see the gap there as well, and the Val, and the Ra, Zain, and Wow. That will be discussed with you shortly. And inshallah will also show you how to achieve this joining process, the hand movement. You will see that on the board shortly. But just to have an overview, you will see the ba at the beginning, ba at the middle, and ba at the end. And same thing for ta and tha. The jim, you will note that all the tails have been cut off when it's in the joint form, and they're straight, they will be on the line. That will be explained to you later on. The same thing with ha and kha. Dal, of course, I told you about that, one of the naughty letters, and vel, ra, and zain, and wow, that's naughty letters. So inshallah, just have a quick look at this poster, which will give you a very clear, color-coded overview of what it's like when the letters are joined. Okay, now we're going to move now to the board to explain to you exactly how to achieve that. Okay, the hand movement and the position of the letter, when they are joined. Now, I need to explain to you that Arabic is written in a joined form. Each letter, where it's necessary, is joined to the following letter. Let's have a look at the both family, for instance, ba, ta, and tha, in isolate format and how they join. This is our ba, one dot below, ba, and ta, tha. Because it's the same family, so we're going to treat that shape in one go. Now, take ba for instance. This is ba, beginning. Note how that I curtail the ba. So it's not in a full shape now, just at the beginning with an extension in join with the next letter. Now that extension is coming through now. The next letter, which is ta in this case, and ta also extend itself. So we have beginning of the ta is here, the corner. I'm putting two dots there rather than in the middle in the isolate format. So extension coming from the ba to join the ta, and ta it extending itself to join the tha. Let's look at it. That's the extension, continuation of that extension, and the last letter will be formulated in its total shape. So we have ba, the beginning. This is the middle shape, and this is final one. So when it's written, it will become like this. You write the whole lot, formulate all the shape first, and then you go back to put the dots and the vowel. So you do ba, ta, tha in one go. Then you go back, dot for the ba, two dots for the ta, and three dots right in the middle for the tha. If you have any vowel like ba and ta and tha, You then, after you've done your dots, then go back to do your fatha, fatha on ta, and fatha on tha. So you need smooth writing, and then you go back to do the necessary item. One more time. Ba, ta, tha. Dot, 2 dots, 3 dots, fatha, fatha, fatha. Ba, ta, tha. Fatha, fatha, fatha. That's the principle. Any curves, you cut it off, you straighten the letters on the line until you reach the last one, which will, write in its completion completely. Now let's do another letter, three letters, like a jim, ha, and kha. Now jim, remember how to write it? Line, and then capital C, line, capital C, line, capital C. Jim, ha, kha. To join them, because you have all these tails, you have to cut that tail off, link it with the next letter until you reach the last one. Then your last one will be written completely. Right, let's try. So the jim, for instance, you write jim straight. Now when you're writing this particular family, you extend the letter, then you reposition your hand. Not continually this time. You stop, reposition your hand, and then write the next one on top of it. This is like a chair on which the next letter is going to rest. So the jim and the ha extension, and then the last one, which is ha. So you have jim, ha has no dot, and the ha has a dot. So we have jim, ha, and ha. Note how the tails has been removed to make sure that they are sitting on top of the line until you reach the last letter, which is going to be in its normal glory in writing. Right, so that's jim, ha. Now, you know the alphabet, ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha. Right, next letter, what are they? You have 4 letters now coming, and that's a dal, ذال, ra, and zain, or za. Right, those are this one. Dal, ذال, ra, zain. Now, you note that I omitted the alif, which is the first letter, which should be here. Write it here, alif. There's a reason for that. The reason is there are 6 letters in the alphabet that cannot be extended to join the letter to their left. We call them naughty letters. There are 6 of them. You have alif, dal, dhal, ra, za. The 6 is wow. Right, let's see how they actually work. I'm going to introduce one of them. Let's see if I introduce one of them after here. Let's say I introduce alif here. How do I join them? So these are very well-behaved letters. They will extend and join. Now ba extend to join ta, and ta will join alif. Now alif cannot be extended to the left. So you leave it as it is. The next letter you just write it on its own. So you have ba and ta, alif and tha. So that's why we call this one naughty letter, because it refuses to extend kind of hands of friendship to join the next letter to his left. If we put dal or dhal or ra or za or wow, it's the same thing will happen. Let's try. So you have ba, ta, and then dal. Next, you just say right. That's your father. That's your dot, 2 dots. You cannot extend this dal to join to the left. For a simple reason, really, because if we do that, the dal is going to lose his identity. He cannot be recognized as a dal anymore. So those are the note letters. Inshallah, once we check these up in the book, and we practice, and you'll be able to see further explanation on what is happening. Now we've done now ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha. You know about dal, dhal, ra, za, and alif and waw, how they behave. Okay, now I need to explain to you further about the 12 letters we previously learned how to join. Now on page 16 and page 17 of the book, plenty of exercise for you there to do later on, but let me just call your attention to the letters here on these pages. Ba, ta, ta marbuta, which I will explain to you exactly what the meaning of ta marbuta in a second. Tha, jim, ha, and kha. Now, let me just put the book down for 1 second and explain the hand movement. Ba, isolate. Ba, ba at the beginning, just nicely sitting on the line. That's ba, the beginning, extension to join the next ba, continuation of the line, if it's too long, and the end, final ba, joined ba, 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 ba. Ta, isolate. Ta, beginning. Ta, middle. Ta, the end, and join ta, 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 ta. Oops. Tha, isolate. Tha, beginning. Tha, middle. Tha, final. Joined tha, tha, tha. Tha, tha, tha. Jim, isolate. Jim, beginning. Jim, the middle. Jim, the end, final. Joined. Jim, 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 Jim. Ha, isolate format. Ha, beginning. Ha, middle. Ha, final. Join format. Note how I am, when I write the first one, the second one in the middle, I stop and lift, repositioning my hand before I write the middle one. So ha, that's a chair on which the middle one is going to sit. Middle, another chair for the final one to sit on, and then write the final one on top of it. Ha, 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 ha. That's how you write this family. Ha, isolate. Ha, beginning. Ha, middle. Ha, final. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha. Let me explain ta marbuta to you as I promised earlier. Ta marbuta is a tied up ta as opposed to the open up ta, ordinary one. That's an ordinary ta. You have tied up ta, is this, with 2 dots, or this format, 2 dots. Ta marbuta has a significance and the reason for it, but that will come much later in the series. But you need to know that ta marbuta is only found at the end of the word. It cannot be at the beginning, and you will not find it in the middle. That will be the last letter of whatever word requires ta marbuta. Now, this type of ta marbuta is written like this when you have a naughty letter before it. Alif, dal, dhal, ra, zain, or waw. For instance, if I give you 4 letters, what we found, okay, I'll give you the ha, jim, ra, and ta marbuta. That will be joined as follows. Ha, middle, jim, in the middle, ha at the beginning, jim, in the middle, ra, because this is a naughty letter, it cannot be extended. So ta marbuta, we use this stand alone. Ta marbuta. That's how it's going to look. Look what is going to happen if we have another ta marbuta, but without any naughty letter before it. Let's say, such as, for instance, if I play around with these letters, I start with this time with jim, and ra, and ha, ta marbuta. Let's see what happens now, because this ha is not a naughty letter. It can be extended to the left. Let's see, jim, that's the beginning, ra, ha, extended, and ta marbuta. We're using this type of ta marbuta, and because, so you have your jim, so jim, ra, ha, and ta marbuta. Compare and contrast. Here we use this type of ta marbuta. Why? Because we have one of the naughty letter before it. And here we use this type because the letter immediately before ta marbuta is an ordinary letter which can be extended to the left to join ta marbuta, and that's exactly what happened. Hence we have this shape. So one more note before we go is this ta marbuta. You will see another letter which you've already learned. It's written like this, but without 2 dots. That is no ta marbuta. That is ha. You may remember. That's ha. And that's another shape of ha. Also is written less like the, at the end when you have any naughty letter before it. And if you have a letter which is not a naughty letter before it and it's at the end, it also be written like this without dots. For instance, if I give you an example, for instance, you can look at, let's say we have wow, jim, and this ha. So it's be written like this, wow, jim extended to join the ha. That is ha, not ta marbuta. Ta marbutas always with 2 dots, just like an ordinary ta, 2 dots. But if you find the same shape, but without 2 dots, that is ha at the end. But if you have this one without 2 dots, it is also ha at the end, and that will be if you have one of the naughty letter before it. Right, okay. Now, you have the sample of this in the book. So go and check page 16 and page 17, where you find the explanation as well as an exercise which you can do and you will confirm what you've just learned. Well done. Progress been made. So, goodbye. Ma'a salama. Ma'a salama. Response. إلى اللقاء. إلى اللقاء. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. Or في أمان الله. في أمان الله. In God's protection. So after the end of the meeting, I can say مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. All these can be interchanges. I can say to you مع السلامة. You can reply by saying مع السلامة. Or you can say إلى اللقاء as your response. إلى اللقاء. Or في أمان الله. So you can use any of these three phrases to say goodbye. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. Now, before we recap this, let me just go back and have a bit of analysis for you. Ma'a itself, that means with. Ma'a, with. Salama obviously means to be peace. I say assalamu alaikum comes from the same root. Ma'a salama, and ila liqa. Ila, that's mean to or until. Ila liqa. Liqa means meeting. Ila liqa. Just as we say in English, see you until we meet again. Fi amanillah, that's in God's protection. Aman, Allah, that means God. Protection, amanillah, to be in the protection and the safety of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Fi amanillah. Now let's recap the whole phrases now from the beginning. Fluent speaking, please. Now you are getting really you're getting good. Let's start. I met you just now. I will say assalamu alaikum. What's your response will be? Wa alaikum assalam. Masmuka. You say ismi Faisal. I'm talking to you as a male, as a female. You will say, I will say masmuki. Your response ismi Zainab. أهلا وسهلا بك يا زينب. وأهلا وسهلا بك يا فيصل. فرصة سعيدة. تشرفنا. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. The normal speed now. السلام عليكم. وعليكم السلام. ما اسمك؟ اسمي زينب. فرصة سعيدة يا زينب. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. Right, as you can see, you have a group of words in front of you. I've written that each of them have 3 letters. Now they are أخذ, that's number 1. تاجر. دأب. باتر. بدأ. آثر. بوحث. جرح. ثبت. رجح. جرب. خرج. What I would like you to do for me now is to pause the video and open your exercise book and have a go in writing all these words out in a joined format. Don't forget the rules governing the joining letters, including, remember, the naughty letters, the one that cannot be extended to the left. Now, you may pause the video now. Welcome back. You have chance now to compare and to check your answer against what I will, the correct way to join it, which I will now show you. Let's go. Right. أخذ. Here we have val, which is the naughty letter at the end. There's no problem. So let's join. We have a. That's naughty letter. It cannot be extended. So you write this one independently and joining the next one. So akhadha, akhadha. Let's go this way. Tajara, ta at the beginning, jim, and then ra. Go back, dot, vowel. Ta-ja-ra. Da-a-ba, dal, alif, ba. Go back to do your vowel, da-a-ba. Note this is naughty letter, cannot be extended, hence we write this one independently. Alif also is a naughty letter, cannot be extended, hence we do this independently. Da-a-ba. Batara. Ba-ta-ra. Formulate the letter first, the old word complete. Go back, dot, batara, vowel, ba-ta-ra. Ba-da-a, ba-da-a. Dot, vowel, ba-da-a. Naughty letter cannot be extended. We wrote alif independently. Athara, a-tha-ra. A-tha-ra. Again, alif is a naughty letter, cannot be extended to the left. Bu-hi-tha, bu-hi-tha, bu-hi-tha. Ja-ra-ha, ja-ra-ha, ja-ra-ha. Tha-ba-ta, tha-ba-ta, tha-ba-ta. Ra-ja-ha, ra-ja-ha. Ja-ri-ba, ja-ri-ba, ja-ri-ba. Kha-ra-ja, kha-ra-ja. Hopefully you've got most of it right. I believe all of it, in fact. So that is the rule, and that's the application of the rule. Just know your letter properly. Remember the 6 naughty letters. Do not extend them to the left, and you will be fine. You are well on your way to be able to not only to read Arabic, to read letter in isolated format, but in a joint format, and you wrote it correctly. Well done. We have further 12 words here. Each word has 3 letters as before. Now I'll read them out again. Hadatha, jazara, wajada, hajaza, jarada, warada, dhabaha, badhaha, badhara, wathaba, zajara, dhara'a. As before, please pause the video and copy them out into your exercise book in a joint format. So do that, and then when you restart the video, you'll compare what you have done against to what I'm going to do now on the board. Right, so ha, da, tha. You do the ha beginning, dal, and tha. Ha, da, tha. That's your naughty letter, cannot be extended to the left, hence we have the tha on its own. Ha, da, tha. Ja, za, ra. Jim, za, zain, and ra. Dots. Ja, za, ra. Ja, za, ra. Wa, ja, da. wa, ja, da. Wa, ja, da. Wow is a naughty letter. Ha, ja, za. Ha, ja, za. Ha, ja, za. Ja, ra, da. Jim, ra, dal, dot. Vowel, ja, ra, da. Wa, ra, da. Wow is a naughty letter. Ra is a naughty letter. Da is a naughty letter. So you cannot extend the wa. So we write wa. Write wow. You cannot extend the ra. So you write ra. You cannot extend the ra. So therefore you write the next letter on its own. Wa, ra, da. The, ba, ha. The is a naughty letter. Ba, ha. Dot. The, ba, ha. Ba, the, kha. Ba as the beginning. Dhal and kha. Dot, ba, the, kha. Ba, the, kha. Ba, the, ra. Ba, the, ra. Ba, the, ra. Wa, tha, ba. Wa, tha, ba. As a tha, ba, vowel, wa, tha, ba. Za, ja, ra. Za, ja, ra. Za, ja, ra. Last one, the, ra, a. That is a naughty letter. Ra is a naughty letter. It cannot be extended to the left. So you write the, ra, and a. They're all separate. The, ra, a. Here we are. Remember, when you are writing, make sure that you formulate your word complete first, and then you go back to do your dots and do your vowel, and you'll be fine. After all these practices, inshallah, you find in the book plenty of activities there and exercise to reinforce what you have just learned. So do it step by step. Don't leave any gap. Be patient, be consistent, and do it every day, little by little, and we will get there, inshallah. Welcome back to the Arabic learning how to join your letters. In this session, inshallah, I will teach you how to join 8 letters: Sin, Shin, Sod, Dod, Ta, Dha, Ain, Ghain. And you find those 8 letters, practices how to join them on page 20 to page 23 of the book. Now let's start with Sin. Sin in isolate format. Sin, the beginning, extend slightly. Sin, the middle. And sin, the end. And your sin joint form. Sin, sin. You in one go, you write the whole thing. Now, Shin is the same shape as Sin, of course, with 3 dots. Shin, isolate, put your 3 dots. Sin, beginning.
Sheen.
Shin, isolate. Shin, the beginning. Shin, middle. Shin, the end. And then you have your Shin joined. Shin, Shin, Shin. Next letter is Sod. Right, Sod, clockwise. Spread it at the beginning. That's isolate. That's isolate. Sod. Sod at the beginning. Again, clockwise. Spread it slightly. After this corner, extend it slightly. That's your extension to join the next letter to the left. Now the extension is coming from the previous letter. You make slightly like a chair on which the sword in the middle is going to sit. So therefore you reposition your hand, you stop and write the sword, the middle on top of that chair, extend it slightly to join the letter to the left. So the next one is sword in the final at the end. So the extension is coming from previous letter. Again, a bit of chair on which the sword, final sword is going to sit. So we write sword on top of it, spread it clockwise. Now formulate your sword completely. That's your sword at the end. Now let's see how the three swords are going to join now. You will see that I reposition my hands to write the middle and then the final one on top of it. Right, sword at the beginning. You say sword, extension, the chair, reposition your hand to write sword, middle, extend, the chair, the final one is written on top of it. So don't try to formulate your three swords in one loop. You stop, reposition your hands, then write on top of it. So dot is the same shape except it has dots on top of it, one dot. Dot, as a dot there, dot beginning, corner, extend that corner slightly, middle one, again the extension is coming from the previous sword, write the sword at the dot on top of it, so we have dot now, it becomes dot by putting dot, the middle one, dot as well, extension is coming from previous dot, now write the final dot on the chair provided, and you have your final dot. Now let's join them. Dot, beginning, extension, provide the chair for this middle one, write it on top of the chair, extend it, stop, and write the final dot. Go back, dot, 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 dot. Tall. Tall, if you remember, is the same base as the sword and dot, except there is no tail. Instead, you put a line coming from top to the bottom. So we have base, clockwise, you stop there, no tail like a sword and dot. Instead, come from top, put your line just there. For the beginning, just do your base, extend it slightly, that's your extension, and then put your line coming from top. Middle extension is coming from previous door. Provide a little bit of chair on which you write your door on top of it, so you have door, spread it around a little bit, extension, write your line. Final one, again extension coming, the chair is provided, write your door and write your line. So let's see. First, beginning, extension, provide a chair, write the middle one, extension, provide a chair, write the final one, and then go back, put your line on all three. Though is the same, except it has one dot above. So you do your clockwise, spread it around, put your line, that's the isolate format. Beginning, do the same thing, extension a little bit, and then the middle extension is coming from the previous the, write the middle one on top of the chair provided, put the dot, the final one also, extension is coming, bit of chair, sit the final the on top of it, write your dot. Three the joined now, write your the beginning, provide the chair for the middle one, write the middle one on top of it, provide the chair for the final one, write the final one on top of it, and then go back and put your line. And you have your the, you have your dot. That's the. The next one is ein. Remember? Ein and rein. Let's do ein first, which is like a small c and capital C as a tail. So in the isolate format, the small c is on top, and then you write, that's your ein. Ein at the beginning, remember when you are joining letters, you cut off all the curves or tails, everything will stay above the line. In this case, you use your ein, beginning, extend, that's your ein at the beginning. Extension in readiness to join the next letter. In this case, extension is coming here. Now look what happened when I write the middle one. I will demonstrate how that is done. That's it, the ein in the middle. It seems to be suddenly changes the shape a little bit. Right, let's see. I'm going to demonstrate that for you here. I will exaggerate how it's written, and then you will see it in the final format. So what is happening in the middle is extension is coming, then you go up, you go again to the right, you come back, and then extension. Look at that, it has a flat head. And usually the middle one will be close up. The eyes in the middle is close up. If when it's not, before it was closed, it's like this. Extension, go up, slightly to the left, then go to the right, then go down. You can see that's a little bit of eyes there. Usually it's better practice to make sure that eyes is closed. But, you know, it's not a crime if it's not closed, but it should be closed. So that's ein. Ein at the end as well, in the joint format, behaves the same way. So extension is coming, go left, go right, then final one. Again, you can close that ein up. That's the ein at the beginning. So I'm going to go back now and complete the ein for you. So ein in an isolate format, ein at the beginning, ein in the middle, and then ein final one. I'm going to do that again for you because it can be a little bit tricky sometimes. Right, ein, the beginning, you can see just the top one, the top C, and extend it. Now extension is coming. Now we go to the left, go to the right. When you are coming back, that's when it's closed, and you see the ein in the middle. Ein at the end, extension is coming. Again, go to the left, go back to the right. This time, complete the tail. So you close it at that point. It's closed now, and that's the final ein. When they are joined together, you have the ein beginning, extension, middle, left, right, close it up, and extension, the final one, again, to the right, close, and ein. So it becomes ein, ein, ein. So that's your final ein. The same exercise is with the rein. Rein just need dots only. So let's try that. So this is your rein, isolate, and rein, beginning, rein in the middle, and rein final. Joint form, rein, 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 dot, dot. Be careful when you are writing ein and rein in a joint form, not to make the final one look like a ha. Yeah, because the ha, sometimes people when they write the ein and join and something like this, remember this is not ein, this is your ha. The ein needs to have that a complete shape. So you have your ein, flat head, and you're coming this way. You can see they're all joined. You have this middle one, which is can be, close up, but it's not close up. That's not a crime, because it's fine. You know instantly it's the ein or rein when you put dot on it. So take care of that one. Final explanation. Remember this sword, dot, to, tho. They are related in terms of the base. The base is the same with sword and dot and to and tho, but to and tho, they have a line coming from top down. The sword and dot, they have tails. Other thing is these four letters, you write the middle one and the la and the final one by repositioning your hand. You don't write in one loop, and then you just stop and then you write them on the chair provided for them by the previous letter. I'll give you an example. For instance, if I say for instance I have letter ba coming before any of these four, this is what's going to happen. So I'm going to have letter ba here. So that's your ba, is this. Then you stop and then you write the next letter, which is, if it is one of these four, on top of it. Yeah. So we'll do more of that later on, inshallah. But please practice this. As I said, it's on page 20 of the book, which is the Arabic from the beginning, page 20 to page 23. Go in there. It's nicely explained with arrows and a number, the direction of your pen. It's in full color and it's nicely done. So you need to really take time to look at it and do it properly for me. Inshallah, see you next time. Ma'asalama. Fi amanillah. Today, inshallah, let me do numbers. Al-a'dad al-asliya. Al-a'dad al-asliya, that's your cardinal numbers. From number 1 to number 10. Right from the beginning, let's look at the Latin letters and compare the Arabic letters, which one is representing what. When you see the H, an H with dots below, it means the ha. Look at this ha as an H representing the ha. Tha, that's a TH and is underlined. That's a tha. Tha. Ain, floating C, small c, like the one you will see here and over there and here as well. That's representing an ain. Ain. SH with underline is sheen, and K and H underline representing kha. So we have fa, ain, sheen, and kha. Now, let's go back to the numbers now. Number 1 is wahid, wahid. Number 2 is ithnain, ithnain. Number 3, ثلاثة, ثلاثة. Number 4, أربع, أربع. Number 5, خمسة, خمسة. 6, ستة. 7, سبعة. 8, ثمانية. 9, تسعة. 10, عشرة. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Together. واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة. Let's sing it. واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة. Faster. واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة. واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة. واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة. شكرا. ما شاء الله. That's good. Go and practice that. Inshallah, towards the end of the book, we're going to see all this written for us with the Arabic script itself. So far, so good. Well done. Now, let's have a look at this phrase. Yeah, it is a phrase used to call somebody's attention, or just before you mention somebody's name. Yeah, and then the name or title. Yeah, Imran. Yeah, Faisal. Yeah, Zainab. But here, let's use that yeah with word talib, which means a male student. Talib. T, the dot underneath it, representing letter to. T with a dot representing letter to, like this. So we have to. In the transliteration, you represent it by writing a T with dot below it. To. Taliba, a female student, the same letter, to. Talib, Taliba. Ya Talib, Ya Taliba. For example, I can say, Masmuka, Ya Talib. Masmuki, Ya Taliba. What's your name? If I'm addressing you as a male. Masmuka, Ya Talib. A male student. What's your name? Masmuki, Ya Taliba. Or a female student. What's your name? And then you say, Ismi, followed by your name. This line, Ustadh. Ustadh means a teacher. Sometimes it's used for a professor. Ustadh, a teacher. DH underline representing this letter, Dhal. So you have the letter Dhal is represented by using the D and H, underline it. Dhal. Ustadh, that's a male teacher. Ahlan wa sahlan bika ya Ustadh. Welcome to you, sir. So, ya talib, ya taliba, ya Ustadh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome back to this session. In this session, inshallah, we'll cover another letters, or the other letters to the end of alphabet this time, from Fa, Qaf, Kaf, Lam, Mim, Noon, Ha, Ya. We have done Waw with the group of naughty letters, if you remember, and they are Alif, Dal, Dhal, Ra, Za, and Waw. Now, from letter Fa to letter Ya in the joint format is dealt with in the book on page 24 to page 27. Now, let's get down to business and learn how to join these letters now, how they behave when they are joined. Remember, the principle is still the same. the joined letter, they are sitting pretty on the line. Any curves, any tails are cut off, and you straighten everything on top of the line until the last letter. The last letter will take its proper shape. Okay, let's go. Let's start with letter Fa. Right. Fa. Clockwise. Or let's say put the letter Fa on top properly. So we have Fa. Isolate format. Fa beginning with an extension, middle, Fa, extension coming from the previous letter, extension ready to the next one, final one, extension, and then put your Fa. Let's see how they join. So we have Fa, 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 and you have your dot. So nice continuous loop for me. Qaf, slightly deeper than Fa, so we start clockwise, slightly deep, dot, and Qaf, the beginning sitting on the line, Qaf, middle, sitting on the line as well, with the extension coming from the previous one, extension ready for the final format, extension, and then Qaf. That's a Qaf, Qaf, and Qaf. Let's join them. Nice loop for me. Qaf, nice one. Qaf, Qaf, and Qaf. Now the next letter is Kaf. Kaf in isolate format, so straight line, spread it on top of the line and curve it slightly. Write Hamza inside it. That's a small c with a tail. That's Kaf, isolate format. The next is Kaf, the beginning. Kaf in the beginning. Kaf, again, spread it. This time, don't curve the ending of the extension. Instead, put the line across like this. And that line is in compensation. You compensate for the Hamza, which you are not allowed to put inside it now. So Kaf, isolate. We have this small Hamza inside it. But Kaf, at the beginning, without anything inside it, Hamza, and you don't curve that line or extension, just leave it like that, extended. Kaf, the middle, extension is coming from the previous letter. You write it the same way as the Kaf at the beginning. So go up, down, extend it, and then put the line on top of it. Kaf at the end, now in its usual position, usual shape. So you see we come back to as it used to be at the beginning. Extend is in the joint form now. Let's write all three. So you just in one go, you say Kaf, Kaf, Kaf. Then you go back, line, line, and the Hamza. So don't start with this line. You formulate your shape first. You do Kaf, Kaf, Kaf. Go back, put line, and then the Hamza. If you have to put vowel, then you apply the vowel on them or below them as necessary. That's Kaf. Now the next letter is Lam. Lam, you have your straight line, go below the line, come back again, hook it back and stop. See how that is different completely from the Kaf. The Kaf is still sitting on top of the line and it's more spread and it has Hamza inside it. But Lam, no. Lam at the beginning, you stay on the line, spread it around, no other things required. The middle, extension from previous letter, Lam, again sit on the line and extend it. final one, extension, write your lam to look like the first isolate format. Join them, lam, extension, and last one. It looks very suspiciously like a saying, but it's not, because you have this. So that's lam and lam and lam. Meme. Attention please. How to write this meme. Meme sometimes can be very tricky to some people, for some people. Right, meme. Isolate format. Write your meme smaller, round, but clockwise. Close it up and just drop down. So the final movement is this. Except you are starting from the top, from the head, going clockwise, close it up, and then you do that drop. And that's your meme in isolate format. Meme in the beginning. This time, go anti-clockwise. You start going the other way around, this way, head down, and then like that. That's meme at the beginning. Meme in the middle, be careful, this is your extension coming from previous one. You are going slightly upward. Why? To create this space for the meme. You see what I'm doing now? This is extension going up, then you reverse, you go backward, go around and close that meme, and then reverse, then go again. You can, that meme now has been written like it's been below, rather than, don't do this, don't go this way. You just go extension, create, buffer that, you know, that's a space there, close it up, and again do that. Now, the meme at the end, the extension is coming, again do the same thing, reverse, close it up, and then do your usual dropping. Drop like that. When you put them together, meme, anti-clockwise, go down, up, reverse, close it up, reverse, go, close it up, and drop. So you have your meme nicely tucked in the middle like that. Lam, meme. Now noon, that's easy one. Noon, we're having noon, dot, isolate format. Noon at the beginning, you do noon, that's your extension. Middle, extension, noon, the middle. The end, extension, and then final noon. Join, noon, noon, noon. In one go, go back and put your dot, dot. Now, if you look at the noon, the beginning, and noon, the middle, let me call your attention to something very interesting. If you put this line, that can easily be what? What are the letters you can make at the beginning for that? Of course, can be known, put your dot there. Can also be ba. You put your dot there. But if you put two dots above, that's your ta at the beginning. If you put your three dots, that's tha. So the same shape in the beginning format can be really known, one dot. It can be ba with one dot below. It can be ta with two dots above, or tha with three dots. The middle is the same, extension, and then the middle, this shape. It can be known as it is. It can be ba. It can be ta. It can be tha. So if I write this, known, 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 This one has to be known, final format. But this one, I could just simply put tada, the two dots, and I can put bada, or I can put further. So be aware that the hand movement of writing ba and ta and tha and noon at the beginning and in the middle is the same shape. It's just the dot which would differentiate what is what. Okay? I just thought I mentioned that. Alright then. Now we've done now meme and noon. The next is ha, the soft H. Relax, you relax. It's not that's the two upside down kind of shape. This is you relax. So ha, isolate format of ha is actually this one. That's ha in isolate format. Remember we talked about that before, and when it's like that, it's not ta. If you put two dots there, that will be ta. But this is ha, isolate format. Beginning is this. How do you write that? Is as you start as if you are writing dal. So you do, you see, that's dal. And then you continue to go, that's your ha. So let's have a look at that again in normal speed. So you do, that's ha. That's the extension is to join the next letter to the left. Middle one, right, bear with me, how to write the middle ha. Okay, this extension come in. I'm going to write it first and then explain it. What is happening is you have extension here. You go back. You go. And then you come back again on yourself. So stay on line, come back on line. So you can do. Okay, do that again, normal speed. That's ha, middle shape of the ha. Now watch the way I do it again, please. Extension. That's the ha, the middle. Ha, the end, extension, right. We did that before as well. That's ha. You go this way, and then as if you're writing like a C to close it up. Okay? So that's the ha, the end, join format. Ha, ha, ha. So we have ha, 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 ha. Last one is ya, because we have done wa already. Ya, ya also behaves similar to what I said about ba and ta and fa and noon at the beginning and the middle. We'll see that in a minute. So let's start with ya in isolate format. You know how to do that perfectly, all right? That's ya, two dots. Ya beginning is the same as if you're going to write noon or ya or ta or tha in the beginning. So you just put two dots there. So I'll do that again for you. So the ya at the beginning is the same shape as when you write your ba at the beginning, or ta, or tha, or na. It's the same. Middle one also the same. That's the extension. The middle one, two dots. Remember, if you do that, you can put two dots, that's ya. If you put two dots there, it's ta. Three dots is tha. One dot below is ba. So remember that ba, ta, tha, noon, and ya, they are the same shape at the beginning and in the middle. It's only you apply appropriate dots. Now that's ya, ya at the end, of course, extension, and then final format, like the original one. Now join them now. Ya, ya, ya. That's ya, ya, and ya. And guess what? Yeah, we finish. So you've now learned how to join all your letters right from alif, ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha, dal, ذال, را, زين, سين, شين, صاد, ضاد, طا, ظا, عين, غين, فاء, قاف, كاف, لام, ميم, نون, ها, واو. Yeah, well done. And the final one is on page 24 to page 27. The next time we meet, we are going to show you some of these pages and reading practice and writing practice from our book Arabic from the beginning. See you next time, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. And it's very important in Arabic because Arabic is a very, very friendly language indeed. Let's look at this S with dots below, and that means sword, letter sword, representing this letter so. So S, the dot underneath, meaning Sabahul Khair. Sabah meaning morning, Khair goodness. Sabahul Khair, morning of goodness. And reply, Sabahun Nur, morning of light. Nur meaning light, Khair goodness. How wonderful is this to say morning of goodness to you and morning of light. Sabahul Khair, Sabahun Nur. Masa'ul Khair, Masa, that's evening, evening of goodness. Masa'ul Khair, Masa'un Nur, evening and evening of light. So let's try this together. Sabahul Khair, give me the reply. Sabahun Nur. Masa'ul Khair, Masa'un Nur. One more time. Sabahul Khair, Sabahun Nur. Masa'ul Khair, Masa'un Nur. You try it now for me. Sabahul Khair, Sabahun Nur. Masa'ul Khair, Masa'un Nur. So go and practice that with anybody you know learning Arabic or an Arab person. Just say Sabahul Khair. They will say to you Sabahun Nur. Masa'ul Khair, Masa'un Nur. Right, let's continue what we are doing. Here we have further phrases to say, useful one, such as, how are you, speaking to a man. Kaifa is how. Haluk, that's mean your condition, how, yawm, that's mean today. Kaifa haluka al-yawm, how are you today. Kaifa haluka, that's ka, that's addressing to a man. You will see what's happened now when we are addressing the same thing to a lady. We say ki at the end. Here, kaifa ha, that's your ha, H with dot there. Kaifa haluka al-yawm, how are you today. So al-yawm means today. To a woman, kaifa is the same, which is how. That's your interrogative particle, how. Haluki, as opposed to haluka. So to a man, you're saying kaifa halukal yawm, So a woman, كيف حالك اليوم? The reply is neutral here. بخير. Alhamdulillah. Fine. I'm full of goodness. Praise be to God. كيف حالك اليوم? بخير. Alhamdulillah. A man and a woman can reply the same way. Fine. Or I'm full of goodness in me. And that is, and then praise be to God. I thank Allah for this. كيف حالك اليوم؟ بخير الحمد لله. كيف حالك اليوم؟ بخير الحمد لله. So, for a man, I say to you, كيف حالك اليوم? And your reply will be, بخير الحمد لله. If you're a lady, I'm speaking to you now, كيف حالك اليوم? And the answer is the same, بخير الحمد لله. Right, next step or next page is وأنت. You may remember this before. وأنت, wa means and, anta means you, speaking to a male. كيف حالك? How are you? وأنت كيف حالك? وأنت, now you are speaking to a female. Wa and anti, you. كيف حالك? So look at all the ending is tailored to the person you are speaking to in terms of gender. Anta becomes anti. حالك becomes حالك. So وأنت كيف حالك? وأنت كيف حالك? So وأنت كيف حالك? وأنت كيف حالك? Reply لا بأس. شكرا. لا بأس. Not bad. شكرا. Thank you. So you have option. If I say يا طالب كيف حالك اليوم? You can say لا بأس. Not bad. شكرا. Thank you. Or بخير. الحمد لله. I'm fine. Full of goodness. Praise be to God. So you have option there. وأنت كيف حالك? وأنت كيف حالك? لا بأس. الحمد لله. Or لا بأس. شكرا. Now, quick revision from the beginning. So I say to you, يا طالب السلام عليكم. You say وعليكم السلام يا أستاذ. ما اسمك? You tell me your name. اسمي. You say Muhammad. I say وأنت ما اسمك يا أستاذ? I say اسمي عمران. أهلا وسهلا بك يا أستاذ عمران. أهلا وسهلا بك يا محمد. كيف حالك اليوم يا أستاذ؟ بخير الحمد لله. وأنت يا محمد كيف حالك اليوم؟ لا بأس. شكرا. So you are making progress. When you finish the conversation, you can فرصة سعيدة. تشرفنا. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. Right, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Today, inshallah, we're going to be practicing with joining letters from Alif to Ya. Now, this is page 28 of the book. Now, what is on this page is this. You have 2 letters per page, and you will see the letter under discussion in red. Also, you see a line below where you can copy the word as well. So, for instance, in this case, we have Alif with Hamza. So you have Amara. Amara is written in isolate format, followed by about to join, and then join form. Then you have below each line of words, you have a line below for you to practice copying it out. But please do ensure that when you are copying them out, you sound them, you read them as well to yourself. Now, what I intend to do for you now on the board is to go through these pages from page 28 all the way to page 41. I will be writing each word in isolate format first, the letters isolated, then show you how you can join them. At the same time, we'll be practicing the reading, so please do try as well to read, but compare your reading to mine and your writing to mine, inshallah. So let's now get that to business from page 28. So the first word on page 28 is amara. So I will say a, fatha, a, mim. So that's your mim. Let me write that one for you. You go clockwise, drop it, and ama, and then ra, amara. Join them, a, ma, ra, amara. Remember, your naughty letters cannot be extended to the left. That's why you see that one is alif is standing alone. Amara, amara. Next is sa'ala. Sin on its own, fatha, alif with hamza, fatha, lam. Sa'ala, sa'ala. Join form, sin, alif, lam. Go back to put sa, hamza on top of that, fatha, la. Sa'ala. Alif also cannot be joined. You can see it's not extended to the left. Sa'ala. Next is qara'a. Qa, ra, a. Qa, ra, a. So put this one on top properly. Qara'a. Join form, qa, ra, a. Qa, ra, a. Qara'a. Note that this is alif, the beginning, alif in the middle, and alif at the end. That's going through all the words like that. Each letter is treated to show you its position, how to write them at the beginning, the middle, and the end. So the next after a is ba. So we're going to write bala'a. Ba, isolate, lam, isolate, ain, isolate. Join, ba, la, a, ba, la, a, bala'a. In the book, you will see each word with its meanings in English. But to be honest, the aim here is not to learn the vocabulary. You may if you want, but the emphasis in this particular book is to teach you thoroughly, to give you a good foundation how to know your alphabet, learn alphabet, how to write it correctly, and how to read correctly. Because at the end of the Arabic from the book, from the beginning book part 1, you should be able to, inshallah, if you follow the course very thoroughly, you should be able to read fluently any Arabic text, providing that there is all the vowels on them, fatha, kasra, dhamma, and the rest. So I wouldn't worry too much about the meaning for now, but you may if you want, that's fine. So qara'a, bala'a, bala'a. Ba in the middle now is next one. Ba, la'a, beginning, and shabi'a, sha, bi, a. Shabi'a, 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 shabi'a. That's ba in the middle. Now the next one is ba at the end. Ka, ta, ba, kataba. So we have kaf at the beginning. Ta, ba, kataba. Ka, ta, ba. Ka, ta, ba. Kataba. So ba, the beginning, ba, the middle, and ba at the end. Now let's now proceed to page 29 and start with letter ta. So ta at the beginning, ta'iba. So we have ta, beginning, ta, ain, I, and then ba, ta'iba. Join it, ta, I, ba. That's a ta, and that's your ain, and that's your ba. Ta'iba. Ta in the middle, shatama. We have sha, ta, ma. Shatama. Sha, ta, ma. Shatama. So sha, ta, ma. Shatama. We put as the dot. So ta'iba, shatama. Now we need ta at the end, like nabata, nabata. Na, ba. Let's formulate our ba properly. Ba, and then ta. Nabata. Na, ba, ta. Join them. Na, ba, ta. Na, ba, ta. Nabata. So that's page 29. We have ta'iba, shatama, nabata. And that gives us the beginning for ta, the middle for ta, and the end for ta. Now continue now on page 29. We're going to do letter tha, the beginning, the middle, the end. So thabata. Tha. Let's just formulate that properly. Tha. Tha. Ba. Ta. Thabata. Join. Tha, ba, ta. Tha, ba, ta. Thabata. Now we need tha, the middle. Nathara. Na, tha, ra. Nathara. Na, tha, ra. Na, tha, ra. Nathara. Hand movement. Now we need tha at the end, like a, b, tha. A, b, tha. Oops. A, b, tha. So we have a, b, and tha. A, b, tha. Join. A, b, tha. A, b, tha. Abitha. That's your tha, beginning. Tha, ba, ta. Middle, na, tha, ra. Na, tha, ra. At the end, a, b, tha. A, b, tha. The next letter after ba, tha is jim. So we're going to do jim, beginning, the end, and the middle as well. So let's go. Jim, the first one in the middle, at the beginning is jabuna, for instance. Ja, bu, na. Jabuna. Jabu, na. Jabu, na. Jabuna. Jim, the middle, sajada. Sa, ja, da. Sa, ja, da. Note how I stop to write a jim on top of the chair. For instance, this sajada is saying, that sin is providing the chair on which I'm going to write the jim. So sa ja da, sa ja da, sajada. Now jim at the end is the next one. Now we have sa ja nataja, for instance, nataja, jim at the end, na ta ja, nataja, na ta ja, na ta ja. Again, the jim, the final format, was written on top of the chair provided by ta, like this. That's na ta. That's a chair on which the jim is going to sit. So I stop and I reposition my hand, write it on top of the chair, and you have the result. Na ta ja, nataja. So jim beginning, jim middle, jim at the end. The next is ha. Let's have a look. So the next now is ha, which is the same family as jim and ha. So they're going to be the same, way you formulate them, but just the different kind of word, really. So the ha, the first ha in the beginning is, let's say, hamida. Ha, mi, da. Hamida. Ha, mi, da. Ha, mi, da. Look at how the meme is written in the middle. One more time. So ha, you provide space for the meme, go back, close it up, go down, and write your done. Hamida. Hamida. Now that's ha at the beginning. Now we're going to do ha in the middle shortly. So ha, mi, da, ha, mi, da, ha, mi, da. Now let's do the ha now in the middle. It's like a what is in the book? It will be sahaba for us. I think sahaba. Sa, ha, ba. Sahaba. Sa, ha, ba. Now you see the way I will stop to write this ha on top of the chair. So sa, ha, and then ba. Sa, ha, ba. Sahaba. After the sahaba, we have masaha. Like in the masaha, ma, mim, ma, sa, ha. Ma, sa. Again, stop to write the ha on top of the chair. Ma, sa, ha. Masaha. Well done. So you have now the ha, the beginning, ha, middle, and the ha at the end. Next letter is kha, which is from the same family. So we're now moving to page 31. Yeah, page 31 of the book. The masaha, of course, was on page 30. Now, page 31, we start with letter kha on page 31. So we have the first letter is kha. That's khasira. We have kha, si, ra. Kha, si, ra. Kha, si, ra. Khasira. Letter kha, the middle, bakhila. Ba, khi, la. Bakhila. Ba, khi, la. Bakhila. Again, you're writing the kha because in the middle, on top of the chair, as explained before. Bakhila. Now we look at the kha at the end. After bakhila, we need nasakha. Na, sa, kha. Na, sa, kha. Na, sa, kha. Na, sa, kha. So it is vital to remember that the letter jim and ha and kha, when they are written in the middle or at the end, the joint format, you need to stop and position them on the chair provided for them by the previous letter, by the letter before them. Right, carry on page 31. Let's do letter Dal now. So Dal at the beginning, dakhala, dakhala. So dakhala, dakhala. Dal is a naughty letter, therefore it cannot be extended to join the letter to the left. Dakhala. We have Dal, the middle, nadima. Na, di, ma. Nadima. Na, di, ma. Nadima. Again, Dal cannot be extended to join the letter to the left. Nadima. Sanada. Dal, the end. Sa, na, da. Sa, na, da. Sa, na, da. Because Dal now, so the end and the noun and the same, they are all friendly letter, they're joined. Sa, na, da. Dal beginning, Dal middle, Dal at the end. Sa, na, da. Let's now proceed to page 32. And start with letter Dhal. Dhakhara, 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 Dhakhara. Again, you cannot extend the Dhal to the left. Dhal in the middle, Nadhara. Na, the ra, nadara, na, the ra, nadara. So again, you cannot extend the dhal to join the ra. Let's make sure we have enough space. Not too much, but because there is one word. So nadara, nadara. So that's nadara, nadara. Now, continue now on page 32. We're going to do dhal at the end, like akhadha. Let's do akhadha here. A, kha, dha. Akhadha. A, kha, dha. Akhadha. You cannot extend the alif to join to the left. So we start the kha and akhadha. So dhal at the end, we have dha at the beginning, dhakhara, dha in the middle, nadhara, and dhal at the end, akhadha. The next letter should be ra. Let's clear the board first. Right, we continue on page 32 now, and we start with letter Ra. Ra at the beginning. Let's see what's the first letter there. Rakiba. Ra, ki, ba. Rakiba. Ra, Rakiba. You go back and do your vowels. Ra, ki, ba. Remember how we changed the curve from this shape to this shape. You're compensating the for lack of hamza in the middle with the alif on top. So right, one more time. Ra, ki, ba. Go back to do your curve. Put your vowel. Ra, ki, ba. Rakiba. Now we're going to write Ra, the middle now. So that's Ra at the beginning, we've done. The middle, we have Shariba. Sha, Ri, Ba. Shariba. Sha, Ri, Sha, Ri, Ba. Again, the Ra cannot be extended to the left. Shariba. Shariba. Now, ra at the end, sha'ara. Sha, ain, a, ra. Sha'ara. Sha, a, sha, a, ra. Sha'ara. Note how the ain in the middle has changed the shape slightly. You need to be flat. The head, sha'ara. One more time for the ain to see how it's written. Sha, that's the ain, flat. So that's the close. Sha'ara. 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 Zafara is the first one. Za, fa, ra. Zafara. Let's join them where it is appropriate. Za or zain is a naughty letter, cannot be extended to the left. Therefore, we write fa and join. Zafara. Zafara. Zain in the middle. Lazima. La, zi, ma. Lazima. Joined la, zi, ma. La, zi, ma. Lazima. That's a zain in the middle. Zain in the end, ajiza. A, ji, za. Ajiza. A, ji, a, ji, za. Ajiza. Note how the jim is sitting on top of the chair provided. So we have ajiza, ajiza, ajiza. So we done ra, zain, ra. The next letter is sin. Sin, the beginning, sami'a. Sa, mi, a. Sami'a. Join sa. Look how I'm preparing the room for the meme to go like a sort of below the line a little bit. So prepare that, reverse your hand movement, pencil or pen, and do your ayn. So sa, mi, a. Sami'a. Now sin in the middle. Kasaba, for instance. Kasaba. Kasaba. Kaf, sin, and sa, fatha. Ba. Kasaba. Joined. Remember that the kaf needs to change shape in the joint form. So we have ka, sa, ba. All in one go. Go back to finish off the ka. And then apply your vowel. Ka, sa, ba. Kasaba. That's your sin in the middle. Sin in the end will be abasa. A, ba, sa. Abasa. A, ba, sa. A, ba, sa. Abasa. So sin, beginning, sin, middle, sin, the end. We start on page 34 with letter shin. Shin, we start with shin, the beginning, a shin with dhamma, becomes shu. Fa with kasra, fi. Shu, fi, and then ya, fatha. Shufiya. Join nicely. Continue. Let's write that ya in different format at the end to make sure that you see what's going on. Shufiya. So write Shufiya. Go back. Put your vowel. Shufiya. That's Shin, the beginning. Shin in the middle. Nashifa. Na. She. Fa. Nashifa. Nashifa. Join. Na. She. Fa. Na. She. Fa. Nashifa. That's your shin in the middle. Shin at the end. Naqasha. Na. Qa. Sha. Naqasha. Joint form. Na. Qa. Sha. Na. Naqasha. Naqasha. Still on page 34, we start letter Sod. So in the beginning, Sobara. So, ba, ra. Sobara. Join. So, ba, ra. So, ba, ra. Here, let me call your attention to something in Sod. You notice that here, I retain this corner of Sod before I extend it to make the next letter. That's necessary. That must be, retained. This corner. From there, you extend it. So, Sobara. So what you mustn't do this. That's not a sword. To make sword, you need to retain that corner. Okay? Just need to to call your attention to that. So Sabara at the beginning of sword. See sword in the middle. Nasara. Na. Sa. Ra. Nasara. Join form. Na. Remember that you need to reposition your hand when writing sword in the joint format in the middle. So say na, sa, ra. Na, sa, ra. Nasara. Sword at the end, naqasa. Na, qa, sa. Naqasa. Join. Na, qa, sa. Na, qa, sa. Naqasa. That's marked the end of page 34. On page 35, we start letter Dod. Dod, at the beginning. Dha, dhahik, dhahika. ضحك. ضاد. as ضاد. ح with كسرة. حي. ك. ضحك. join. ض. حي. ك. ضحك. ضحك. Look at dot in the middle. Na, bui, ja. Nadija. Na, bui, ja. Nadija. Join. Na, bui, ja. Na, bui, ja. نضج. Now dot at the end, خفض. 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 Joined. خفض. 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 Still on page 35. Next letter is ط. طلب. ط لا ب. طلب. Join. ط لا ب. طلب. طلب. ط in the middle. لطف. لا تو ف. لطف. لا تو ف. لا تو ف. لطف. طو at the end. مشط. ما شا طه. مشط. Join. Go anti-clockwise with your meme in a join format. ما شا طه. مشط. ما شا طه. مشط. Next letter, we now move to page 36, and that is ظ. ظ. ظهر. ظ. ها ر. ظهر. Join. ظ ها ر. ظهر. ظهر. ظ in the middle. نظر. ن ظ ر. نظر. Join. ن ظ ر. ن ظ ر. نظر. The next one, حفظ, to make the at the end. Ha fi the. حفظ. Let's write it in the join format. Ha fi the. Ha fi the. حفظ. Now, still on page 36, the next letter is عين. عين at the beginning. عمل. لا. عمل. لا. عمل. عمل. That's عين at the beginning. عين in the middle will be لعب. 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 Let's try and join that. لعب. 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 Now we have لمع, the عين, the end. لمع. 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 لمع لمع. That's conclude page 36. Now page 37 we start with letter غين. غين, the beginning, غسل, غ س لا غسل. Join غ س لا غ س لا. Now we need to do غين in the middle. صغر ص غو ر صغر. Join ص غو ر ص غو ر صغر. غين in the end. با لا غ با لا غ بلغ. Join با لا غ با لا غ بلغ. So we're done now. Ain, Ghain. Next letter is Fa. 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 The beginning. We're still on page 37. So we have Falata. Fa. Fa. Falata. Let's make sure that our lam comes right below the line before we got it up. So fa la ta. Falata. Join fa la ta. Fa la ta. Falata. The next is qafaza. Fa in the middle. Qa fa za. Qafaza. Joined qa fa za. Qa fa za. Qafaza. Now we need fa at the end. Qatafa. So qa ta fa. Qa ta fa. Qatafa. Join qa ta fa. Qa ta fa. Qatafa. That's conclude page 37. Next, on page 38, we start with letter Qaf. Qaf. So Qaf, the beginning will be Qabila. Qa, B, La. Qabila. Join Qa, B, La. Qa, B, La. Qabila. Let's now do Qaf in the middle. Faqada. Faqada. Fa qa da. Faqada. Let's join that. Fa qa da. Fa qa da. Faqada. Now qaf at the end is nataqa. Na ta qa. Nataqa. Joined na ta qa. Na ta qa. Nataqa. So we've done now qaf, beginning, middle, and end. So the next is kaf. Kaf at the beginning, katama. Ka, ta, ma. Katama. Join ka, ta, ma. Complete your kaf, ka, ta, ma. katama. Kaf in the middle, sakana. Sa, ka, na. Sakana. Let's join that. Sa, ka, na. Sa, ka, na. Sakana. We're looking for kaf at the end, like a massacre, for instance. Massacre. Ma, sa, ka. Massacre. Joined. Ma, sa, ka. Ma, sa, ka. Massacre. With that, we've concluded now page 38. On page 39, we start with letter lam. La, bi, sa. La, bi, sa. Labisa. Join. La, bi, sa. Labisa. Lam in the middle. Salaba. Sa, la, ba. Salaba. Join form. Sa, la, ba. Sa, la, ba. Lam in the end will be fashila. Fa, shi, la. Fashila. Fa, shi, la. Fashila. Let's join that. Fa, shi, la. Fa, shi, la. Fashila. The next letter will be mim. After the lam follows mim. Mim at the beginning, mana'a. Ma, na, a. Mana'a. Join. Ma, na, a. Ma, na, a. Mana'a. Let's look at for mim in the middle. Somata. Sod. So, ma, ta. Somata. So, ma, ta. Somata. Let's write it in joint format. So, ma, ta. So, ma, ta. Somata. Now we're looking for mim at the end, like alima. A, li, ma. Alima. Joint form. A, li, ma. A, li, ma. Alima. With that we conclude page 39. On page 40 we start letter nun. Nasha'a. Na, sha, a. Nasha'a. Join. Na, sha, a. Na, sha, a. With that hamza on top of your alif. Nasha'a. Now we look for noon in the middle. Sona'a. So, na, a. Sona'a. Joint format. So, na, a. So, na, a. Sona'a. Noon at the end. Hazina. Ha, zi, na. Hazina. Join. Ha, zi, na. Ha, zi, na. Hazina. After the noon, the next letter is ha. We're still on page 40. Ha. Ha at the beginning, hamasa. So we have ha, now isolate, mim, and then sa. Join format, ha, ma, sa. Ha, ma, sa. Hamasa. Ha in the middle. Ha like nahada. Na, ha, da. Nahada. Join. Na, ha, da. Na, ha, da. Nahada. Ha at the end. Sa, fi, ha. Safiha. Join. Sa, fi, ha. Sa, fi, ha. Safiha. With that we conclude page 40. Page 41. We deal with letter Waw. Remember, Waw is part of the naughty letters, cannot be extended to the left. Wasala. Wa, sa, la. Wasala. Join format. Wa, sa, la. Wa, sa, la. Wasala. Waw in the middle, such as ta and waw and ya. Tu, we, ya. For example, so we have tu, we, ya. Tu, we, ya. Join format. Tu, we, ya. Tu, we, ya. Tu, we, ya. Waw at the end, we can, example of that would be like Ghain and Zain and Waw. Mathalan, so we write Ghain, the Fatha, Gha. Now we have Zain and we have Waw. Now when we join that together, for instance, it will be, becomes that's the way that will be joined together. Now you may be wondering, what is sound? So the sound we're going to deal with now, we're just going to put the fatha on Gha. We will explain this sound later on, which is sukun. It will be explained later, and we will know how to pronounce that. But let's leave it at that. Important things now is to really, join the letter properly. So ghazw, ghazw. The next one is, we have done waw. Now, ya. End of alphabet, ya. So, yarithu, for instance, yarithu. Ya, ri, thu. Yarithu. Joined. Ya, ri, thu. Ya, ri, thu. Yarithu. Ya in the middle. We have bait, for instance. We have ba. We have this here with sukun on it. We will explain that later. And then we have the ta. We can put two there. Baitu. So bay, bay, two. That will be explained. That sukun, don't panic, it will be explained later on. So bait. Now we need ya at the end to conclude the alphabet. So bait, the next one is nasiya. Na, si, ya. Nasiya. That's ya at the beginning, at the end. Nasiya. Let's join that. Na, si, ya. Na, si, ya. Nasiya. Now, I'm confident now that you can join all your letters from alif to ya in any order. You know what to do, and you are now becoming experts in how to write Arabic in a joint format. No more separate letters. Alhamdulillah. Well done. Shukran. Ma'a salama. Ila liqa. Shy. T. Shy. Shy bina'na. Shy bina'na. Na'na, that's mint. Shy bina'na. Mint tea. Qahwa. Qahwa. Coffee. Shy bina'na. قهوة. قهوة عربية. Arabic coffee. قهوة عربية. ماء. water. ماء بارد. cold water. بارد, that's in cold. ماء, water. ماء بارد. عصير. عصير بالصاد. عصير, juice. عصير برتقال, orange juice. عصير برتقال. برتقال is orange. Now let's try. شاي. شاي بنعنع. قهوة. قهوة عربية. ماء. ماء بارد. عصير. عصير برتقال. That's good. One more time. شاي. شاي بنعنع. قهوة. قهوة عربية. ماء. ماء بارد. عصير. عصير برتقال. Request now or asking question. ماذا. ماذا تحب. What do you like? ماذا, that's what. ماذا تحب. What do you like? I'm now talking to a man. So we are dealing with verb now. تحب, that's a verb, action word, talking to a man, singular. ماذا تحب. Sometimes you hear people say ماذا تحب, a gentle ending. To a woman, ماذا, same thing, what. تحبين. ماذا تحبين. When using verb, action word, and you're speaking to a singular woman, you ending with ina at the end. So ماذا تحب becomes ماذا تحبين. What do you like? Feminine singular. Reply, as usual, the first person, the speaker, there's no gender involved. أحب, I like. لا أحب, I don't like. لا on its own can mean no, but when combined with this becomes I don't like. لا أحب, and then you name what you do not like. أحب, I like. لا أحب, I don't like. ولكن, but, however. ماذا تحب. ماذا تحبين. Now I'm talking to you as طالب, a learner, male, I will say to you, ماذا تحب? If I'm speaking to you as a learner, female, طالبة, ماذا تحبين? The reply will be أحب, regardless of the gender. لا أحب. أحب, I like. لا أحب, I don't like. ولكن, but, or however. Now, we've just learned a couple of vocabulary words about tea, coffee, water, juice. Now, let's now see how we can put that into practice. Now, I'm talking to you now as طالب, male. ماذا تحب? Your answer is أحب الشاي. Now, I'm speaking to you now as طالبة, you female. ماذا تحبين؟ أحب قهوة عربية. أحب قهوة عربية. Okay. وماذا تحب يا طالب؟ أحب ماء بارد. ماء بارد. ماذا تحبين يا طالبة؟ أحب عصير برتقال. أحب عصير برتقال. Now, let's now say أحب, I like, شاي, tea, ولكن, but, لا أحب عصير برتقال. أحب قهوة, ولكن لا أحب شاي. I like coffee, but I don't like tea. ماذا تحب؟ ماذا تحبين؟ أحب, I like. لا أحب, I don't like. ولكن, but, and then you complete the sentence. Well done. Right, we're now on page 42 and page 43. What is required here is to practice with joining letters. Previously, we've shown you the letters in isolate format, and then demonstration how they are about to join, and then the final product in joined forms. Here you have letters in isolate format. It's what is required from you is to read these letters and write them on the line provided in a joined format. Let's start with page 42. Fa-ta-ha, fataha. You can see the example here is joined now. Fa-ta-ha, fataha. Fa-ta-ha, fataha. Twice. You see the arrow pointing to where you need to join the three letters as appropriate. I'm reading across the page. Qa-ta-a, qata'a. Akala, akala. Shariba, shariba. Dahika, dahika. La'iba, la'iba. Sahaba, sahaba. Dafa'a, dafa'a. Hafara, hafara. Zara'a, zara'a. Wazana, wazana. Ghasala, ghasala. Page 43. Again, reading across the page. Do the same thing, that read and copy the letters in a joint format. Labisa, labisa. Kana, نس كنس كتب كتب قرأ قرأ ركض ركض سبح سبح صعد صعد نزل نزل طبخ طبخ جلس جلس ركب ركب حمل حمل. Page 44. I'll be reading downward now rather than across the page. علم علم ذهب ذهب قعد قعد جمع جمع وجد وجد عبر عبر مرض مرض عثر عثر فرش فرش رسم رسم هبط هبط جهل جهل رجع رجع قشر قشر لقي لقي فحص فحص خلق خلق أسف أسف رفض رفض خرج خرج حصد حصد وهب وهب. Page 45. ربح ربح سقط سقط صعب صعب برد برد ستر ستر حشد حشد فهم فهم نظف نظف غضب غضب حدث حدث كره كره ركع ركع حضر حضر ربط ربط سهل سهل سخن سخن كشف كشف قبح قبح كسر كسر وسخ وسخ رضي رضي فني فني رقص رقص قصد قصد. End of page 45. Page 46 to page 47. نشط نشط ملأ ملأ عدل عدل عقل عقل بعد بعد لفظ لفظ نجح نجح غرس غرس صرخ صرخ وقع وقع هدف هدف كسل كسل خشن خشن رفع رفع كمل كمل قرب قرب سكت سكت رسب رسب قلع قلع درس درس وعد وعد نقل نقل. Page 47. صلح صلح سفه سفه فرح فرح سمن سمن دفن دفن كتب كتب سعيد سعيد كبر كبر حلق حلق جشع جشع بدأ بدأ قلق قلق فسد فسد فتح فتح سمح سمح نحف نحف طرق طرق عمي عمي شقي شقي شكر شكر ذكر ذكر طبع طبع وقف وقف قطع قطع. End of page 47. Page 48 and 49 of the book dealing with tenween. Tenween means doubling of the short vowel, nonation. Remember, we have fatha on top of a letter sans a, kasra below a letter sans e, dhamma above a letter sans o. If we double a, and that's called tenween fatha, doubling of short vowel fatha, it now becomes an. So a is a single one, double is an. E, double it becomes in. E, an. The dhamma o, if we double that, becomes un. Now the double of dhamma usually written this way. I'm going to write it in a bigger shape for you to see clearly, but usually written smaller. So the movement will be like this way, and then it's gone that way. That's the, it stands for double un. So, but it's usually is smaller size like that. That is standing for un. That's double o. So tenween fatha an, tenween kasra in, tenween dhamma un. Notes on this tenween. Number one, tenween only found, you only find tenween at the end of word, last letter of the word. You cannot find tenween. Tenween will not be placed at the beginning or in the middle. It will be last letter of a particular word. And the reason why we use tenween will be explained to you much later. Now, second note, when tenween fatha is used, by convention, you find alif put next to it like this, and that is a silent alif. You do not have to make any effort to try to pronounce that. That's just there by convention, and it needs to be there. Except, of course, if the letter which is carrying tenween fatha is something like ta marbuta. In this case, alif is not required to be placed. You will not find alif next to it. So now let's apply that the tenween now on several letters just to practice. If we take letter Jim, for instance, we write Jim. I can put un, that's Jun. Another Jim, put in, that's Jin. And another Jim, this time two fatha, Jan. Note how I place the alif there. By convention is to be there. Everything, and it's joined automatically. So don't forget the rule joining letters. So that's Jun, Jin, Jan. Let's try another one. You read with me, please. Yep. Shun, Shin, Shan. Shun, Shin, Shan. So Shun, Shin, Shan. Here you note that I wrote the Dhamma separately, but as I said, most of when you type in Arabic, you find it in the book, usually written with this. When you see Dhamma with a wiggly at the end, that's standing for to Dhamma. Let's try another one. Run, sin, sun. Run, sin, sun. Run, sin, sun. One more. Bin, run, lan. That's lam and alif, because you need to write that alif to support the an. That brings me to an explanation point. The lam and alif is written sometimes, which is actually better when you are writing. You write your lam, extend it, and then put your alif inside it. That's la. If it's two fatha, that's lan. Sometimes you find lam and alif written differently. Lam, and then the alif becomes just wrapped around the lam, so it becomes lan. Sometimes just simply write it like this, lan. So, but in most cases, it's easier for you just stick with the lam extended and write alif inside it. That's much better and easier and no complication. But if you see it like that, in particular in the Quran al-Kareem, you will see in the Quran, the Holy Quran, lam alif is most of the time is there. So don't be confused. That's lam and that's alif, just a calligraphic way to wrap it around the lam and so on. So note that particular point. Right, so what we're going to do now is there are about some words on page 49, real words which really have some tanween, fatha, kasra, dhamma on them. You will see that on page 49, but I'm going to put some of it on the board for you to practice reading with tanween. Okay, let's have a look at that. Page 49 we're going to be doing shortly. So page 49, we have some words. Number one, we have this. When I'm writing, try your best to read after me and then I will confirm your reading. That's alif. Yes, ahadan. Ahadan. Kutuban. Kutuban. Well done. Akhan. Good. Akhan. Udhunin. أذنين أذنين. جدلا جدلا جدلا. Note how I put alif there, and alif there, and alif there. Now, one more. Samakatun, samakatun, samakatun. One more. Yeah, like subulan, subulan. So ahadan, kutuban, akhan, udhunin, jadalan, subulan, samakatun. Oh, let's try. Why not? Shajarin, shajarin, shajarin. Unuqan, unuqan. So that's a bit of practice for you. Inshallah, shortly we're going to be reading page 48 and 49 to reinforce a recognition of tanween and reading of the words carrying tanween. That will be done shortly, inshallah. I hope now you are now in control of how to use your single vowel as well as double vowel. So ahadan, kutuban, akhan, udhunin, jadalan, subulan, samakatun, unuqan, shajarin. Page 48 and 49, tanween, nonation. That's now to practice our tanween, which is doubling of the short vowel. Let's start from here. The an, in, un. Look at the way the double O is written. That's un, an, in, un. Ban, bin, bun. Tan, tan. The first ta had double a, that's tan. The second one, that's ta marbuta, has double an as well, but without the alif. Tan, tan, tin, tin. Tun, tun. Than, thin, thun. Jan, jin, jun. Han, hin, hun. Khan, khin, khun. Dan, din, dun. Than, thin, thun. Ran, rin, run. Zan, zin, zun. San, sin, sun. Shan, shin, shun. Son, sin, sun. Don, din, dun. Ton, twin, tun. Dhon, dhin, dhun. An, ain, un. Ghan, ghin, ghun. Fan, fin, fun. Qon, qin, qun. Kan, kin, kun. Lan, look at the lam with the alif with the wrap around the lam. That's lam and alif. Lan, lin, lun. Man, min, mun. Nan, nin, nun. Han, hin, hun. Wan, win, wun. Yan, yin, yun. Now you have groups of letters now to make words, and you need to copy that out. Each letter at the end, they have tanween. So you need to write them in joint format and read them as well. So let's try it and practice the reading. Ahadan, ahadan, ahadan. Kutubin, kutubin. You need to join them, of course. Akhan, akhan. Udhunin, jadalan, subulan. Ma'idatan, samakatun. قدما شجر عنقا ذقن. End of page 49. Lip, you as a man. ماذا تريد? Now you've learned verb, action word تحب. Now you have تريد. What would you like? What do you like? What do you want? So you can use turidu, what would you like, or what do you want? ماذا تريد? ماذا تحب? ماذا تريدين? Remember, when you are speaking to a singular female, face to face, you end your action word, verb, with ina. Turidu, speaking to a male. Turidina, speaking to a female. Tuhibbu becomes tuhibbina. Mada turidina? Reply, no gender involved. Uridu, just as you said before, uhibbu. Here, uridu, I would like or I want. And then min fadlik, please. من فضلك. ماذا تريد؟ أريد الشاي من فضلك. ماذا تريدين؟ أريد قهوة عربية من فضلك. Well done. This is to say I prefer. We learn أحب, أريد. Now we're going to learn أفضل. أفضل, I prefer. شاي بنعنع من فضلك. Remember, شاي as tea, بنعنع with mint. من فضلك, please. Minty, please. قهوة عربية من فضلك. Arabic coffee, please. بسكر, with milk, with sugar. بسكر, with sugar. Or بدون, without سكر, without sugar. بسكر بدون سكر, with sugar or without sugar. بسكر والحليب. بسكر, with sugar. Now wa, if you remember before, wa mean and. والحليب, حليب, milk. بسكر والحليب. بدون سكر, without sugar. Or بدون حليب, without milk. Now, a lot to remember now. First of all, basic words. We have shy. You can say shy banana, shy with mint. Or shy بسكر, shy with sugar. Shy بالحليب, shy بالحليب, with milk, tea with milk. Shy بدون حليب, without milk. Shy بدون سكر, without sugar. قهوة عربية, so you have قهوة, coffee. You can have قهوة عربية, Arabic coffee. Now, What do you like with your Arabic coffee? قهوة عربية بسكر؟ You say, لا بدون سكر, without sugar. ولكن, but بالحليب, but with milk. So you can really use all these phrases in many, many ways. One more time. أفضل. That's the emphasis now. أفضل. I prefer. هل تريد شاي؟ لا. أفضل قهوة عربية. قهوة عربية من فضلك. بسكر أم بدون سكر؟ بسكر والحليب. بدون سكر. بدون حليب. Well done. So we are getting there. We'll do more practice in a short while. Okay, now I'm confident now. I have every confidence in you that you can start speaking Arabic to me now. Let's remember a couple of words. Do you know how to say tea in Arabic? Shai. Okay, extend that for me. Say shai with milk. Tea with milk. شاي بالحليب. شاي بالحليب. Good. Tea with sugar. شاي بسكر. Good. Tea with mint. شاي بنعنع. Good, that sounds better, isn't it? بنعنع. عين. شاي بنعنع. So we have شاي, شاي بنعنع, شاي بالحليب, شاي بسكر. شاي بدون سكر. شاي بدون حليب. Right. Coffee. Coffee. Yes. قهوة. قهوة عربية, meaning Arabic coffee. Okay, tell me coffee with milk, but without sugar. قهوة بالحليب ولكن بدون سكر. قهوة عربية بالحليب ولكن بدون سكر. Water, what's water in Arabic? ماء. Cold water. ماء. Cold. بارد. ماء بارد. Okay. What's the juice in Arabic? عصير بالصاد. عصير. Okay. عصير برتقال. What's برتقال? برتقال. Orange juice. Orange. عصير برتقال. Well done. I think you're doing extremely well. Now, what do you prefer? How to say I prefer? أفضل. أفضل شاي. Would you like tea or coffee? Say that to me in Arabic. Would you like? Okay, you can say تريد شاي أم قهوة عربية. تريد شاي أم أو قهوة عربية. أريد شاي من فضلك. أريد شاي بالحليب من فضلك. شكرا. Right, let's practice 3 verbs or action word that we've learned. One is, tell me, أحب. I like. أريد. I would like. أفضل. I prefer. So, how do you say I like? أحب. Well done. I would like. أريد. I prefer. أفضل. Put it into a sentence for me. I like tea, but I don't like coffee. أحب شاي ولكن لا أحب قهوة. I would like water. أريد ماء. Well done. I prefer orange juice. أفضل عصير برتقال. That's good. So you've learned your 3 important verbs. أحب, أريد, أفضل. ماذا تحب؟ ماذا تحبين؟ أحب. And then you name what you like. ماذا تريد؟ ماذا تريدين؟ أريد. Or you say أفضل. I prefer. Well done. We stop right here and we'll be back later. Alright then. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. Right, on page 50 we're going to be learning about long vowel. So we finish now with short vowel in single format and double format. Now long vowels. There are 3 long vowels in the Arabic. Number 1 is how to drag the R sound to become longer instead of A to becomes A. Right, we employ appropriate letter to do that. Fatha, which is A. To stretch that, to make it longer, to lengthen it, the A sound, you need additional alif. That alif is silent, but it's doing the job of lengthening the A sound. So without the alif, is A, like ba, ta, tha, ja, ha, and so on. With alif, becomes A, ba, ta, tha, and so on. To lengthen the E sound, kesra, we add ya after the kesra to make it E. E, of course, that ya, depending whether it's at the end or in the middle. If it's in the middle, it will be written like this, of course. The letters coming from here at kesra, and that's the ya to pull in the E sound to become E. So we have E when it's the letter which is carrying the kesra is at the end. If the letter carrying kesra is here, this here will pull the E sound. Now let's have a look at the U. U, which is Dhamma. That will be pulled to become longer by using wow. Ooh sound. Now the alif relates to the sound of a. Alif, a. That's why it's used to lengthen the a sound. The ya is near to the kesra e sound, so it's related e. So the ya is pulling the e sound. The u is near to the wow, is pulling the u. Ooh. So a, e, u, as opposed to a, e, u. Long vowel a, e, u. Let's apply this to each letter and see how to practice this. Now let's start with the alif itself. If we have alif, which is now a, like hamza on alif with fatha, a, short a. If that need to be lengthening to become a, we know we need to put alif there to make it longer. That's a, but in Arabic you are not allowed to write two alifs next to each other in that way. What is happening is we now transfer this alif to be on top of the a itself, so it becomes this way. You see slightly wiggly on top of it. That is not simple short vowel. It is long vowel which is being put on the alif, and that kind of action is unique to alif. When you see something like this, that's a, but when you see it like that, that's a sound. The rest of the letters easy to identify. For instance, if you take ba, that's ba, ta, fa, and so on. Let's take shin for instance, sha. Now, you don't have to put the short vowel with the long vowel. In Arabic, if you see something like this, automatically you pronounce it as ba, because this alif, there is only one vowel you're allowed to put there next to it. You cannot put kesra, you cannot put u sound. It has to be fatha. So it may not be that necessary to put it there, but it's nice. So in learning book, that's in the Arabic from the beginning, we put all the R for you, but you come across very common not to put that short R with the long vowel. Now let's now try to do the E sound. When you have that E short, it will make it longer. E. Or if I have something like this, is, for instance, let's just random letter, E. So E, you will see the lengthening letter itself will not carry any vowel. When you see the ya, if you have kesra before that ya, and ya itself is not carrying any letter, any vowel, you know that ya is there to do only one job, and that is to lengthening the E sound. So we have E, you can have B, T, G, and so on. Of course, if you have another letter coming here, it becomes this way, G, and then whatever the letter is there. So that's the principle of A and E. Let's now try to do the U. For instance, I have, this is U, short vowel, with wow, lengthening wow, U, boo, you, lu, you, and so on. U, bu, you, lu, you. They're all longer. Without the lengthening vowel, it will be u, bu, you, lu, you. With lengthening vowel, u, bu, you, lu, you. So the principle is in place now, inshallah. A, E, U. That's your lengthening. So we're going to go through all the letters now from Alif to Ya, showing you on the on this board, inshallah, with the whole lot from the beginning to the end. In front of you here you have a nicely presented poster. This is the title in Arabic, الحروف العربية مع الحركات الطويلة. The Arabic alphabet with the long vowels. You have all the alphabets in isolate format. To the left, you have alif with mad, with lengthening alif. We have waw mad, which is lengthening the oo sound. Oo. E sound, kasra, lengthened by or with this ya. E. So oo, e. So we have alif, kasra, e, mad, ya, e. Lengthening in Arabic is called mad. That means to extend something, to stretch something. Mad. E, as I explained earlier, this wiggly sign on top of the alif is sign that this has been lengthening to becomes a. It's not short vowel, this is long vowel. Oo, e, a, oo. Bo, bi, ba. Ti, tu, ta. Fa, fi, thu. Ju, ji, ja. Ha, hi, hu. Kha, khu, khi. With me. Da, du, di. Dhu, the, the, ri, ru, ra, zi, za, zu, si, sa, su, sha, shu, shi, si, so, su, di, du, do, to, tu, ti, zi, zu, zo, ru, i, a, ga, ri, ru, fa, fu, fi, qa, qu, qi, ku, ki, ka, la, li, lu. Remember how to write the lam and alif. This case, you see alif in this red is wrap around the lam to make la longer. La. As you can see, everything on this page actually color coded. La, li, lu, mu, mi, ma, na, nu, ni, he, hu, ha, wa, we, wu, you, ya, ye. Here we are. We've lengthening every single letter from alif to ya. We're now on page 51 of the book. On this page, having just finished the lengthening letters explanation, you need to copy out these words and read them as well. I'm here to help you for a proper, correct sound and reading. Page 51. Sa'atun. You can see lengthening alif. Sa, not sa'atun. Sa, sa'atun. Halibun. Thumun. كوسة ساعة حليب ثوم كوسة ماء تمور زبيب فواكه. So one more time. ساعة حليب ثوم كوسة ماء تمور زبيب فواكه. End of page 51. Page 52. The same action and practice and job to do for me here. You need to copy them out and read them. So I'm here to help you to make proper sound and reading. طبيبة صاروخ لسان طحين طائرة سوق نافذة رفوف عجوز ضابط غوريلا سفينة. Now let's go through it again. Page 52. طبيبة صاروخ لسان طحين طائرة سوق نافذة رفوف عجوز ضابط غوريلا سفينة. Page 53. سرير جريدة قارورة سوار سورة حاسوب ميزان حزام بومة غراب خروف فيل. No more speed now on page 53. سرير جريدة قارورة سوار صورة حاسوب ميزان حزام بومة غراب خروف فيل. End of page 53. Page 54. Continuation of practicing reading of lengthening letters. So you need to copy them out and read them. Now I'm here to help you read correctly. Kisun, khiyarun, sabunun, himarun, jazarun, fasuliya, qamisun, dulabun, hidha'un, kubun, nuqudun, taba'un. By the way, on page 54, can you spot any word with no lengthening in it? Yeah? Can you see? Have a look. No lengthening letter in one of them? Yes. That's the one. Jazarun. Now you are paying attention. Well done. Jazarun. No lengthening. The whole page now, no more speed. Kisun. Khiyarun. Sabunun. Himarun. جزر فاصوليا قميص دولاب حذاء كوب نقود طابع. أنا I am. أنت you or you are as a male. Anti you feminine singular or you are. أنا أنت أنتي. هو that's third person he or it which is masculine. He is or it is masculine. Here she is or it is feminine. So أنا أنت أنتي هو هي. أنا أنت أنتي هو هي. أنا أنت أنتي هو here. Now interrogative particle, the question word man, who or who is. من هذا, this is if you're referring to a masculine object or a male human. هذا, this or this is. هذه, this or this is feminine version. Now combine the man with هذا and هذه. من هذا؟ من هذه؟ من هذا? Who is this? من هذه? Who is this? Feminine singular. One more time. أنا أنت أنتِ. هو هي. من هذا هذه. من هذا؟ من هذه. Now you can play around with it to say, how do you say then, who are you? من أنت or من أنتِ. Who is he? من هو. من هي, who is she? أنا أنت أنتِ هو هي من هذا هذه من هذا من هذه. That's very good. Right, now the next phrase we're going to be dealing with is هل. And هل is very interesting. You use هل when you don't have specific particle for a question. Like you have how, which is كيف, when is matter, how much is come, and so on. But when in the absence of any a particular particle to ask a question, we use هل. And that's why هل can mean do, does, is, are, has, have, had in terms of the question. The way you use هل is by putting هل before a positive statement or a phrase, and that would turn it into appropriate question to that statement. For instance, you have تحب الشاي, you like tea, and that is addressing to a male. تحب الشاي, you like tea. Now if you put هل there, becomes do you like tea? Do you, male singular, like tea? هل هذا? هذا, as we learned previously, means this is or this. Now if you put هل before it, it becomes is this. So هل هذا آدم? Is this Adam? هل هذه نادية? Is this Nadia? Because هذه on its own meaning this is, addressing to a singular female. هل هذه نادية? Is this Nadia? For instance, if I say anta, anta means you or you are. Now put hal before anta becomes hal anta, are you, and then the name. Are you Imran? Hal anta Imran? Hal anta Faisal? Hal anti Nadia? Hal anti Zainab? And so on. So that's the way hal is used. It's used only when you don't have a specific particle to ask that question, and then the hal becomes handy to do that. Okay? For instance, if I want to say, do you like tea, speaking to a female, how do you convert to hibbu, which is addressed to a male singular, to a female singular? Can you remember the ending to a verb which is talking to, directed at a single female? Is ina ending. You will say هل تحبين الشاي, هل تحبين قهوة, and so on. So that's your hal for you. Inshallah, we would continue after this, inshallah. Right, on page 55, we'll be doing sukun, dealing with sukun. And before that, let me just recap what has been done already regarding the vowels, short vowels and long vowels. Well, we've done fatha a, kesra I, dhamma u. We've done the a sounds, lengthening, and the e sounds with ya, and we've done oo sound. Also, you have done your tenween, which is doubling. You double the short vowel, becomes an and in and un. That is your an, in, un. Double dhamma, un. So, short vowel, long vowels, doubling. Now we need to do sukun. Sukun is a small circle placed on top of a letter to indicate that there's no vowel, absence of any vowel, either short or long vowel, or tenween, none. And let's see the impact of that sukun once it's placed on top of a letter. Let's start with a letter, is a simple letter, like sin. Letter sin, if you put fatha sa, kesra si, dhamma su. Double fatha san, double kesra sin, double dhamma sun. Lengthening sa, si, su, but nothing on it. Let's put sukun. That small circle placed on sukun, on sin now. The job of that is, the impact is, cut the sound to minimum, the beginning of the name of the letter itself only. Instead of sin, become s. By putting sukun on top of sin, reduces it to s. If you put it on jim, becomes j. Put it on mir, m. On nun, n. And so on. On hamza, glottal kind of stop. Like here in Britain, for instance, some people in the part of London, when they say bottle, instead of pronouncing the T at the end, they say bo-o, bo-o. Then glottal stop. That's what sukun does to hamza. Now, let's practice with some other letter apart from the sin. Or I will do, there are two unique sounds with sukun that will come after I finish this. So we have s. If I put it on ba, becomes b. So beginning of the ba. Put it on lam, l, l. Now, let's try this. If I put ba with fatha and lam with sukun, pronounce this together. Becomes bal. Bal. Sukun cannot come at the beginning because sukun always needs a vowel before it. So you always find sukun preceded with or by another vowel, either kesra or dhamma, or you will say it. So in this case, bal. As soon as you see sukun, connect it with the previous vowel, the nearest vowel to sukun, to the right. So bal in this case. Let's try another one. If I say that's become shur. Link it, connect it. Shur. So bal, shur. What about this lam and nun? La and sukun on the nun. Try it out for me. La and lan. So bal, shur, lan. So that is you can say bil, shur, share, and so on. So you just take the sound of the vowel, link it with the sukun. Right, so we've done that now. Let's now isolate another sound for sukun for you with on waw and ya. If we have sukun on letter waw, remember sukun on waw means ow. Ow, like an ow. So if I put ba, you will say, this is ba, this is ow. Bow. Bow. Mau. Sow. Ow. You cannot go wrong if you remember the sukun on top of wow. Remember the sound ow, and then link it with the vowel just before it. Bow, lao, jow, sow, mau, and so on. What about if we have sukun on ya? So ya, the ya, of course, that's the, remember, it comes like this, that's the ya in the middle. Remember, the sukun on the ya means I. So I, for instance, Jim, that's J, that's ja, that's A, J. I, you have I. This lengthening, extension, is like another letter is coming. For instance, if I say I and I write this. Try that. I-na. Aina. That's aina. So, sukun on any other letters, it means you pronounce the beginning of that letter like s, sh, sh, b, m, n, l, and so on. But when you have sukun on waw, it means ow. You have sukun on ya, means I. Now, before we continue and visit book, again, the book, page 55, to reinforce what we just learned about sukun, let me just quickly mention this point. Waw with sukun, I said before, meaning ow sound. But however, occasionally you find waw carrying hamza on its head. That's hamza could be carry sukun. In this case, hamza is just using the waw as a chair. Waw will have no impact whatsoever. You will consider as if that waw does not exist. It is there, and the reason will be discovered later in the series. Now, hamza has habit of even lazy, just want to sit on somebody. Very rarely you find hamza on its own just sitting on the floor. It happens, but most of the time you find hamza this way. Either hamza will be on the alif. When hamza is on alif, you will have fatha or dhamma or sukun on it. But when you have hamza when you have alif with hamza under the alif, there's only one vowel you're allowed to put, and that's kasra, e. Also, hamza can be found on waw. It could be carrying sukun. It could also be carrying dhamma, u. Hamza also can be found sitting on the shape like this, which is like a shape of ya or bao in the middle, but no dot, sitting right on top of them, like that. It could be carrying kasra, it could be carrying fatha. Also, sometimes this shape, which is a ya shape, but with no dots, this is not ya because it's ya shape with no dot. Hamza could be sitting right on its tail, like that. And also, of course, hamza can be sitting on its own, on the floor. But most of the time, you find hamza riding upon alif, or below the alif, or above waw, or above ya shape kind of thing. In that situation, don't worry about the chair, just go for the vowel. Hamza, there's no particularly unique sound for hamza. The glottal kind of stop. You just go for the sound. If it is a, so just say a. If it is u, just say u. If it is sukun, say glottal stop. If it's e, say e. Here, just say u. And it's like that. So, remember, we will explain why hamza is sitting on that or in this way. That will come later in the series. Okay? I thought I'd just mention that to you to save you panicking when we go to page 55 and you suddenly see hamza sitting on the waw, and we are not actually saying the waw in any shape or form. So they are not exist, just hamza carrying the sound. We're now on page 55 of the book, and I've already explained to you how the sukun works. On this page, we're going to apply the principle we've just learned by going through the reading. On this page, you will see that each letter is represented here, and sukun on them with link to either fatha before it, or kasra before it, or dhamma before it. And they are not really a complete word. It's just part of word in most cases, and that's why you see some letter written in the middle with an extension in anticipation there will be another letter after that. So let's start from the top. Here you have ba and lam. Lam has sukun. We know what's the sound of lam with sukun will be l, and the ba, bel. Qaf kasra, and then fa here with sukun, qif. بل قف. كاف ضمة نون سكون كن. كاف فتحة ميم سكون كم. با كسرة همزة سكون ب. That's glottal stop. ب. ميم ضمة همزة سكون م. كاف فتحة واو سكون كاو. لام فتحة واو سكون لو. You've already learned that sukun on wow give you the sound of ow, like an ow, and the sukun on ya is giving you the sound of I. So we have cow, low, ha fatha wow sukun how, ba fatha yaw sukun bay, lam fatha yaw sukun lay, mim fatha yaw sukun may. Now let's deal with this table. Reading across the page. Kaf fatha hamza sukun ka. Ba kasra hamza sukun bi. Ba dhamma hamza sukun bu. Fatha on alif, yani alif fatha, ba sukun ab. Ha كسرة با سكون حب. جيم ضمة با سكون جب. ميم فتحة تا سكون مت. واو كسرة تا سكون وت. ياو ضمة تا سكون يت. كاف فتحة ثا سكون كث. ألف كسرة ثاء سكون إث. عين ضمة ثاء سكون عث. واو فتحة جيم سكون وج. را كسرة جيم سكون رج. حاء ضمة جيم سكون حج. با فتحة حاء سكون بح. ميم كسرة حاء سكون مح. جيم ضمة حاء سكون جح. با فتحة خاء سكون بخ. ألف كسرة خاء سكون إخ. نون ضمة خاء سكون نخ. قاف فتحة دال سكون قد. كاف كسرة دال سكون كد. صاد ضمة دال سكون صد. جيم فتحة ذال سكون جذ. باء كسرة ذال سكون بذ. خاء ضمة ذال سكون خذ. دال فتحة راء سكون در. سين كسرة راء سكون سر. ميم ضمة راء سكون مر. يا فتحة زين سكون يز. جيم كسرة زين سكون جز. فاء ضمة زين سكون فز. با فتحة سين سكون بس. قاف كسرة سين سكون قس. غين ضمة سين سكون غص. نون فتحة شين سكون نش. قاف كسرة شين سكون قش. راء ضمة شين سكون رش. ألف with حمزة فتحة صاد سكون أص. ميم كسرة صاد سكون مس. عين ضمة صاد سكون عص. فاء فتحة ضاد سكون فض. ألف كسرة ضاد سكون إض. ميم ضمة ضاد سكون مض. سين فتحة طاء سكون سط. قاف كسرة فاء كسرة طاء سكون فط. ساء فتحة طاء سكون سط. فاء كسرة طاء سكون فط. لام ضمة طاء سكون لط عين فتحة ظا سكون عظ ألف كسرة ظا سكون إذ عين ضمة ظا سكون عظ شين فتحة عين سكون شع باء كسرة عين سكون بع شين ضمة عين سكون شع ميم فتحة غين سكون مغ ضاد كسرة غين سكون ضغ باء ضمة غين سكون بغ دال فتحة فاء سكون دف حاء كسرة فاء سكون حف سين ضمة فاء سكون صف فاء فتحة قاف سكون فق ثين ثا فا فتحة قاف سكون فق ثا كسرة قاف سكون ثق حاء ضمة قاف سكون حق را فتحة كاف سكون رك فا كسرة كاف سكون فك را ضمة كاف سكون رك با فتحة لام سكون بل نون كسرة لام سكون نل فا ضمة لام سكون فل نون فتحة ميم سكون نم ميم كسرة ميم سكون مم قاف ضمة ميم سكون قم لام فتحة نون سكون لن قاف كسرة نون سكون قن جيم ضمة نون سكون جن سين فتحة ها سكون سه صاد كسرة ها سكون صه ميم ضمة ها سكون مه ألف همزة ألف ألف همزة فتحة واو سكون أو باء فتحة ياء سكون بي. End of page 55. Aina is where. So we have a particle to say where, and it's aina. Combine the min with aina. Min aina anta. Where are you from? Where are you from? Talking to a male singular. Min aina anti. Where are you from? Where are you from? Feminine singular. Ana min. I am from. You may remember a speaker in Arabic. There is no gender involved. It's neutral. A female and a male will say the same thing. I am. Ana min. I am from. هل أنت من. Remember? هل. Without هل, you say أنت من, meaning you are from. هل أنت من, are you from? So من أين أنت يا طالب? Where are you from? هل أنت من بريطانيا? Are you from Britain? هل أنت من لندن؟ هل أنت من باريس؟ هل أنت من مصر؟ Egypt? So you say أنا من London. أنا من لبنان, and so on, Lebanon. Okay, revision. من is from, أين is where. من أين أنت? من أين أنت? أنا من. هل أنت من? Okay, here we have أين again. أين mean where. تسكن. This is a verb. أين تسكن? Where do you live? أين تسكن? where do you live? If I'm asking same question to a lady, what's the ending again? The verb? Ina. Aina taskunina. Where do you live? That's feminine singular. Aina taskunu. Aina taskunina. Askunu fi. I live in. Askunu fi London. I live in London. A lady and a man would say the same thing as a speaker, no gender involved. Now, give you some geographic or direction, if you like. Gharb, Gharb, west. Sharq, east. Shamal, north. Janoob, south. Wasat, central, or the middle. So we can use hal to ask question. If I say askunu, I live in. Askunu fi Gharb London. I live in West London. How do you ask me the question to say, do you live in West London? You use hal. هل تسكن في غرب لندن؟ I will say نعم أسكن في غرب لندن. Yes, نعم أسكن في غرب لندن. هل تسكنين, speaking to a lady now, هل تسكنين في شرق لندن؟ نعم أسكن في شرق لندن. Or you can say لا, no. ولكن أسكن, but I live in غرب لندن. So you start using the previous words and phrases that you already learned. So, أين تسكن؟ أين تسكنين؟ أسكن في غرب لندن, for example. Okay. Now, the next we're going to do is to actually practice this out from the beginning and see whether you can remember how to mix things up. For instance, how do you say, this is Faisal. هذا فيصل. هل هذه سارة? That's meaning, is this Sarah? نعم هذه سارة. Yes, this is Sarah. هل أنت فيصل? Are you فيصل? نعم أنا فيصل. هل أنت سارة؟ نعم أنا سارة. أين تسكنين? Where do you live? أسكن في لندن. وأنت أين تسكن؟ أسكن في بريطانيا. I live in Britain. فرصة سعيدة. فرصة سعيدة. تشرفنا. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. On page 56, reading and writing practice with sukun. Now, you need to copy out each of the following words twice onto the lines provided and then practice reading aloud, then compare your reading to mine. Let's go. مفتاح مفتاح. قفل قفل. ممحات ممحات. مقلمة مقلمة. فطر فطر ملفوف ملفوف برتقال برتقال نجمة نجمة مخروط مخروط موشور موشور. Now note how I pronounce the waw with sukun as an ow sound. موشور موشور. مستطيل مستطيل. قلب قلب. Page 57. كأس كأس. Note how I pronounce the hamza with sukun as like a glottal stop. كأس كأس. جبنة جبنة. مشمش مشمش. موزة موزة. Wow with sukun sound ow. موزة موزة. سترة سترة. مذياع مذياع. مسطرة مسطرة. مضرب مضرب. ملعقة ملعقة. قهوة قهوة. بيض بيض. Note how I pronounce the ya with sukun sound I. بيض بيض. مكوات مكوات. Page 58 is dedicated to practice with the I and ow sounds. Remember, I is when you put sukun on the ya, and ow sounds is when we have sukun on the waw. Now there are two boxes on this page. On the right you have a purple box. Here you need to copy it out and join this group of letters, and it's numbered for you. On the left box, which is the green box, you have already joined words. You need to separate them into their individual letters. Now try to also read it aloud to yourself and compare your reading to my reading. Aydin aydin. بيت بيت. جيش جيش. خيل خيل. دين دين. ذيل ذيل. ريب ريب. زيت زيت. سيف سيف. شيخ شيخ. صيف صيف. ضيف ضيف. طير طير. عين عين. غيظ غيظ. سيل سيل. قيد قيد. كيل كيل. ليل ليل. ميل ميل. نيل نيل. هيبة هيبة. ويل ويل. ييل asu, yay asu. Page 59. The box, the purple box, they are separate letters. You need to put them in a joined format as necessary. Left green box are already joined words. You need to separate them into their individual letters. أولاد أولاد بون بون توأم توأم ثور ثور جورب جورب حوض حوض خوخ خوخ دوما دوما روعة روعة زورق زورق صوت صوت شوكة شوكة صوم صوم ضوء ضوء طوق طوق عون عون غوص غوص فورا فورا قوم قوم كوكب كوكب لولب لولب لوز لوز موز موز نوم نوم هول هول يوم يوم. Bismillah. Now you are about to finish all the symbols that you need to know to be able to read and write Arabic. As I said, yeah, on our way to finish. So let's quick reminder. We have done Fatha A. We've done the two Fatha, Tanwin Fatha, and we did A. That's lengthening A. A and A. Then Kesra, E, double Kesra, in. We also did lengthening or E, that's the E. So E, in, E. We did Dhamma, O, two Dhamma, Un. We did lengthening Dhamma, that's the U. And we did Sukun. So, the Sukun. Now on page 60 to 61, we're going to do one of the last symbols you need to learn, and that's called Shadda. Shadda is a symbol written like this on top of a letter. It's like a small number 3 looking up. Shadda. What's Shadda? What's the meaning of Shadda? Shadda actually means to strengthen things, to strengthen something, to make it stronger. Shadda. What's the impact of Shadda on a letter? The impact is it makes it stronger, and it's an indication that we have two of the same letter, doubling of a letter. For example, if I say Rabbun, this bar with this symbol shadda on top of it, and then we have the two dhamma there. This shadda is telling me that that bar is actually double bar. The first of that letter is sukun, and the second one will carry whatever the vowel is there. Let's do that. So this rabbu, it is equivalent to this. This is what you actually saying. So two bar. The first bar is sukun. The second one carrying the vowel. So this equal to this, because it's in Arabic where you have the same letter, first of which is carrying sukun, and the second one is carrying a vowel, regardless whether it's fatha, kasra, double fatha, double kasra, dhamma, double dhamma. The second one, so when you have two letters like that in that order, the first is sukun, the second one with a vowel. In Arabic, you're not allowed to write them separately. You need to combine them and then put shadda on top of it to indicate that this particular letter are in two is double. The first has a shadda, has a sukun, the second one is carrying this vowel. So in your pronunciation, that needs to be reflected. I will say rab, as if you are saying rab and then bun. So rab, bun. Bit of pause there, which will indicate sukun. So the sukun is embedded inside that. So rab, bun, rab, bun. This is what you write, but this is what you say. Now, because the first letter is carrying sukun, therefore it follows that you cannot have a shadda with sukun on top of it. It will not happen. So you can have a shadda with fatha on top of it, or two fatha, or sukun or shadda with kasra underneath it, or two kasra. If that's the case, you write shadda and you put the kasra under it, or kasratain. So if if it is Rabbin, for instance, you two do Rabbin. If it is Rabbi, the single, you put there. So the best practice is not to put it here. This shadda carrying kasra, that kasra will come below the shadda. But if it's fatha or dhamma, you go on top of it. That's the initial explanation. Let's try and apply that. So I'm going to give you a couple of words here to apply that. In the book, page 60 and 61, plenty that we practice later. So let's start with fatha and shadda. So if I write Sulamun. Sulamun. It's lam now. It's a double lam. First of which is carrying sukun. So there's a sukun embedded within that. Sulamun. Thallajatun. That's lam alif. Thallajatun. Thallajatun. Again, that's his shadda telling me that we have double lam there. Thallajatun. For instance, we say so we have sullamun, thallajatun. Another one, let's say Rabban, for instance. Rabban. Rabban. Again, that ba is a double ba. The first there's this embedded sukun there. Rabban. So Sulamun, Thalajatun, Rabban. Let's start with the Dhamma. Rabbuna, for instance, you can say Rabbuna. Rabbuna. Shadda. So it says Rabb. That's double bars embedded there. Rabbuna. Now another, let's say, double Dhamma, Tanween Dhamma. Kursiyun. Kursiyun. That's a double ya there. Kursiyun. Kursiyun. So Kursiyun. Kursiyun. I put that there for you as an example to let you know that ya can be lengthening sometimes, but it can be an original letter on its own. So kursiyun, with shadda there, kursiyun. Khaddun, another one. Khaddun. So when you see that, you need to really reinforce your pronunciation for that dal or any letter with carrying sukun, carrying shadda. Because shadda, you need to be strengthening the letter. Khaddun. Let's try it now with kasra. Muallimun. 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 Note how I put the kasra under the shadda rather than under the lam here. So when you see anything under the kasra, like under the shadda, which is kasra, it's not fatha. So muallimun. Of course, if you write it like this, we wouldn't say it completely wrong, but now the best practice is to put your kasra under the shadda. Muallimun. So muallimun. Haddin, for instance, haddin. Again, I'm putting the tanween kasra under the shadda rather than putting it here. So try it when you write that, or when you see it, which you will see when you are reading, you will see kasra with shadda. Kasra will be tucked in under the shadda itself rather than under the letter. Okay, so don't confuse that with fatha. It's not fatha because you have something else on top of it. So that's kasra. So sullamun, thallajatun, rabban, rabbuna, kursiyun, khaddun, muallimun, haddin. So to summarize this, before we go and read page 60 and 61 to reinforce the shadda meaning doubling of a letter. Therefore, you need to pronounce that letter more strongly with the emphasis. And it means in the double letters, the first is sukun, the second one carrying the vowel. And that's why we cannot have shadda with sukun on top of it. But shadda can carry fatha, can carry kasra, can carry double vowels. Inshallah, we will go now to page 60 and page 61 to do more reading to reinforce the understanding of shadda. Page 60. On this page, we're going to reinforce what we have already explained regarding shadda, which is a symbol written above a letter to show that that letter has been doubled. And as you know, therefore, the sounds will be stronger. So the first of that double letters will be sukun. So that's why you hear that slight pause to do before you do the second letter. Qattu. Qattu. Rabbi. Rabbi. Shakka. Shakka. Ummun. Ummun. خس خس حرا حرا مدرس مدرس مسجل مسجل. The following boxes on page 60, you need to copy each word twice onto the lines provided and then practice reading. Read them aloud to yourself and then compare your reading to mine. Dubbun dubbun qubba'atun qubba'atun najjarun najjarun mahayatun mahayatun mikhaddatun mikhaddatun darajatun darajatun mumarridatun mumarridatun jazzarun jazzarun. Page 61. Khassun khassun mirashun mirashun miqassun miqassun bittikhun bittikhun nadharatun nadharatun tuffahatun tuffahatun baqqalun baqqalun sikkinun sikkinun mukhallalun mukhallalun rummanun rummanun qunnabitun qunnabitun sayyaratun sayyaratun. Full Arabic phrases inshallah. Mother, as meant what, followed by action word verb. Mother ta'mal. Mother ta'mal. What do you do? What do you do? Stop speaking to a singular male. Mother ta'mal. Mother ta'mal. Can you guess what's the version of speaking to a singular female it would be? Yes, ina at the end. ماذا تعملين ماذا تعملين ماذا تعمل ماذا تعملين. أنا, you can say أنا, I am معلم, I'm a teacher. That's a for female male teacher, معلم. You can say مدرس or أستاذ, but you say معلم. أنا معلم. Feminine version أنا معلمة أو مدرسة أو أستاذة. أنا معلمة معلم معلمة. طالب, you've learned that before. طالب, male student. طالب. طالبة. طالب طالبة. طبيب, a doctor, that is a male doctor. طبيب. طبيبة, a female doctor. محاسب, that's a male accountant. محاسبة, an accountant, that's female. So معلم, معلمة, مدرس, مدرسة, أستاذ, أستاذة, طالب, طالبة. طبيب طبيبة، محاسب محاسبة. هل أنت معلم؟ هل أنت معلم؟ هل أنت معلمة؟ هل أنت طبيب؟ هل أنت طبيبة؟ هل أنت محاسب؟ هل أنت محاسبة؟ هل أنت مدرس؟ هل أنت مدرسة؟ هل أنت طالب؟ هل أنت طالبة? I hope you understood all those phrases. Yeah, well done. So, ماذا تعمل؟ ماذا تعملين؟ أنا معلم، أنا معلمة، أنا طالب، أنا طالبة، أنا طبيب، أنا طبيبة، أنا محاسب، أنا محاسبة. On page 62, we'll be explaining to you now the alif al-maqsura. What's alif maqsura? It's another form of lengthening alif, but it's a special one. Sometimes you find it at the end of a noun, sometimes end of a verb. But the technical aspect of that, we'll leave that to the later in the series, inshallah. But for this purpose of learning to read and writing properly, let's just explain. The symbol will be this. It's like a ya, but it's not ya because there are no dots. And this will be the last letter of that particular noun or a verb. Let's give you the noun first, for instance, such as Yusra. That's a lady's name. Yusra. Yusra. That's like Yusra, like a letter alif. It's not a ya, it's called alif al-maqsura. And it's on page 62 of the book. Mustafa. Mustafa. Again, that's alif maqsura. Verb, for instance, jara. 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 Masha. Masha. Sometimes you see people trying to put a little alif like that to indicate is the alif maqsura. No, there's no need for that at all. You don't have to put that symbol there. But if you find it, that's what's happening. Just if you want to indicate that this is lengthening alif. So Yusra, Mustafa, Jara, Masha. And sometimes when you have some special word which have tanween fatha at the end, there will be no alif, usual alif. There will be alif maqsura because that's how it should be. That's technical. You will know that later, inshallah. Give you an example of that, for instance. You can have such as Quran, and Fatan, for instance, Fatan. That's your ta. Fatan. Fa and ta. So this alif maqsura is doing the just supporting and really. As I said before, that will be explained later why the alif maqsura is used at the end of certain words and some verbs as well. The important thing to notice is you see that's alif maqsura, you will have fatha before it or fathatan like this one before that one. Okay, so inshallah now I go to page 62 of the book to go through the some words with you, reading, and then we can practice that and writing as well. Page 62. On this page we have a lot of, about how many? 39 words ending with alif maqsura. This is reading practice. Please try it out and then let's compare reading. أتى بكى بنى جرى مشى سعى رأى روى رمى أبى إلى على حتى متى أولى غنى فتى حصن عمى فرا قرا هوى لحا سدى تقى دما. Now later in the series you will know why this time we're having alf maqsura before the just after the tanween fatha. That will be explained in the grammar structure later in the series. Mustafa, Musa, Isa, Huda, Salma, Salwa, Layla, Yusra, Maqhan, Mabnan, Mustashfan, Marman, Adhan. Now, on page 63, we're going to deal with Hamza yet again. Yes, I have already explained Hamza to you before, but on page 63, that page is dedicated entirely to Hamza, practicing reading of it. Reminder, Hamza you can find it placed on top of Alif. It can be placed below Alif. When it's on top of Alif, that's it. It can be Fatha, carrying Fatha on top of it, or two Fatha, or Dhamma, or two Dhamma, which means single vowel A, or double A and single U, Dhamma, or Dhammatan, two Dhammas, Un. When you find it below, it can be carrying single E or single In. Single E or double E, it comes in. Now Hamza also can be sitting on top of Wow. You may find it sitting on top of Wow, like this. If it's carrying U, or it can be carrying Sukun as well. So you can find Hamza also sitting on this shape, Ya shape. It's not a Ya, but a Ya shape. It could be sitting on its tail, like that. It could be sitting on the floor by itself, Hamza. Hamza also can be found on the shape like this, particularly when it comes after, let's say, naughty letter, for instance. It can be sitting something like that. Also, it can be sitting in the middle like that. So the important thing to know is this. You don't worry much about the chair on which Hamza is sitting. Just go straight for the vowel that it's carrying. A, say A. An, say An. E, say E. In, say In. U, say U. And Un, say Un. Sukun, glottal stop. So just use the symbol you can find with Hamza and pronounce them, ignoring the chair on which the Hamza is sitting. So that is about Hamza really. And I give you some words now that you can practice just to see, to remind yourself really. So we have like a Ra'a. Ra'a. So Ra'a, that's your Hamza there, sitting there. Bi'run, for instance, Bi'run. You see Bi'run. You see Hamza sitting on this, something like this. And you have sukun on it. Mas'ulun. 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 Again, Hamza is sitting on wow. So just Mas'ulun. Just ignore the wow, the cha. Something like if I say Bada'a. Bada'a. Sitting on the alif. Insan. Insan. Insanun. Insanun is sitting below the alif. It can be sitting on the floor. If I say Nisa, Nisa'un, on its own, Nisa'un. So you, anywhere you find it, just go for the vowel that is carrying and you'll be fine. To reinforce this, let's now go to page 63 and read the whole page, and also you need to copy them as well. Page 63. On this page, plenty of practice for you there to read Hamza in its various positions. Sometimes, as already been explained, on alif, sometimes sitting on waw, sometimes sitting on the ya-like shape, and so on. But just go for the vowel that Hamza is carrying and say the vowel. Asadun, asadun. Ibratun, ibratun. Umbubun, umbubun. Sa'ala, sa'ala. Su'ila, su'ila. مسؤول مسؤول تساؤل تساؤل سؤال سؤال قرأ قرأ قراءة قراءة قارئ قارئ مقروء مقروء امرؤ امرؤ ماء ماء مؤمن مؤمن مئة مئة مئذنة مئذنة استفتاء استفتاء رأس رأس رئاسة رئاسة رئيس رئيس رؤساء رؤساء رؤية رؤية مرءا مراء ارتأى ارتأى رئاء رئاء رؤى لؤلؤة لؤلؤة ائتمن ائتمن يومئذ يومئذ نشأة نشأة بطيء بطيء سوء سوء فيء فيء ضوء ضوء. Now towards the end of the book now, I'm going to deal with page 64. The first thing on that page I want to deal with is the article the in Arabic. How do we say the in Arabic? In English it's a separate, you write the, but in Arabic you attach alif and lam, L, to a particular word, like a door, the door, you put that L to join with the a door. For instance, al. This is equivalent to the in Arabic. For instance, if I say babun, a door, I want to say now the door. I need to put al babu. Al babu. Now let's look at what is happening here. The L bit is pronounced in its totality. Babu now becomes a single U rather than double U. Here, babun, A, because as you will know later, we are getting that A something from that own sound. But when you say the door, you cannot have A, the door. Therefore, the double Un is being reduced now to U because of the effect of L. Another one, if I say Qamarun, that means a moon. How do we say the moon? I'll say Al Qamaru. Again, we pronounce the Al and then we reduce the Un to a U. Al Qamaru. What about this? If I say Shamsun, Shamsun means a sun. A moon, a sun. The sun. You say a Ashamsu. Shamsun. Ashamsu. Can you identify and note something happening here? Here I say Al-Qamaru. I pronounce the Al, the, in its totality. Al-Qamar. But here, I just say A. You cannot hear the sound of lam. That's been suppressed, but is remained there. Why? Here, Ashamsu, the sheen here is cut suddenly is carrying shadda. Here no shadda, there is shadda here. Here no shadda, there's no shadda. Why this one is carrying shadda? Why this one is not carrying shadda? This leads us to the question of moon letters and sun letters. The moon letters, one of them is qa. Sun letter, one of them is shin. So we have 14 moon letters and 14 sun letters. When any of the sun letter is placed after the, it will carry shadda. Once shadda has been placed on that sun letter, you remember the shadda meaning there is an embedded sukun. And in Arabic, you are not allowed to have two sukuns next to each other. Therefore, the first sukun, the obvious one, was removed. It's not pronounced. We say ash. So you are linking the a with ash shams. Whereas here, the moon letters, when they come after the al, they will not be carrying any shadda. So there is no reason why the sukun on lam should not stay. Hence you hear it clearly, al-qamar. But here, ash-shams. I'm not going to go through with you the list of the moon letters in a word without al, followed by with al. And we see that effect will be the same. Also, I'll go through the sun letters with and without the L, and we see that effect will be the same. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Now, in front of you here, you have one of our A1 poster, the size, and it's about al-huruf al-shamsiyyah wal-qamariyah, the sun and moon letters. We have 28 letters in the Arabic alphabet, and they are divided into 14 the moon letters and 14 sun letters. Let's look at the moon letters first. The moon letters are Alif, Ba, Jim, Ha, Kha, Ain, Ghain, Fa, Qa, Ka, Mim, Ha, Waw, and Ya. As I've already mentioned to you, explained earlier on, Ananasun, for instance, is pineapple. Now, this A something. Al is the article the. Once you attach article the with one of the moon letters, you retain the L as it is. You hear the lam, L with sukun. Ananasun, al-ananasu. Bamiyatun, that's an okra. Al-bamiyatu. You see the symbol in white telling you that that lam with sukun is still there. Jazarun, al-jazaru. Hutun, al-hutu. Khubzun, al-khubzu. Inabun, al-inabu. Ghurabun, al-ghurabu. Farawilatun, al-farawilatu. Qamarun, al-qamaru. Ka'sun, al-ka'su. Mawzun, al-mawzu. Hilalun, al-hilalu. Wardatun, al-wardatu. Yadun, al-yadu. All these words are the same words you find on page 64 and 65. That's for the moon letters. Now, let's go now to the other side of this poster, and as sun letters. Again, there are 14 of them. Tinun, that's a fig. Al-tinun. Here this time, lam becomes silent. It's been suppressed. You cannot hear the sound, but it's there. The letter is there. A-at-tinu. The sun letter after the will have to carry shadda, because that shadda has sukun embedded within it. The lam, the sukun on lam is been suppressed and removed. So atino. Thumun, athumu. Dubbun, adubbu. Dhuratun, adhuratu. Rummanun, arrummanu. Zaytunun, az-zaytunu. Samakatun, as-samakatu. Shamsun, ash-shamsu. Sahnun, as-sahnu. ضع الضفدع الضفدع ضفدع الضفدع طاووس الطاووس ظبي الظبي لقلق اللقلق نعامة النعامة. Again, you find all these words are the same. You find it in the book on page 66 and 67. Now let's compare and contrast now. If we put al here, sukun remain when is followed by the al-qamariya, which is your mun letters. You can see the lam still carrying the sukun. But when you go to the shamsiya, the sun letters, when you add al, which is the article the, now the sun letter itself is carrying shadda, therefore the sukun on the lam has been removed. As-samaka, as-shamsu, and so on. So go to page 64 to 67 and practice the moon letter and sun letter and do the exercise there. By doing that, now nothing left really to learn in terms of how to read and write Arabic correctly. It just really a lot of practice need to be done, and I will help you doing that from the book shortly. The words you have in front of you now are taken from page 68. Now this is just to test you on your understanding of moon letters and the sun letters before adding the and see what's the implication of that. So this is a mix. Some of them are Qamariya, which is your moon letters, and some are Shamsiya, which is your sun letters. Now, in the book, you need to copy them out and do the exercise in a sense that you add L and then you put appropriate vowels after L has been attached. Let's try it out now. Ainun, an I, Ainun. Now, here, when we add L of do we keep the lam with sukun or not? The answer to that is, you first identify Ain. Is Ain moon letter or a sun letter? So Ain is a moon letter. So here we're going to add L. That's your original Ain. Here becomes U because of Al. So you're going to say Al Aino. Al Aino. Lam of retains the sukun because the moon letter has no shadda on it, doesn't require a shadda after the Al of Next one, Farashatun. Farashatun, Fa is also moon letter. Therefore, we retain the sukun of Al. Al, Farashatu. So, Al, Farashatu. Single U at the end. Toblatun. Toblatun starts with To. That To is sun letter. As a result, when sun letter is placed after L of that letter will carry shadda. And as a result, the lam will be without the sukun. We remove the sukun. So a top latu, a top la two. That's your to. After the addition of the is now carrying shadda, and that shadda has embedded sukun within it. Therefore, the al, the sukun on lam, is being suppressed and deleted. We say at toblatu. Next, jamalun. Jim is a moon letter. Al jamalu. Al jamalu. We retain the sukun on a lam. Next, rishatun, and that is sun letter, the ra. Arishatu. Shadda is required now because the sun letter comes after the. So we say arishatu. Arishatu. Now, note how I put the kasra under the shadda. So arishatu. Dharfun, again, dha is a sun letter. Al-dharfu. 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 We have al-dharfu. Here we've removed the sukun from the lam. Al-dharfu. Yamamatun. Next one. Yamamatun. Ya is a moon letter. Al-yamamatu. Al-yamamatu. So al has sukun on the lam. Yamamatu. Single u. Next column here we have namlatun to start with. Namlatun. Noon is a sun letter. So we say an namlatu. Shadda an namlatu. We have an namlatu. You notice that all the sun letter, when they come after the L of the, we put shadda on them, such as you have your rishatun becomes arishatu. Al-dharfu. An-namlatu. Next, ghallayatun. Ghain is moon letter. A moon letter. Ghain. Al-ghallayatu. Al-ghallayatu. We retain the sukun on the lam. Asadun. Al-asadu. The a is a moon letter. Al-asadu. Now, note how I put the alif with hamza inside the extended lam. So al, that's the lam, and this is alif with hamza, because the alif is the last one before the sin. That's why there's no joining going on. So al-asadu. Let's move this up off a bit. So al-asadu. Sullamun. Sin is a sun letter. You will say as-sullamu. As-sullamu. shajaratun, ash-shajaratu. Another sun letter. Ash-shajaratu. Ash-shajaratu. Hatifun, al-hatifu. That's your moon letter, the ha. Al-hatifu. Al-hatifu. Mishtun, shin, mim, al-mish. Mim is a moon letter. Al-mishtu. Al-mishtu. Let's put the kasr of ta a little bit above. Al-mishtu. Well done. So the principle of moon letter with L of the is you retain the sukun on the lam. Whereas if any of the sun letter comes after L of the, you put shadda on that sun letter and then you remove the sukun from the lam. Now we have just finished now the right hand side column of page 68. Now we're going to move on now to do the left hand side column on the same page, page 68. Left hand column of page 68. We continue the practicing of the moon and sun letters. Sod, that's sun letter. We add L of the, as-sokrun. As-sokru becomes as-sokru, single U. As-sokru. Shadda on sod, sokru. As-sokru. So we have as-sokru. Waladun, al-waladu. Wow is a moon letter. Al-waladu. Al-waladu. No shadda because it's a moon letter. Next, kuratun. Al-kuratu. 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 Thallajatun. That tha is a sun letter. Al-thallajatu. Shadda. Al-thallajatu. Hablun. Al-hablu. Moon letter. Al-hablu. Al-hablu. Zubdatun. Za or zain is a sun letter. Az-zubdatu. Az-zubdatu. Dhailun. Al-dhailu. Sun letter is dhal as well. Al-dhailu. Shadda. Al-dhailu. We continue on the next column. Qalbun. Al-qalbu. Al-qalbu. That's a moon letter. Babun. Ba is a moon letter. Al-babu. 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 ثعلب is a sun letter. الثعلب. الثعلب. ديك الديك sun letter. الديك. Note how I put the kasra under the shadda. الديك. خوخ الخوخ. الخوخ. ضبع الضبع. الضبع. لحم اللحم. So the first lam is silent, say اللحم. لحم اللحم. Now there are one or two more notes that we need to go through inshallah shortly regarding the L of the. So we're going to concentrate later on the two letters of article the a and then the lam, and we extend that to see how they behave once they are in a sentence, which will encourage us to know more how to read ahead and read more smoothly inshallah. So okay, we're now on page 69. We're going to do the first half, the top half of page 69. Before we explain what you're looking at on the board, let me just go back a little and talk more about L of the. Remember, the L of the, we have alif and the lam. You have fatha on the alif, fatha, and the sukun on the lam. That means the in Arabic. Let's look at them individually, these two letters. The a remain to be pronounced only when you start your sentence with it. If it is at the beginning, nothing else relating to that alif from the right. Such as, I give you an example. If I say al-khair, al-khairu, the goodness, or al-babu, the door. Al-khairu. You can see now I'm pronouncing this this alif. See what's happened if I say and the goodness. What's and? And is wa. Just by adding one letter before that alif, by putting here wa. Now the alif is not at the beginning anymore. So therefore that a will be suppressed. The a now become silent. You will say wal khayru, not wa al khayr. Wal khayru. So the alif of the retain its fatha a if it is at the beginning of a phrase or a sentence. If you have word before it or a letter before it, that alif will still be there but is suppressed and silent. As I just demonstrated here. Yeah? That's why we say, if I write this for you, Do you know how to pronounce that? That means Allahu. Allahu, the God. Allahu. But if you put wow there by God, you say Wallahu, not wa Allahu. You say Wallahu, Wallahi. Masalan, Wallahi, Wallahu. That alif is still there, but is now silent. That's one principle. So now let's move back to the L now. The lam of L, we've already learned that if you have letter, sun letter attached to it, that sun letter will be carrying shadda, and therefore the sukun on the lam will be suppressed. So you will learn from that, you can deduct from that the following. If you have sun letter after L, and you have a word or letter before A, both of them can actually become silent. So therefore, I'll give an example. Let's have a look. If I say As-salam, if I say As-salam, As-salamu, the peace, As-salamu. This sin is a sun letter. That's why it's carrying the shadda after L. And that's why the sukun of lam has been removed. So, As-salamu. What about if I say wa and the peace? The alif also becomes silent. You say wassalamu, not wa assalamu. Now the alif is silent because it's not at the beginning. There is a letter before it. The lam is silent because we have the sun letter after it, which is carrying shadda, and the shadda has an embedded sukun within it. So they're both silent for different reasons. So, as-salamu becomes was-salamu. I say, as-salamu alaykum wa alaykumus salam. Because we have wa alaykumus salam, the alif of the second salam is not at the beginning anymore. So, if I say, as-salamu, I say, let's start again. Say, as-salamu alaykum. As-salamu alaykum. Write it down for you. Alaykum. Assalamu alaykum. Peace be upon you. Then here you see Assalamu alaykum. The reply will become wa alaykumus salam. That will be wa alaykum wa alaykumus salam. Wa alaykumus salam. Shadda. Now, Assalamu alaykum. We say ah. But in the reply, wa alaykumus salam. Now, this alif is not at the beginning anymore. Therefore, it's now silent. And the lam is also silent for different reason. Because this is saying is sun letter. It's carrying shadda. So, Assalamu alaykum wa alaykumus salam. Ah, you see, you learn that at the beginning in the transliteration format using the Latin script. Now, no need anymore for using Latin script to read Arabic. You now reach a situation where now you know all the rules and you can read Arabic using Arabic text. So, Assalamu alaykum. If you analyze this, A, that's your fatha, is the, sin is your sun letter, that's shadda, Lam, you have extension there. That's your lengthening a. As-salamu. Alay, that's here with sukun, which is I sound. You learn that. Alaykumus, alaykum. Sukun, alaykum. So you have your sukun there, which is cutting the sound of mim to alaykum. But here you wa alaykumus salam. You are effectively linking the mu sound to the first embedded scene with sukun here. Wa alaykumus and then salam. As you know, these are two scenes now because of the shadda. Wa alaykumus salam. That's emphasis. So that's, and if you can master that, the way the al behaves, honestly, your reading will become much more fluent and you can read ahead of yourself. Now, let's now go back to the first half of page 69 and look at these sentences and I'll explain it to apply the principle of al. The first one, have a go. Sabahul khair. Sabahul khair, meaning good morning. Sabahul khair. Note this al-khair, because this alif is not at the beginning, is been suppressed in terms of pronunciation. It's silent, it's not said. Sabahu, this hu is the nearest to the sukun on the lam. And sukun always look back to see the first available vowel to be linked, to be connected with it. So it look back, this is the nearest. Doesn't matter how far, that's the nearest. So sabahul, in a sense you are doing hul, linking that. Ignoring your pronunciation, the alif is now silent. Sabahul khair. Sabahun nur. Here you have hu. Alif is silent for the same reason, because it's not at the beginning. Lam is silent here because noon is your sun letter, it's carrying shadda. So therefore, the sukun on lam of al has been removed. So the first available vowel to be linked to the one of the embedded noon. There are two noons there. The first one is carrying sukun. So you are saying Sabahun Nur. Sabahun Nur. So Sabahul Khair, Sabahun Nur. Next sentence, let's analyze that. Ada abi min as-suq. My dad returned from the market. Ada abi minas. Look at the na here. The alif is silent because it's not at the beginning of a sentence. The lam is silent because of sin is a sun letter which is carrying shadda. So we linked na to, and with the first sin which is hiding there with shadda, minas suq. Next sentence, رجع الطالب من المدرسة. الطالب, the student, returned from the school. رجع الطا. Ta is sun letter, and that's why the lam has become quiet. Alif is quiet, is silent because it's not at the beginning. Therefore, we need to link the a to the first to, which is hiding here, carrying sukun. Raja'at talibu min al-madrasati. Mim is moon letter. So therefore, it's not carrying any shadda, and there's no reason why we should not keep the sukun on the lam of al. Min al-madrasati. But alif is silent because it's not at the beginning. There is something before it. Next sentence. أبحث عن الكتاب المفقود. I'm searching for the missing book. The missing book. أبحث, I'm searching. عن الكتاب. Again, this alif is silent because it's not at the beginning. The lam retains its sukun because the kaf is a moon letter. It's not a sun letter. أبحث عن الكتاب. The same principle. عن الكتاب. So don't read by saying أبحث عن الكتاب المفقود. لا, you need to read, connect, read ahead, join them, so that will give you a smooth reading. أبحث عن الكتاب المفقود. يعني عن الكتاب المفقود. Next sentence. يبحث الشرطي. يبحث الشرطي عن اللص الشارد. Let's analyze this. يبحث Again, alif is silent because it's not at the beginning. Lam is silent because shin, which is a sun letter, after it, and is carrying the shadda. Therefore, you link the thu with the first shin, which is carrying sukun. يبحث الشرطي عن اللي. Nun, ni, is the alif is not at the beginning, is silent. Lam, the first lam, which belongs to al, is silent as well because the lam here is your sun letter, which is carrying the shadda. Therefore, you link the ni with the first lam hiding here, which is carrying sukun. يبحث الشرطي عن اللص. Says. Now, this sort has kasra there. The second soul which is hiding there is kasra. You link that with the first shin, which is carrying sukun here. Alif is silent because not at the beginning. Lam is silent because you have the sun letter after the lam of al. So يبحث الشرطي عن اللص الشارد. So it's smoother rather than stop and say يبحث الشرطي عن اللص الشارد. لا, it's go straight. يبحث الشرطي عن اللص الشارد. And there you have your Assalamu alaikum wa alaykum assalam. Now, we are now be dealing with, inshallah, the second half of page 69. We continue practicing the implication of L, of the, together with Shamsiya, moon letter, and sun letter. The first sentence here, تدرس أختي الطب في الجامعة. تدرس أختي الطب. My sister is studying medicine at the university. So أختي الطب. Look at the way the lengthening ya, without anything here, would be أختي, lengthening ya. But because of this structure, you need to jump this ta, the first embedded ta with sukun, because of shadda, makes the lam become silent and is crying for a link. The nearest link vowel is ti. So therefore, the lengthening e sound becomes slightly shortened. You say أختي الطب. You jump in. أختي الطب. تدرس أختي الطب في الجامعة. Again, this is fi under normal circumstances. It's fi, lengthening. But here you need to link this lam sukun with fi, with the vowel. So more or less you are passing over the lengthening. So fil جامعتي. تدرس أختي الطب في الجامعة. Next one. اجلس على الكرسي. على, which is like alf maqsura, lengthen is a little bit, but under this structure, you just jump the la with the la. Alal, link alal. Edgeless, alal kursiyil, yil, akhdar. اجلس على الكرسي الأخضر. Line 3 أذهب, اجلس على الكرسي الأخضر, sit on the green chair. أذهب إلى المدرسة الثانوية المحلية. It is a long sentence, but you need to link each of the vowel to the shadda to make sure that it is smooth reading ahead. أذهب إلى, you shorten the lengthening here. إلى المدرسة مدرسة الثانوية المحلية. So don't say أذهب إلى المدرسة الثانوية المحلية. No, because A of al here need to be silent. So أذهب إلى المدرسة الثانوية المحلية. Next one, short and sweet. ذو الحجة. ذو الحجة. That's ذو الحجة. That's the name of Islamic calendar, and it's a month. What's the month? And that's 12. That's the last month of Islamic calendar. It's called Dhul Hijjah, when Muslims go to Mecca to perform the pilgrimage. Dhul Hijjah. Look how this lengthening dhu now been shortened. You just link the dhu with lam sukun. Dhul Hijjah. أذهب إلى المدرسة بالقطار والحافلة. So I go to the school by train and by bus. You know what's happening here. إلى المدرسة, we shorten, just link the la with la. إلى. But here, this was put there to call your attention that this is the only single letter here, and the al is still there. You may not recognize, but it's al joined with b. Bil qitar. Earlier on, I told you wallah. It doesn't matter any letter. Before that a becomes silent. So bil qitari wal hafilati. It could be ka. You can say kalbaiti, karrajuli, kalbabi. It doesn't matter. It could be ka, it could be fi, it could be b, it could be any letter. The alif will become silent indeed. أذهب إلى المدرسة بالقطار والحافلة. Now, the secret of reading fluently in Arabic is for you to pay attention to all the vowels, and particularly to the long vowel. If there is no long vowel, don't elongate your pronunciation. If it's a kutubun, don't say kutu, la, short, kutubun. If there is a lengthening, let's hear this lengthening. Kitab, wadud, abi. Let's hear that. That's one secret of reading correctly. Lengthening when it's there, shorten it when it's short. Also pay attention to the sukun. The sukun needs to look back for the available vowel and link. Number 3, shadda. If you have shadda, the symbol shadda on any letter, let's hear it. Double that letter in your pronunciation. Make it stronger, strengthen it. And that is the secret of reading Arabic. And also make sure that you read smoothly. Rule governing the L of the. Revise that, okay? And now you can see any text in Arabic which is fully vocalized, which have all the symbols on them. You should be able to read them. Initially, it may be very slow because you have to spell them out, but by practice through practicing and read a lot of text from book 1 and later on from book 2 and so on, you will become much more fluent in your reading and you read correctly as well. Well done. We are approaching the end now. Inshallah, the next page will be practicing how to read, and that will start from page 70. Today we're on page 70. Page 70 to page 72 is all about reinforcement of what you've learned about L. So those pages is for extra writing practice as well as reading practices as well. So what you need to do really is to go through it yourself, read it slowly and correctly, and then compare the way I'm going to read it to you now. Pay attention particularly to the moon letters and the sun letter and what is happening once they've been attached to the L of the. Reading across on page 70, يلعب كرة التنس. You see, ta here is your sun letter, therefore it's carrying shadda, and as a result lam is being suppressed, and alif is silent because it's not at the beginning, as you know. يلعب كرة التنس يخلط الطباخ البيض. To is a sun letter, it's carrying the shadda, and lam is silent. يخلط الطباخ البيض. Ba, after the L of the, that ba is a moon letter, therefore we retain the sukun on the lam. يخلط الطباخ البيض. يغسل السيارة. يغسل السيارة. Sin after the, that's lam of L, L of the. Sin is a sun letter, is carrying the usual shadda. يقطع الخضروات. The kha is a moon letter, therefore we retain the sukun on the lam. يقطع الخضروات. يعصر الليمون في الكوب. The lam is a sun letter and is carrying the shadda as usual, and the kaf is a moon letter, and therefore we retain the sukun on the lam of the. يعصر الليمون في الكوب. يساعد السائق العجوز. Sin is a sun letter carrying the usual shadda. Ain is a moon letter, we retain the sukun on the lam. يساعد السائق العجوز. يساعد السائق العجوز. يتزلج الولد على الثلج. يتزلج الولد على الثلج. Wow is the moon letter, and therefore the sukun is retained there on the lam of the. Tha is the sun letter, it's carrying the obligatory shadda. So يتزلج الولد على الثلج. يصلح المهندس الكهربائي الغسالة. يصلح المهندس الكهربائي الغسالة. Here you have your meme, which is a moon letter. We retain the sukun, as you can see on the lam, and that sukun is correctly linked with hu. Yusallihul muhandisul. Again, the ka is the moon letter. Muhandisul kahrabaiyul ghassalata. So the mim and the ka and the ghain, they are all moon letters. Next, يزن البقال الفواكه. Ba, moon letter, we have sukun on the lam of the. Fa is also moon letter, we retain the sukun on the lam of al. يزن البقال الفواكه. تميل الشجرة في الرياح الشديدة. Shin as your son letter, carrying the obligatory shadda, and Ra is also a son letter, is carrying the shadda, and you see that how the kasra is tucked in under the shadda there. Shin also is a son letter. تميل الشجرة في الرياح الشديدة. يتصيد الضفدع الذبابة. So the dot is a son letter carrying shadda, and there is a kasra there tucked in below it. Dhal is a son letter, is carrying the shadda. يتصيد الضفدع الذبابة. تقلع الطائرة من المطار. Ta is a son letter carrying the shadda. Mim is a moon letter, and we retain the sukun on the lam. تقلع الطائرة من المطار. On page 71, the exercise continues. يقرأ الجريدة. يقرأ الجريدة. Jim is a moon letter. يقرأ الجريدة. يقرأ الكتاب. Kaf is a moon letter. That's why we retain the sukun on the lam. يقرأ الكتاب. يتلو القرآن الكريم. The qaf in the Quran is a moon letter. We retain the sukun al lam, and note how we ignore the pronunciation of alif because it's not at the beginning, and the sukun is linked directly to the first available vowel before it, and that's lu. That's why I say yatlul Qur'an al-Karim. يتلو القرآن الكريم. يركع في الصلاة. يركع في الصلاة. The sword is a son letter carrying the shadda. The lam therefore has been suppressed. Alif also is silent because it's not at the beginning. And look at the lengthening here has been cut short now, so we just link the fi, the kasra under the fa, direct to the first embedded sword, which has sukun on it. So yarka'u fis salati. Yal'abu tiflu bil-lu'abi. Again, ta here is your son letter, and the kasra is under the shadda, and we link the first ta, embedded ta here, with the ba, bu, yal'abu tiflu bil-lu'abi. Again, look at the lam, which is your son letter carrying shadda with dhamma. Now the lam has been suppressed because of that, and the alif of al is quiet, is silent, because you have this ba, which is kasra b. So you're just linking the b with the first embedded lam, which has sukun on it, bil or bil, so lu. That's why we are strengthening the pronunciation of the lu. Bil lu'abi. يلعب الطفل باللعب. يكنس الأرض بالمكنسة. يكنس الأرض. Alif with Hamza, that's your moon letter. The lam here is carrying the sukun, and that's been linked with the su. Yaknusul arda bil. Again, the b has been linked with the lam here with sukun. Bil miknasati. يكنس الأرض بالمكنسة. يرتعش الرجل من البرد. Ra is a sun letter carrying the shadda. Lam is silent. Alif is also silent. We link the first Ra within the Ra with shadda to the shu. يرتعش الرجل من البرد. Ba is moon letter and Lam has sukun من البرد. يرتعش الرجل من البرد. يحمل باقة من الورود. يحمل باقة من الورود. Wow is moon letter, and therefore the lam is carrying the sukun. يحمل باقة من الورود. Next, ينظف الأرض بالممسحة. ينظف الأرض, alif and hamza is a moon letter. The lam has a sukun. بالممسحة, mim is a moon letter. The sukun on the lam and is linked with b. Bil and alif is silent. ينظف الأرض بالممسحة. يكتب مواعيده في المفكرة. Mim is your moon letter. The sukun is on the lam. We link the fa kesra fi direct to this lam sukun. We ignore the lengthening and we ignore the alif. يكتب مواعيده في المفكرة. يسجد في صلاة الظهر. Now, dha is a sun letter carrying the shadda. And look at how we link the first embedded dha within the shadda structure to give the row direct to the ta marbuta here with kasra. Salatil dhuhri. يسجد في صلاة الظهر. يمشي الرجل على العكازتين. Now, Ra is a Shamsiya, which is your sun letter, carrying the Shadda, and it's linked directly, the first row within that Shadda is linked directly to the Shi. And we ignore the lengthening Ya there, and we ignore the Alif, and we ignore the Lam. So, Yem Shirra, this Shi is directly linked to the first Ra. Yem Shirrajulu Alal. Again, we ignore this alif maqsura. Fatha on lam, directly linked to the lam with sukun. يمشي الرجل على العكازتين. يمشي الرجل على العكازتين. Page 72. يتكلم مع صديقه على الهاتف. Ha is a moon letter. We retain the sukun on the lam. Note how the sukun on the lam is directly linked to the lam before it, ignoring the alif maqsura. So we just cut it short and link the la with l. على الهاتف. يتكلم مع صديقه على الهاتف. يتساقط الثلج بكثافة. ثا is a sun letter carrying the shadda. يتساقط الثلج. يتساقط الثلج بكثافة. يصعد على الدرج. يصعد على الدرج. Dal is a sun letter carrying the shadda, and we link the first embedded dal directly to the lam, which is carrying the fatha. Ala da. We shorten the extension here. Alif maqsura is more or less becomes silent, and alif is silent, and lam is silent. So ala d. Yas'adu ala daraj. يغسل الصحن في الحوض. The sword is sun letter is carrying the shadda, and therefore it's directly linked to the lu. يغسل الصحن في الحوض. The ha here is a moon letter. We retain the sukun on the lam. يغسل الصحن في الحوض. يقبض الشرطي على المجرم. Sheen is sun letter carrying the shadda. يقبض sh. That meme here is moon letter. We retain the sukun on the lam and we shorten this alf maksura. So we say على المجرم. يقبض الشرطي على المجرم. أطلق اليمام في السماء الزرقاء. Ya is a moon letter. The sukun is retained on the lam. Sin is a sun letter carrying the shadda. Therefore, lam is ignored. And fi, the lengthening in fi is being shortened. So just link the fa kasra fi directly to the first sin embedded with shadda. أطلق اليمام في السماء الزرقاء. Za is a sun letter as well, carrying the shadda. أطلق اليمام في السماء الزرقاء. يصلح السباك الأنابيب. Sin, sun letter, carrying the shadda. The alif with the hamza is a moon letter. We retain the sukun on the lam. يصلح السباك الأنابيب. البنت نائمة على السرير. Ba is a moon letter. We retain the sukun on the lam of al. You note that the alif, which is first letter of al, which means the fatha is retained. Even if it's not there, for as long as it's at the beginning, you need to pronounce it. You say al, because sukun on the lam, of course, need a vowel, and that's the only available vowel. Al bintu na'imatun ala. That's again we shorten this alf maksura to link the la directly to the sin embedded in with shadda. Al bintu na'imatun ala السرير. تستيقظ البنت من النوم. Ba, it is moon letter, sukun is on the lam. Noon is a sun letter, carrying the shadda. Minan, linking the na with first noon with the shadda. تستيقظ البنت من النوم. تعتني الممرضة بالطفلة المريضة. Mim is the Qamariyah's letter, moon letter. Therefore, the lam still carrying its sukun. Ta is sun letter carrying the shadda, and you have the kasra there tucked in under the shadda. The lam is silent, alif is silent. We are linking the b with the first embedded ta. So we are saying tiflati. Then mim, moon letter, sukun retains on the lam, linking the t with the lam. tiflatil maridati. تعتني الممرضة بالطفلة المريضة. And that is the end of explanation regarding the al of the, as well as the moon letters and the sun letters in all these possible kind of combinations. You've practiced them very well now. Now let me just analyze the last two lines. Here I will read it normal first, then analyze it for you, and then we read it again at the normal speed. Alf Mubarak. بهذا قد أنهيتم الجزء الأول في سلسلة العربية من البداية وإلى اللقاء معكم في الجزء الثاني إن شاء الله. Now, ألف مبارك, and congratulations, thousands of congratulations to you. بهذا قد أنهيتم الجزء الأول في سلسلة العربية من البداية. With this, you have completed the first part of the Arabic from the beginning series. وإلى اللقاء معكم في الجزء الثاني. See you again in part 2. Inshallah, God willing. Now, the jim in al-juzu is moon letter, sukun retained on the lam. قد أنهيتم الجزء الأول, because alif and hamza is the moon letter, sukun on the lam. أنهيتم الجزء الأول في سلسلة. Silsila is a series. Now this is, we are quoting the actual title, hence we need to start again. That's why I'm putting the fatha on the a of the Al-Arabiyyatu min al-Bidaya. Al-Arabiyya, Ain is moon letter, Sukun is the lam, Alif, we're starting with a new sentence or a new phrase. Al-Arabiyyatu, Arabic, min al-Bidayati, from the beginning. Minal, as lam on Sukun there, Minal Bidaya, because Ba is the moon letter. Wa ila al-liqa, lam is a sun letters carrying the shadda with the kasra tucked in under the shadda there, and we are linking that li with the first available lam here. So lam is linked to the first lam with sukun. We're ignoring the lengthening of the alf maqsura and the alif and the lam. Wa ilal liqa'i ma'akum fil. Again, the lam sukun. So that sukun is looking back and linking with the fa with kasra, ignoring the lengthening ya and the alif. Fil juz'i tha. The tha, it is a sun letter with shadda. First embedded tha is linked itself to the hamza with kasra. Juz'i thani. Insha'Allah. Sha'a, that's a, linking to the first embedded lam with sukun with Allah. Insha'Allah. Then ألف مبارك بهذا قد أنهيتم الجزء الأول في سلسلة العربية من البداية وإلى اللقاء معكم في الجزء الثاني إن شاء الله. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Now, congratulations. You have learned all the skills you need to be able to read and write Arabic correctly, and hopefully with speed. You've learned all your vowels, the letters, the joint format, all the rules of moon letters and the sun letters and alf maqsura and sukun and shadda, everything. Now, I need to take you back to the beginning when we were learning the useful phrases. In the past, at the beginning of the program, I wrote those phrases using Latin script, transliteration. Now, we need to go back now and write them in Arabic text using the correct format, and see whether you can still read it. We use that as form of revision and to make more progress. Let's start. Right. I want you to watch what I'm doing, and hopefully you'll be able to read them. I'm not going to tell you yet. Can you read what I've just wrote? Right, let's see. Next. Follow me. Okay. Okay, let's see. That is your A. Assalamu alaikum wa alaikumus salam. Remember, that's your sun letter. Assalamu alaikum wa alaikumus salam. That's it. In the correct written Arabic as a text joint format. Assalamu alaikum wa alaikumus salam. Next one. So you can repeat that and copy that in your exercise as well. So practice your writing in the joint form, and as you are copying it, it's a good practice to read what you are writing. That will be a great help when you are doing that. You say, Assalamu alaikum. That's emphasis, and that's to practice your reading as well. Next one. I will not be reading my aloud to give you a chance to read what I'm writing. Okay, next one is right. Right, let's see. Can you see? Right, this alif has nothing on it, it's a lengthening, and this one alif has nothing on it. So, and this is sukun, which means the sukun need to look back and find the first available vowel, and this a here, ma. So you say, mas muka. Mas muka, it means, what's your name? Speaking to a male. Mas muka, what's your name? If you're speaking to a female, you'll be masmuki. I'm going to put kasra there as an alternative. So either masmuka or masmuki, depending on the gender of the person you are speaking to. So masmuka. Now let me explain this alif, because if I just say a name in Arabic is ism. Ismun. That's mean a name. You will note that this alif has no hamza. There is no hamza on top or below. That type of alif is a weak alif, meaning if you have anything before it, it will be suppressed. It will still be there, but it will be suppressed. That's why when we come, what's your name? The ism, which is a name, become mas. We just ignore the alif here. We become silent. But some people will say ma ismuka. Now that's not correct way of saying it, because this alif needs to be suppressed as soon as you find something before it. So mas muka or mas muki. Now the answer to that will be read is me. Because we start, there's nothing in there, the alif retain is vowel, which is e. So is me, lengthening ya. Is me, my name is. For instance, if you ask me the question to say masmuka ya ustaz ya muallim, I will say ismi. Let me write my name. Ismi is Imran. Ismi Imran. That's your ain. Ismi Imran. And this is ra with lengthening alif. Imran. Ismi Imran. وَمَا اسْمُكَ أَنْتَ? And what's your name? What I want you to do for me is to practice your name. Say your name and write it the way you say it. Where if there's a lengthening, put lengthening there. Spell it out just by yourself. By listening, the way you pronounce your name is the way you write it down in Arabic. It's very phonic letter indeed. So, Ismi Imran. My name is Imran. Your name, you say Ismi, let's say Faisal. So Faisal, Faisal. Can you guess how do you write Faisal? Faisal. First of all, how many letters can you hear in Faisal? How many letters? I would say 4 letters. The first one is Fa. Faisal. What's the second one? You see Ya carrying sukun. You get I sound. Faisal. Right. That's sol. It's not Faisal. That should be seen. But Faisal. Faisal. That's sword. And then lam. Faisal. So Faisal will be written like this. Fay. And then sol. Faisal. You will note that at the end, I'm not saying Faisalun or Imranu. Usually at the end, you put an imaginary sukun silent at the end. Imran, Faisal, Zainab, and so on. So that's imaginary sukun at the end, make it just a gentle landing. So Faisal, Imran. So Ismi, Imran. And Ismu, Masmuka, what's your name? You can say Ismi Faisal or Ismi, whatever your name is. Okay, well done. So, Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum assalam, Masmuka or Masmuki, Ismi Imran, Ismi Faisal, Ismi Zainab. When I say Zainab, how many letters? Again, 4 letters have there. Zainab, Zain, Ya with sukun, Noon, and Ba. Zainab. So you have Zainab. That's Zainab. Zainab. Well done. We'll go to the next phrases, inshallah, using the Arabic script. Ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Now I'm going to try now to continue writing Arabic phrase using Arabic script. Now I want you to be busy, try to decode what I'm writing for me and meaning as well. Right, here we go. Right. Okay. All right. Ahlan wa sahlan bika or biki. So we can write ya as well if you like. Vocative particle. Ya followed by name. Ahlan wa sahlan bika or ahlan wa sahlan biki. Ya. You can always say ahlan wa sahlan simply without extending to bika or biki. Ahlan, remember that's your ha towards the end of alphabet. Ahlan wa sahlan bika or biki يا. Good. أهلا وسهلا بك. Next. Okay. Right. Let's have a go. That's your fa. فرصة سعيدة. فرصة سعيدة. You can say فرصة. Stop in there. سعيدة. But the whole thing actually فرصة سعيدة. So you can say فرصة سعيدة. So it's understood to be فرصة سعيدة. So copy this out in your exercise book again, slowly, nicely, and then practice it. You know, forget about using the Latin script now. You are now able to read directly from the Arabic text. فرصة سعيدة. Right, next one. Do you recognize that? تشرفنا. That's your shadda. تشرفنا. You need to link the sha with the first embedded ra with sukoon in the shadda. تشرفنا. We are honored. So أهلا وسهلا. فرصة سعيدة. تشرفنا. Well done. So you done Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum assalam, masmuka, masmuki, ismi. Ahlan wa sahlan, ya. Ahlan wa sahlan bika, ahlan wa sahlan biki. Fursatun sa'ida. Tasharrafna. Well done. Okay, next phrase. Read with me as I'm writing. Right, let's start. Okay. All right. I hope you know what I'm writing now, hopefully. Aha. Let's try it. Ma'as-salama. Mean goodbye. Ma'as-salama. The question is, why am I saying ma, not ti? Ma'as-salamati. Yes, that's the whole thing. But when you stop, sometimes you just say Ma'as-salama. Now, in Arabic, when you hear an Arab person speaking, when they stop on a at the end, 99.9% mean there is a ta marbuta which they did not pronounce at the end. If there is no ta marbuta, you usually hear kind of sukoon, imaginary sukoon at the end. They will say إلى البيت. You hear that a bit of sukoon at the end, Zainab, and so on. Bab. But when you hear clearly, it usually means there's a ta marbuta at the end. So ma'as salamati becomes ma'as salama, goodbye. To respond, you can say, let's write it down. So read with me, please. Right. Okay, this fatha belongs to the lam here. Ila al-liqa. I'm linking the la with the first embedded lam here with sukoon. Ila al-liqa. That's your sum letter. Ila al-liqa'i. but you hear like a glottal kind of a stop at the end. إلى اللقاء. That's a glottal stop there. إلى اللقاء. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. Okay, the next one. All right. Just write that noun again for you. All right, okay. So we have try for me. في أمان الله. But you hear في أمان الله, in the protection of God. في أمان الله. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. Okay, let's go numbers. Numbers. Number 1 to 10. Can you remember them? Come on, let's recite them together. واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربع خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة. One more time. واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربع خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة. Now, I'm not going to make it easier for you like that, you know. Now I'm going to write them in, randomly. So it's for you now to read what I'm writing, but I'll stick between, within the number 1 to number 10. Right, let's start. Okay. Right, what's that then? Is that arba? No. If name. That's main number 2. If name. So the next one, let's try. Right, it's here. This what I said earlier on, when you hear at the end, there's a time marbuta there. Tis'a. So اثنين, okay, imaginary sukun, اثنين at the end, tis'a. Next, right, let's write this one. Read that for me. Yes. خمسة. اثنين تسعة خمسة. And that's number 5. Number 5. And this is number 2. And this number, that's تسعة 9. Number 9. اثنين تسعة خمسة. Let's try number, right. واحد. واحد. Number 1. واحد. That's imaginary sukun at the end. اثنين تسعة خمسة واحد. Okay, next number. Try that for me. Yes. سبعة. سبعة. Number 7. Number 7. سبعة. 2 9 5 1 7. Next number. عشرة. That's the مربوطة at N. عشرة. 1 7 عشرة. Number 10. That's number 10. عشرة. Right. Next number. lengthen in now. ثلاثة. ثلاثة meaning 3. ثلاثة. ثلاثة. 2 9 5 1 7 10 ثلاثة. The next is ستة. شدة. ستة. That's number 6. ستة. ثلاثة. Number 3. ستة. That's number 6. Next is, hope you are reading it for me. ثمانية. ثمانية. Number 8. ثمانية. Number 8. Next one, it will be, okay. أربعة. أربعة. Number 4. So, randomly again. ثمانية. أربعة. ستة. ثلاثة. عشرة. سبعة. 1 5 9 2. Put them in order for me. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Well done. Yes. Good. Next phrase. Okay, let's get on to business. Read as I'm writing, please, for me. Okay. All right, here we go. صباح الخير. صباح الخير. مساء الخير. صباح الخير. مساء الخير. Next. Alright, okay. I'm sure you know by now what I'm up to. right. Alright, you get it. That's it. Sabahun Noor. Masa'un Noor. Well done. Sabahul Khair. Masa'ul Khair. Sabahun Noor. Masa'un Noor. Good morning. Good evening. Good morning. Good evening. You can use Sabahun Noor as your response. We know that Khair means goodness. Yeah, the morning was full of goodness. Sabahun Noor, that's light. Light and cheerful. Sabahul Khair, Masa'ul Khair, Sabahun Noor, Masa'un Noor. Okay, the next is, let's see if you can get this. Okay, hope you are reading it after me. All right. All right. كيف حالك اليوم or كيف حالك اليوم. How are you today? Talking to a man. كيف حالك اليوم and كيف حالك in talking to a woman. كيف حالك اليوم. اليوم mean today. كيف is how. كيف حالك اليوم. كيف حالك اليوم. Response. بخير بخير الحمد لله بخير الحمد لله صباح الخير مساء الخير وصباح الخير صباح النور مساء الخير مساء النور كيف حالك اليوم كيف حالك اليوم بخير الحمد لله fine full of goodness Alhamdulillah, praise be to God. Of course, this dot is just a full stop, really, to separate the two. And here as well, here just a comma. The comma is up, it's the other way around. That's comma. Bikhairin, Alhamdulillah, praise be to God. Okay, now we know how to say Kayfa haluka al-yawm or Kayfa haluka al-yawm. How are you today? And your response, Bikhairin, Alhamdulillah. Let's see now another response. We will say, oh, what about you? And you? How are you? So let's try. Right. وأنت كيف حالك? And you, how are you? وأنت كيف حالك? Or you can say وأنت كيف حالك? وأنت كيف حالك? And you, speaking to a female, كيف حالك? If you're speaking to a man, you say وأنت كيف حالك? Of course, I'm shortcut here. You can't write something with two vowels, different two vowels on it, of course. Either you say wa anta or you say wa anti. Okay? كيف حالك or كيف حالك. So wa anta كيف حالك or wa anti كيف حالك. Well done. Progress has been made. And respond instead of saying Bikhairin alhamdulillah, good, fine, praise be to God. You can of course say la, okay, la, and then complete this for me. La What's that? La ba's. La ba's. Not bad. La ba's. So I'm stopping at the end like a sukun at the end as well. This you have the glottal stop here. La ba. La ba's. Not bad. And that's your dot there, which is full stop. La ba's. Okay. And sukun at the dhamma there, we want to put on the shin. Shukran. La ba's, not bad. Shukran, thank you. Shukran, thank you. It's very important, of course, in any language. La ba's, shukran, thank you. So, bi khairin alhamdulillah, or simply la ba's, it's not bad. Shukran, thank you. Yeah, well done. Okay, now let's advance this conversation or phrases in Arabic. Phrases, okay. I'm going to write and read for me, please. Let's go. What's that? That's shy. Shy. And we can extend that by saying that's shy again. Okay. Shy bina'na. Shy. Shy bina'na. Shy bina'na. Remember what's na'na? That's mean mint. So tea with mint. Tea with mint. Shy banana. Next one. Qahwa. Qahwa. That means coffee. Qahwa. Let's extend that as well. That's qahwa. قهوة عربية. قهوة عربية. شاي بنعنع. قهوة. قهوة عربية. That's mean coffee, and this is Arabic, Arab coffee. Arab coffee. قهوة عربية. Next. ماء. ماء. يعني ماء يعني ماء. Water. Okay, extend that a little bit. We'll say ماء. ماء بارد. ماء بارد يعني ماء بارد. ماء بارد. One more phrase. And we know بارد, of course, meaning cold. ماء بارد. Cold water. Right. Next one. Next phrase. Let's try. I'm going to write. Is for you to read for me, please. Right. Okay. All right. Right. Can you read that for me? عصير. عصير. That means juice. عصير. عصير برتقال. عصير برتقال. عصير also means juice, and برتقال is عصير برتقال is that's orange. Orange juice. Asir برتقال, orange juice. Asir برتقال is orange juice. You will notice that in Arabic you mention the noun first and then you describe it. That's coming later. Ma, barid. In English you say cold water. Arabic sounds like a water cold. Here, asir برتقال, orange juice. We start with the asir and then we describe it. Asir برتقال. That's grammar is coming later, much later. Okay, well done. You're making progress. You see, you can read now using the Arabic script rather than Latin script. So well done. Okay, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. We're about to start now the next phrase, which I'm going to be writing them in Arabic text. I write them on the board and you try to read it as I'm writing. Then I come back to confirm your reading for you, inshallah. Right, let's start. Okay, I hope you are reading after me. Okay. Next one. Try to read with you now. ماذا تحب؟ ماذا تحبين؟ أحب الشاي. So ماذا تحب meaning what do you like? ماذا تحبين? That's addressing a singular female. So تحب becomes تحبين. The response as a first speaker, first person, is the same for both male and female, as you know. أحب الشاي. I like tea. I love tea. ماذا تحب؟ ماذا تحبين؟ أحب الشاي. But I don't like coffee. What do you say? ولكن, let's write it here. ولكن, so ولكن لا أحب what's coffee. ولكن لا أحب القهوة. لا أحب القهوة. ولكن لا أحب القهوة. أحب الشاي ولكن لا أحب القهوة. Now, ولكن, if you remember, lengthening alif, ولا, that's what you are hearing or what you are saying is this. ولكن. ولكن. That's what we say, and that's how it should be pronounced. ولكن. But this lengthening alif, one of the few Arabic words that you omit from it the lengthening. The others will come. It's one of them. You say walakin, but you don't write it like that. You write it without lengthening alif, walakin. So simply like this. ولكن. ولكن. Without the lengthening alif. There are other words as well, not many. We'll come across that and I will call your attention to them. But register this. You say ولكن, but you write ولكن without lengthening alif. But you have to say it like this. ولكن. But you don't write it with lengthening alif. Right, I thought I just mentioned that to you. Okay? Make your note please on that one. Inshallah. The rest will come. Okay, we continue. ماذا تحب؟ أحب. ماذا تحب؟ أحب الشاي. ماذا تحبين؟ أحب الشاي ولكن لا أحب القهوة. أو أحب القهوة ولكن لا أحب الشاي. You can only say I like tea with milk but without sugar. You know how to say that? أحب الشاي بسكر ولكن بدون الحليب. Or الحليب ولكن بدون سكر. And so on. You've learned all those things. The main thing here really you are reading directly from the Arabic rather than transliteration. Okay? Well done. The other thing I think you notice is the question mark. You know, for an English reader or English speaker, it's like facing the wrong way. But that's how it's done in Arabic. That's question mark. The English, of course, as you know, is this way. So, but Arabic is the other way around. Okay? So that's the question mark. علامة الاستفهام. ماذا تحبين؟ ماذا تحب؟ أحب الشاي ولكن لا أحب القهوة. Well done. Okay. The next one is ماذا, and then another action word, verb. ماذا. Let's try it. ماذا. You know mother already. What about this? Two dots. Let's write the other one here. ماذا تريد؟ ماذا تريدين? This is speaking to a singular male, singular female. What would you like, or what would you want? What do you want? So the idea of like and want, you can use to read. Well, what would you like? What do you want? Talking to a man and talking to a woman. ماذا تريد؟ ماذا تريدين? The response, both of them would say the same thing. أريد, I would like, or I want. أريد, أريد شاي. Shy, which you know already. أريد شاي. How do you say please in Arabic? أريد شاي. So أريد شاي. What's please? Try it for me. أريد الشاي من فضلك or من فضلك. فضلك if you are speaking to a man, من فضلك if you are speaking to a woman. أريد الشاي من فضلك. Sometimes you hear people say من فضلك just to mask the ending to make it neutral. So من فضلك or من فضلك if you want to go all the way. Or you can just say من فضلك. So it's understood. أريد الشاي من فضلك. I would like tea, please. So ماذا تريد يا طالب؟ أريد الشاي من فضلك. ماذا تريدين؟ يا طالبة أريد شاي من فضلك. وأنت ماذا تريد؟ وأنت ماذا تريدين? What would you like? Do you like tea? Or would you like tea? How do you say that? Would you like tea? Remember we did before هل. So you can say هل تريد شاي? Do you like tea? Do you want tea? Would you like tea? هل تريد شاي؟ هل تريد قهوة؟ You can say, شكرا. Thank you. أريد شاي من فضلك. Yes, please. I need tea. I would like to have a tea, please. I would like to have tea or coffee or الماء, water, or العصير, juice, عصير برتقال, for instance. Well done. Right, let's move on. The next stage. Next action word, verb that you've learned. We learn أحب, I like. You know, أريد, I would like. What's I prefer? Right, let's see. Read it for me, please. أفضل. So you can say أفضل, of course, but you have to say أفضل. So أفضل. I prefer what? هل تريد الشاي؟ لا شكرا أفضل القهوة. I prefer coffee. أفضل شاي بنعناع, for instance. So أفضل شاي أفضل الشاي بنعناع. بنعناع. So بنعناع. يعني بنعنعي. Usually when you want to complete the whole thing, أفضل الشاي بنعناع. نعنعي. But you just stop by imaginary سكون. أفضل الشاي بنعناع with mint. أفضل الشاي بنعناع. Or you can say أفضل قهوة عربية. قهوة عربية. أفضل قهوة عربية. Or what's the other thing? You can say أفضل العصير, for instance. I prefer juice. أفضل قهوة عربية. أفضل العصير أو عصير برتقال. So أحب, أريد, أفضل. And the next one will be, let's have a look at the next one. Now, sometimes you say أفضل, sometimes you say أريد, and sometimes you might say أفضل شاي بسكر or بدون سكر. What's بدون سكر? Right. أفضل شاي مثلا. You can say أفضل شاي بسكر. بسكر. يعني بسكري. But you know, at the end, imaginary سكون is good. So أفضل الشاي. So you have your shadda there. بسكر. Rather than بسكري. That's the complete pronunciation. But at the end, you know, try to just stop with imaginary سكون. الشاي بسكر. Or شاي بدون سكر. Without بسكر وبدون حليب. بسكر الشاي بسكر والحليب. In this case, let's say والحليب and milk. والحليب. الشاي بسكر والحليب. يعني والحليبي. Here we have الشاي بسكر والحليب. Or you can say without سكر. بدون بدون سكر بدون سكر وحليب بدون سكر وحليب بدون سكر وبدون حليب so بدون سكر وبدون حليب وبدون حليب وبدون حليب. Now let's learn another phrase which is or. It's called in Arabic. Or would you like tea with sugar or without sugar? Let's try that. Although you can use it by using your sound, the way you say it, like in English. Tea with sugar or without sugar? But it's better to use it with interrogative particle hal. So let's say hal. هل تريد شاي بسكر أم أو بدون. Let's write that بدون here, or you can say it بدون سكر. question mark. هل تريد الشاي بسكر أم بدون سكر or without sugar? Would you like tea with sugar or without sugar? So أفضل الشاي بنعناع من فضلك. I prefer شاي بنعناع. الشاي بسكر والحليب. That's شاي tea بسكر with sugar and milk. بدون سكر without sugar. وبدون حليب without milk. هل تريد الشاي بسكر? Would you like tea with sugar أم or بدون سكر without sugar? Well, it's good. So let's start now new page, which is about personal pronoun. I write please as you have been doing very well, so read after me what I write. Okay, let's start. Okay, first one, second one, and the third one, fourth, the last one, okay, let's read now. أنا, I, or I am. أنا, so a male will say the same thing. If female will say أنا, male will say أنا, I am, or I. أنت, you, male, singular. أنت, you, or أنتِ, you, feminine, singular. أنتِ. هو, he, or he is. It also means it or it is, referring to object or animal. For instance, that would be masculine. If the object is masculine, you use huwa. For instance, like a book, huwa kitab, or animal, such as a camel, jamal, for instance. So here is she is, or it is, referring to feminine object. Like for in cat, you will say here qitta, qittatun, and so on. So any sayyaratun, for instance, sayyaratun, a car. So sayyara, a car. So you will learn more vocabulary. Anything which has been classified as feminine, you use here for. If it has been classified as masculine, you use huwa. So ana, anta, anti, huwa, hiya. Now, let's now see, can you see the way you can use that in a phrase? I can say, how do I say who? Remember? Who? Okay. I write it. Can you say it for me, please? That's man. Man. Who? What about this? I put slash. من هذا؟ من هذه? Man is, who is this? Referring to a male. من هذا? You can say هذا معلم. This is a teacher. من هذا? هذا معلم. This is a teacher. من هذه? هذه معلمة. This is a female teacher. Now, هذا, you see I'm saying ha. There's a secret lengthening there. This is what we're saying. Ha, lengthening, the. And we are saying ha, the he. That's what we are saying. But by convention, this is another word that not many of them in Arabic. I mentioned to you earlier about walakin. We have la, but we don't write it. We say, we don't write. The same thing as hada, you say hada with lengthening, but you do not write it. You write it, you omit this alif. So hada, don't say hada, la. You need to say that lengthening. Hada, but you do not write it like this. Hadihi, you say, but you write it minus alif, the lengthening alif. So that's number two. I mean, three now. You have walakin, you have hada, you have hadihi. So man hada, man hadihi. So I'm just to cross this out, that you don't write it that way. Hada, hadihi. Man hada, hada muallim. Man hadihi, hadihi muallimatun. Man anta, meaning what? Man anta? Who are you? Man anti? Who are you? Man huwa? Who is he? Man hiya? Who is she? I hope you don't say man ana. Who am I? So hopefully I know who am I. Ana, anta, anti, huwa, hiya. Man hada, man hadihi, hada muallim, hadihi muallimatun. Okay, let's use hal in this with these words now. So we can say هل هذا Adam, for instance. As a noun, a name, Adam. So we say هل هذا Adam. Let's have a look at this. You have hal. If you remember, I mentioned about hal before. The job of hal is, if we don't have a specific word or particle to ask a question, we use hal. The way it works is, look at the positive. If you say هذا Adam without hal, هذا Adam, that means this is Adam. When you put hal before that, it becomes, is this Adam? Is this Adam? And Adam, look at this weakly line on top of alif. If you remember when we were learning the lengthening, I mentioned that when you have lengthening alif, after alif, you transfer that lengthening to be on top of it, become longer. Adam. هل هذا آدم? هل هذه, and then feminine name. هل هذه زينب? هل هذه هل هذه زينب؟ زينب. Is this Zainab? نعم. Yes. هذه زينب. You can say هل أنت آدم؟ Are you Adam? نعم. أنا آدم. وأنت من أنت؟ Who are you? Yes. هل أنت فيصل؟ لا. أنا محمد. أنا سعيد. أنا محمد. هل أنت زينب؟ لا. أنا مريم. أنا مريم. Or أنا خديجة. Or any other feminine name as you know. Well done. So that's for instance Naam. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, you see Naam. Do you know how to write Naam? Naam. Oh, let's try Naam. So Naam. 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 That's mean yes. Naam. What about La? That's simple. Lam, Fatha, and then lengthening alif. La. That's your lam, and that's your fatha on the lam, and you put your alif lengthening inside it. La. No. Ana. هل أنت طبيب? Are you a medical doctor? لا. أنا معلم. For instance, I can say أنا دكتور عمران. I am Dr. Imran. Somebody say هل أنت طبيب؟ Are you a medical doctor? لا. أنا معلم. Better than that. أنا معلم. I'm a teacher. أنا معلم. وأنت هل أنت معلمة؟ معلمة. Are you a teacher? Feminine. هل أنت معلمة? You can say لا. أنا طبيبة. I'm a medical doctor. You see, أنا معلم. You say أنا طبيبة. I'm a medical doctor. And then we say who is better? No, they are both doing a wonderful job. Huh? Okay. أنا طبيب. هل هذه زينب؟ نعم. Or you can say لا. No. So that's another thing. So na'am or la. Okay, Bismillah. The next stage is to write yet more phrases in Arabic, and you to read it as I'm writing, and also copy it out into an exercise book, please. Let's start. So I'm going to write two words here. Let's start with this. Oops. Okay. Min and mina. Min is from, which you know. Mina as well is mean from. When do we use min? When do you use mina? Let's have a look. I'm going to write the following, and you tell me. Okay, let me just write this again. Okay, that's one. Going to write it here. Let's read these two. أنا من مصر. أنا I am min from Misr, from Egypt. أنا من العراق. I am from Iraq. Why am I writing min here and mina here? Can you see any difference between the two names of this country? Misr, Egypt, doesn't come with al. Egypt is written without al, without the. But Iraq, although in English you say Iraq, but in Arabic it's come with al, al-Iraq. Now we have min sukun. Here there's no sukun. But min, if we put min here, there is a sukun here which needs a vowel. That's why the min, the sukun on noon, has been changed to fatha. And that will be linked with this sukun. And as you know, this is a mun letter. The mun letter requires that we retain the sukun of al. So, ana min al-Iraq. So any name of a country or any word for that matter, if it has sukun and you have min before it, that min would change to mina. Not min, you say mina, because sukun requires that fatha for link. So ana min Misr, ana min al-Iraq. Let's look at another two names, country with without. For instance, here Arab country without al, many. Let's use Qatar, for instance. Qatar. So Qatar. You say ana min Qatar. I'm from Qatar. Another name with al. Let's use this one. As-Sudan. Ana min al-Sudan. Ana min al-Sudan. Sin here is a sun letter, it's carrying shadda. That's why we remove the sukun from the lam. But there is a sin here with the sukun embedded. That sukun needs a vowel. So we say mina al-Sudan. There's a link there. Ana min al-Sudan. Okay, let's try a couple of city name. If I say hal anti, you know anti already. Anti min أنت من لندن. هل أنت من لندن؟ هل أنت من لندن? Are you from London? So min. There is no sukun on the lam there. So we just min. For instance, if we look at the city in Arabic which has al with it, Al-Qahira, for instance, you say min. But in this case, you say mina. Minal Qahira. So Cairo is written in Arabic with L. In English, you don't say Al Cairo. No, you say Cairo. But in Arabic, it's Al Qahira. L with L. So therefore, you say mina. Ana min al Qahira. Ana min London. Let's another city in Europe, for instance. Ana min. Let's do this one. Min. Let's whether you can guess this. Ana min. This is ba. Ana min Paris. Ana min Paris. Ana min Paris. So P in Arabic, it doesn't exist in Arabic. There's no P. So you use ba instead. So ana min Paris. An Arab person will say Paris rather than Paris. Paris. Ana min Paris. Ana min baris. There's no L here, so therefore we retain the sukun on the noun. Ana min baris. Inshallah, later on you're going to learn more about the name of cities and countries as well. That's coming later, inshallah. Okay, we've just finished explaining the min and mina, which means from. Let's introduce another question word like where. The where is, write it down. Can you read it for me, please? So we have sukun on that here. Aina, where. Aina, where. You can combine that with from. Min aina. Min aina anta. Where are you from? So this aina means where. Let's use it. Min aina. Min aina anta. Where are you from? Min aina anta. Aina Adam. Aina Adam. Aina Adam. Where is Adam? Aina Adam. You can say is in Egypt. Huwa fi Misr. I'll write fi for you, which is mean in, can mean at sometimes. So huwa, he is, fi, in Misr. So Misr is in Egypt. Huwa fi Misr. Huwa fi London. هو في باريس. هو في العراق. هو في السودان. طيب هل أنت من القاهرة؟ هل أنت من القاهرة؟ Are you from Cairo? لا، أنا من نيويورك. I'm from New York. So anta or anti, ana, huwa, you can combine that with aina. Min aina here, where is she from? Min aina anti ya taliba? Min aina anta ya talib? Min aina huwa? Man هذا? Who is this? Man هذا? هذا معلم. This is a teacher. هل هو من الكويت? Is he from Kuwait? لا، هو من السعودية. It's from Saudi Arabia, for instance. So you learn min, from, mina, mean from. Aina is where. And then you can combine that with previous words that you know, and you're okay. Alright, now we need to use the aina with another action word, a verb, like where do you live? We know where are you from, where do you live? So aina, I write this one. Aina taskunu. Aina taskun. Where do you live? We are talking to a male, singular. Do you know how to say the same thing to a female? What's the ending of that verb will be? Ina. Alright. Aina taskunina. So we're going to say aina. Aina taskunina. 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 Aina taskunina. Where where do you live? Now we are talking to you, Auntie Taliba. Aina taskunina? Where do you live? The reply, Askun. Askuno. So Askuno fi London. أسكن في القاهرة. أين تسكن؟ أسكن في I live in. أين تسكن؟ أين تسكنين؟ أسكن في. Now you can put هل. هل تسكن في غرب لندن? Now what's غرب? Let's look some of the direction and geography here. غرب. So we have غرب. غرب is west. West. Okay. غرب. West. What next? Let's look at غرب. You have شمال. You have شرق. You have جنوب. غرب شرق. Let's do شرق. شرق is شرق east. غرب شرق. شمال جنوب. شمال شمال جنوب. والشمال شمال is north. جنوب is south. غرب شرق شمال جنوب. أسكن في غرب لندن. هل تسكن في شرق لندن أم شمال لندن? Because again, means or. هل تسكنين في جنوب بريطانيا? Do you live in south in Britain? Okay, say أسكن في جنوب لندن. So أين تسكن? أين تسكنين؟ أسكن في, and then you have choice. غرب, west, شرق, east, شمال, north, جنوب, and south. So try to use all the previous thing you have, phrases you have with this as well. So أين تسكن أو يسكن. You come later on to develop this idea of verb. But for now, let's keep with the simple one, you and I. أسكن, تسكنين, تسكن. How many verbs we have now? We have أحب, تحب, تحبين, I like, you like. We have تريد, تريدين, أريد. You want, I want, I would like, you would like. And we have أفضل, I prefer. تفضل, you prefer. تفضلين, you prefer. Now we have تسكن, تسكنين, أسكن, I live. هل تسكن في مصر؟ لا، أسكن في قطر. هل تسكن في أمريكا؟ لا، أسكن في بريطانيا. I live in Britain. Okay, let's move on now to the next stage and we continue the Arabic phrasing. One more verb, action word. What do you do? What do you do in Arabic? ماذا is what? Followed by action word, verb. ماذا تعمل? ماذا تعمل ماذا تعمل what do you do ماذا تعمل for a female what do I say ماذا تعملين same anything that you learned before ماذا تعملين تعملين what do you do now speaking to a female ماذا تعملين أعمل you can say I work أعمل and if you know the word for I work أعمل whatever it is but let's leave that for 1 minute let's go different ways if I say ماذا تعمل you can say أنا I am a doctor أنا طبيب female you will say أنا طبيبة أنا معلم I'm a teacher أنا معلمة or you say أنا محاسب أنا محاسبة I am an accountant أنا طالب I'm a teacher I'm a student أنا طالب أنا طالبة let's write those down and for reading that was as also to copy them out so I'll put أنا here أنا and then you choose from أنا طبيب طبيب أنا طبيب female will say أنا طبيبة طبيبة so أنا طبيب I'm a doctor male أنا طبيبة I'm a doctor female أنا معلم so I'm going to put معلم here معلم معلم slash معلمة female teacher معلمة أنا معلم I'm a male teacher أنا معلمة I'm a female teacher so let's put that fatha on the ayn properly أنا معلم or أنا محاسب I'm an accountant male so we'll put محاسب here محاسب for female محاسبة محاسبة أنا محاسبة or I'm a teacher أو I'm a teacher معلم معلمة I'm a طالب I'm a student أنا طالب طالب أنا طالب female طالبة طالبة so طبيب طبيبة معلم معلمة محاسب محاسبة طالب طالبة هل أنت طالب Are you a student نعم أنا طالب أين في لندن هل أنت محاسبة لا أنا طبيبة Are you an accountant No I'm a doctor medical doctor So ماذا تعمل ماذا تعملين أنا and then you can say أنا طبيب طبيبة معلم معلمة محاسب محاسبة طالب طالبة Well done so we've more or less covered all the items that we've done earlier on in transliteration which we did by using the Latin script now in Arabic in the script hopefully now you can read all these fluently and you can write them as well so go back to the beginning of these useful phrases and learn it and practice writing it as well and above all start using it. Start speaking Arabic. مسمك مسمك أهلا وسهلا مرحبا كيف حالك اليوم طيب بخير الحمد لله فرصة سعيدة تشرفنا ماذا تريد and so on. So plenty of Arabic to be said now. You know them all. So inshallah we're trying to increase this and go to the next level inshallah. But in the meantime, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. And I'm the author of the Gateway to Arabic series. أهلا وسهلا بكم. مرحبا. Welcome to my channel. This series is for those who have gained competence in reading and writing the Arabic script. If you wish to learn how to read and write Arabic easily and quickly, please watch my videos entitled Arabic from the Beginning Part 1. This series, however, is going to be based on Book 2 of Gateway to Arabic. So please buy a copy of this book from my website www.gatewaytoarabic.com. Without any further ado, let's start our lesson 1. Lesson 2 start on page 2 of the Gateway to Arabic Book 2. On page 2, you see the heading Gender. And the reason we're going to start with gender is this. In Arabic, nouns and adjectives are assigned to gender, masculine, mudhakkar, or mu'annath, feminine. This is very important because there are a lot of implications actually riding on understanding this. But that will become more apparent as we cruise along during our series. Let's start with the list on page 2. You are reading from right to the left across the page. Let's make the 2 lists. One section this side will be for mudhakkar, masculine, and the other side will be for mu'annath, and then we'll talk about it. Right, let's start with that. So if we write heading here, mudhakkar, mudhakkarun. So that's our heading. And this side, we're going to put mu'annath. Mu'annath. Mu'annathun. Okay, let's put line there as well. Now, here I am representing Arabic, the Arabic with transliteration, meaning using Latin script to represent Arabic. But the best way really is to rely only on using Arabic script. And of course I have translation as well. So let's start with the first list on the mudhakkar side, which is masculine. The first one is kitab. Kitab, kitabun. And the first on the feminine side, which is mu'annath, is saburatun. Saburatun. Kitabun, that means a book. Saburatun means a board or blackboard, if you like. This is here. We have kitabun, a book. Saburatun, a blackboard. One more. The next under the mudhakkar list is daftarun. Daftarun. Sukun, ta, and run. Daftarun. So we have daftarun. An exercise book, or notebook. Daftarun. And under the mu'annath section, feminine, the second word is a table. Tawilatun. 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 One more. Under the mudhakkar, masculine, we have a pen. Qalamun. 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 And under the feminine, which is mu'annath, we have a stapler. Dabbasatun. 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 So let's pause for a minute. We have kitabun, a book. Saburatun, a board. Daftarun, an exercise book. And we have tawilatun, a table. Qalamun, a pen. And dabbasatun, a stapler. Now, let's look at the how do we know which one is mudhakkar and which one is mu'annath if I did not put them under correct title or heading? There is a clue. In Arabic, any noun or an adjective ending in ta marbuta, this type of ta, or this type of ta is called ta marbuta. So one is this shape and the other one is this shape. That's a huge and very important sign to identify the gender of a noun. Ta marbuta, which means tied up ta, and that's a difference from ta maftuha or ta mabsuta. Ta maftuha is this one, an open ta. This is not a sign of feminine in a noun or an adjective. We will come to that later on in the series. But when you see a noun, a word if you like, ending with ta marbuta, this shape, that shape happens when you have a letter which can be extended forward. Then we join ta marbuta, this shape. If ta marbuta comes after a letter which is not allowed to be extended forward, such as ra, there are 6 of those letters: alif, dal, dhal, ra, zain, and waw. When ta marbuta comes after any of those 6 letters, it will be written this way. Important thing is when you see that ta marbuta, you can safely assume that that particular word is feminine or is regarded as feminine in Arabic. So, anytime you see ta marbuta, just tell me to say, this is mu'annath. And if you don't see ta marbuta, say this is mudhakkar. This is masculine. Furthermore, you may hear some people say, why are you saying kitabun? Why can't you say kitab, daftar, and so on? Yes, you can say that, but as a learner, and in this classroom, I want you to pronounce all the sounds, all the case ending for me. This is essential when you are learning, because later on, you will know your starting point when you start seeing case ending changing into a or e or an or in and so on. So pronounce everything for me, please. Kitabun, daftarun, qalamun, saburatun. People say, why you say saburatun? You can just say sabura. But you don't know, if you say sabura, you don't know there's ta marbuta hiding there. You're a learner. So pronounce everything. Saburatun, tawilatun, dabbasatun. We will explain what's happening as we go along. This is a starting, this is a serious classroom. This is not learning phrases. Now this class is for those who want to learn and master modern standard Arabic, MSA. And they want to learn grammar and so on. So if you want to learn just the phrases and so on, you can watch my other videos. It's called Let's Speak Arabic Unit 1, Let's Speak Arabic Unit 2. Plenty there. But those who really want to learn Arabic, they want to know the DNA of Arabic, the structure of it, and to be able to master modern standard Arabic, which is understood across the Arab world. This is the class for you. This is your opportunity. Give me your commitment. Inshallah, I do my best to simplify it for you. And just bear with me. Buy your book. I have plenty in this series. We have book 1, book 2, book 3, book 4, book 5, book 6, book 7, and so on. So you don't need book 1 because you can read, and assuming that you can read and write Arabic. So that's why we're starting 2. Okay, let's continue. Now, so we have qalamun. Next is, under the mudhakkar, is a desk, which is maktabun. 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 And under the muannath section is a pencil sharpener. Barrayatun. 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 Some call mibratun, but it's fine. Barrayatun or mibratun, but barrayatun is fine. So maktabun, barrayatun. Next, under the mudhakkar section is a chair. Kursiyun. Let's write kursiyun here. Kursiyun. Kursiyun. And under the muannas section, the next is mimhatun. An eraser, mimhatun. An eraser or rubber, mimhatun. Mimha. So mimhatun. You can see this shape because it comes after alif. Next on the mudhakkar section, after the kursi, is a box. Sundukun. 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 Let's look at the next under the muannath is a ruler. Mistaratun. 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 A ruler. Next, under our mudhakkar section, is a pair of scissors. A pair of scissors. Miqassun. 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 مقص. مقص. Pair of scissors. مقص. And under the mu'annath section, the next should be a bag. حقيبة. 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 We have مقص, a pair of scissors, and حقيبة, a bag. Next one, the last one, the section of the masculine, which is mudhakkar, is a computer. A computer. حاسوب. The computer. حاسوب. 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 A computer. And the last one under the mu'annath section is a ball. كرة. كرة. A ball. كرة. Let's write it here. كرة. So you squeeze it a little bit where you can identify easily. So كرة. كرة. A ball. Here we are. We have your first set of vocabulary. Please make for yourself a set of flashcards. Write Arabic on one side, English the other side, and learn these for me, please. Shall we stop here for now to make sure it's short and sweet? But please go on, do your homework for me. Ahsantum. Well done. مع السلامة. Goodbye. إلى اللقاء. Until we meet again. Page 3. So on page 3, we're still dealing with the gender. You may remember last lesson we wrote 8 nouns under mudhakkar, masculine, and 8 nouns under mu'annath. And we learned that ta marbuta is the sign that a noun or an adjective is mu'annath. Now, today we're going to deal with other lists of nouns. Our task is to categorize them, to classify them, whether we believe a particular noun should be under mudhakkar, masculine, or should be written under mu'annath, feminine. Let's do just that. Okay, let's start from a door. A door in Arabic is babun. Babun. Do you think that should be under mudhakkar or mu'annath? Babun should be under mudhakkar because there's no ta marbuta at the end. So let's write babun down. Babun. Babun. A door under mudhakkar. Next one, a house. A house is baytun. Baytun. Do you think baytun should be under mudhakkar or mu'annath? Baytun. Baytun should be under mudhakkar, even though it's ending with tun, but it is not a ta marbuta. This is ta maftuha, an open ta. Let's have a look. So we have baytun. A house. This is an open ta. It's not a ta marbuta. So an open ta is not a sign of feminine in terms of nouns or adjective. We're going to be studying or saying more about this ta maftuha later on in the series. Next one. A cupboard. خزانة. خزانة, is it مذكر or مؤنث? Do you think it's مذكر? خزانة? No, it is مؤنث. The تاء مربوطة at the end. خزانة. It's not خزانة. خزانة. That's تاء مربوطة. خزانة. Yeah. Next one. A lock. قفل. Straight away. قفل. That's مذكر. No sign of تاء مربوطة. قفل. So let's write this here. قفل. A lock. A radio. Radio can be مذياع. مذياع. مذياع also is مذكر. مذياع. مذياع. Next one. A candle. Candle is شمعة. شمعة. That's مؤنث. شمعة. 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 A candle. Next one on the list is a telephone. A telephone is هاتف. هاتف. That's مذكر. هاتف. 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 A telephone. Next one. A washing machine. غسالة. غسالة. That's a washing machine. That's مؤنث. غسالة. غسالة. غسالة بالشدة on the same. غسالة. Next one. A key. A key is مفتاح. مفتاح. مذكر. مفتاح. Let's write it here. مفتاح. 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 That's a key. مفتاح. Next one. A sofa. A sofa is أريكة. أريكة. That's مؤنث. أريكة. 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 Next one. A bed. A bed is سرير. سرير. That's مذكر. سرير. 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 Then we have a clock. A clock or watch. A clock or watch is ساعة. That's مؤنث. مؤنث. ساعة. 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 مؤنث. Next one. Next one is an iron. An iron. مكواة. An iron. مكواة. Let's write it here. مكواة. مكواة. That's مؤنث. Next one. Last one is a window. That's interesting. A window in Arabic has two words for it. Number one, شباك. شباك is a window. And it's مذكر. شباك. Let's write it here. شباك. Let's write again. شباك شب شباك window شباك window, and that's مذكر, but there is another word for it which is in feminine form. نافذة نافذة نافذة, so نافذة نافذة as a window. نافذة. So here we are. We have managed and successfully classified all these nouns into مذكر and مؤنث, and that means we have established an understanding. That's the first step of how to identify whether a noun is regarded in Arabic as masculine or feminine. مذكر or مؤنث. There are other signs, but this is a very important indicators indeed. Right, so on page, let me just get this book. So here we have on page 3. Now, please revise your lesson for me and do exercise 1. There is exercise 1 for you on page 3. So study page 2 and page 3 carefully, and then do the exercise 1 for me. Well done. أحسنتم. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. Pronoun. Ismul Ishara. How do we say this is referring to a masculine noun, singular? And how to say this is referring to a feminine, singular? So let's go. Here we have this is. If you are referring to a masculine singular, you will say هذا. Let us write it down. So let's say هذا. So I'm going to write هذا. Ha. Let's just write it this way first. Ha. And then we put in the. هذا. Now, this is what you pronounce. This is what this sounds like. That's why in the transliteration, I will double A to say ha, هذا. That is the sound, and that's for masculine singular. However, when we write it using Arabic script, we do not write this lengthening alif. We will omit that, so we're going to cross it out. Instead, we just write this way. We say ha without the alif, the. هذا. This is. This is what you say, and this is what you write. هذا, that's the sound, but writing it down to look like this without the alif. Equally, when we're going to say this is referring to a feminine singular noun, you do the same thing. You say ha. This is in your pronunciation, there will be lengthening, but when we write it down, we're going to omit that. So هذه. When we write it, we will say هذه. Again, let's cross out that alif. هذه. So this is pointing to or referring to a masculine singular noun. We'll say هذا. If you are referring or pointing to a singular feminine noun, you will say هذه. So now let's say this is a book. This is a book. If you have learned your vocabulary, you will know that a book in Arabic is kitabun. So therefore you will say هذا kitabun. هذا kitabun. So let's put it here. هذا kitabun. And this is a ruler. This is a ruler. If you want to say that in Arabic, if you remember your vocabulary, what's ruler in Arabic is mistaratun. That's feminine. So you say هذه mistaratun. Let's put that one here. So هذه mistaratun. هذه mistaratun. هذه mistaratun. You see how quickly you are adding to knowledge of Arabic grammar. So if you want to say this is referring to any masculine, whether human or inanimate object, you will say هذا if it is masculine, and you say هذه if it is feminine, followed by the noun. So هذا كتاب and هذه مسطرة. Now let's see if we can translate these 16 sentences into Arabic using our vocabulary and putting the correct form of demonstrative pronoun. This is Ismul Ishara. Let's have a go. So, number one is, this is a computer. This is a computer. First of all, you need to remember Arabic word for computer, which is hasubun. Secondly, you need to remember whether that is mudhakkar or muannath, whether it is regarded as masculine or feminine. Thirdly, and then you use the correct form of this is, the demonstrative pronoun ismul ishara. Let's put those three things together. So first of all, we know the name of a computer in Arabic is hasubun. So we have to say هذا. So we say هذا hasubun. This is a computer. So hasubun. هذا hasubun. This is a computer. Number two, this is a pencil sharpener. A pencil sharpener in Arabic is barayatun. So therefore, we're going to put it under هذه. We say هذه barayatun. So هذه